Ooh, I can't even see my own chat. Uh, oh, this is a whole different thing for OBS. All right, testing. Uh, Testing. Nothing. Okay, I think I need to go to a different stream elements. Channel. Can I add? Add YouTube. So I need my tools, overlays. Now that this is here though, let's see if I can still tabs to do. Okay, there it goes, tabs. Go ahead and save you. YouTube in. Save. Minimize you. Let's do another tabist. Hmm. Oh, wait a minute. I done goofed it. There's something else I gotta do. Just make you smaller so this way this other page is not in the way. Copy the overlay. Go ahead and make you small, put you over here since you won't be blocking. And then hold on. That's a web page. Browser. YouTube chat. Okay. We. Okay. A. Hey, there we go. Now I gotta take a look at my YouTube live itself. Text. Uh, clip, save. Can I get like a save button on here? Coyote Thunder! Let's go! Okay. You son of a bitch, fruit fly. Like, damn different. That's for damn sure. Oh, because I'm looking at myself, looking at myself, looking at myself. Okay. All right. So now that that is set and I can be streaming on YouTube, and I just need to do something here real quick. Overlay. Let's go ahead and change your opacity. And bring it down to like a. And save. Okay. How to add donation to YouTube live stream. That's 2 years ago. Where's the most recent one? 3 months. There it is. You can all learn from me at the same time. And I'd appreciate y'all. I would like to be monetized. Hold on. Earn supers eligibility. So I need 500. Oh, that's the wrong button. Mm, let me sign out of here, actually. Hold on, that's going a little too quick for me. Let's go in with my YouTube. Tipping, okay, it's already there. I gotta back it up. Oh, I need to change my name over here. Let's go with YouTube. So first things first is I need to change my name on. I do not mean to open you. Make sure that it's not displaying something I needed to display. Okay. Uh, how do I change my name on account settings? Here it is. Twitch. YouTube. Okay, we're already there. We're good. Customize channel, that's where it is. Okay, here we go. All right, I got it. Copied. Donations. Publish. I need to see that one more time. So I need to go to my channel. Go to community, playlists. Oh, it's right there. All right. So now I just got to figure out how to change my name to Coyote Thunder over here. Because Coyote Thunder, Coyote Thunder. That's who I am. Analytics, YouTube. Thunder. Thunder. I don't know how to change my name to Coyote Thunder on those. Oh well, that should be fine for now. Was Soul Reaver from 9 years ago. Solo traveling. I don't know why this is all like blocked out for me. 10 kill Viltrumites. Attack jacket. I don't believe you, man. You're probably full of lies for me. I want to see this one though. Okay, there's my home. How do I delete videos though? That's the question. Because I want to know how to remove this one. See, it keeps doing the thing. Very true. So let's do some squats. Taking my Crocs off. $15. I had some carne asada fries earlier. Yes. Ooh. We'll check the burpees next. I'll try. Because currently I can only do like the knee push-ups. And unfortunately, because it's a laptop, the camera's up here, and I have this second monitor over here, plugs into it. I wonder. Oh, I can do live. Oh, I need at least 50 subscribers. And no live stream restrictions within the last 90 days. Okay. I make its total depth. Where is where's my chat window? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, there it goes. Ooh, I need to do them jujitsu squats. All right. I need to work on this because I realize I put too much weight on here and my hand goes. Oh, chat rate one because it's me. I am my only viewer. 100%. Oh, it's just coming in through here. Okay. Oh no, my audio. You guys have none of my audio. Where is my audio? What is being portrayed here? Okay. What is this though? Desktop audio? Hmm. So, capture method. You guys can't hear any of what's going on in my YouTube channel, can you? Sound on my thing isn't coming through. Video capture still coming through. That's the video capture. Window capture. Let me give it to you. Add a new window capture. Videos. Okay. I'm gonna move you here. Why are you not coming through? Vertical layout. I'd rename filters properties. Advanced audio properties. Default. Let's go with you. Can you be heard? Still not heard.
Ranked movement in their own genre of exercise. Even with their renowned calorie burning
Okay, how about now? Does it sound better?
burpees are
I
merely
hope
a
so.
figurehead, hoping you don't see past them to the true power of the burpee kingdom, the almighty man maker. Burpees and man makers are similar enough exercises. They're both celebrated for their calorie burning effects and their ability to increase cardiorespiratory capacity.
Okay.
This is in large part due to the high metabolic demands of repeatedly dropping to the floor and jumping back up again.
When I was coming
Both
through.
exercises also alternate muscle activation between the upper and lower body, requiring the heart to work double time to pump blood to the entire body and increasing the efficiency of the cardiovascular adaptations. The difference between the two exercises begins with the fact that man makers require added weight, giving man makers the highly desirable benefit of increasing muscle mass and more intensely shaping the physique. Adaptations.
Hold on.
The difference between the two exercises begins with the fact that man makers require added weight, giving man makers the highly desirable benefit of increasing muscle mass and more intensely shaping the physique.
So I
let's
need
quickly go over
weights.
3 versions of the man maker that you can potentially incorporate into your own workout, with each one being more formidable and more potent than the previous. And with the last variation, I'll give you the not so secret to really revolutionizing your man making efforts. This first version I'm going to call Man Maker Light, but don't let this designation fool you. This is still an intense exercise capable of making you rethink your dedication to fitness. This version is essentially a burpee with a light dumbbell added to each hand. This will give you a slight deficit to the push-up portion of the burpee, putting a greater stretch on the pecs with each rep. But more importantly, adding weight is a great way to progress the burpee into greater intensity levels, and using the light dumbbells will keep the speed of the burpee high, making this an excellent option for those wanting to increase the calorie burn and conditioning aspects of the burpees. Just be sure to keep your back from sagging in the plank and push-up positions, and engage the core when hopping the feet up towards the weights. This next version is the variation most people are actually referring to when they mention man makers. In this version, you can increase the weight of the dumbbells to either medium or heavy weight depending on your goals. You start by kicking out into a plank, then performing a push-up just as in a burpee. But here's where it deviates. Right after the push up, he will perform a renegade row with each hand, really getting the upper back involved into this exercise. Then you will hop both feet up into a low squat position. And because the weight is heavier, you will have to effectively clean the weights up to the chest to remain uninjured. From here, you'll do a full front squat and an overhead press before lowering the weights back to the floor for the next rep. This version must be done at a slower pace than a burpee or the previously mentioned variation because the weights are higher and the risk of injury from sloppy form is much greater. However, even without the speed, the added weight tends to help elevate the heart rate anyway, while also giving this variation the ability to build muscle mass as well. In fact, the Manmaker puts load on nearly every muscle in the human body, and for a busy individual or maybe a non-strength athlete with a lot of skill work to do, this could make up the bulk of strength training while simultaneously being a great cardio and conditioning tool. If you're new to the Manmaker, be sure to stay mindful of your form and your level of exhaustion. It can be a very humbling experience, and those with already deviated blood pressures should be especially mindful not to push past your limits on this exercise. The final version of Manmakers is only for those who wish to become so rugged and burly that your pheromones will likely become a traffic hazard. If this isn't you, then avert your eyes and cover your ears now. But go ahead and keep the video running in the background. It's for the algorithm. The secret to its utility and potency is the use of a kettlebell instead of a dumbbell. Let me explain why. First, almost everyone I know is terrible at power cleaning a dumbbell. And you may think you're not, but I've seen you in the gym, and you are. The kettlebell is much more effectively designed for this. It sits higher off the ground, allowing you to get your hips and your back into a more natural deadlift style position before cleaning the weight. The shape of the kettlebell also allows its center of gravity to rotate around the hand as you move into the racked position at the top of the clean. It feels better, flows better, and allows you to increase the speed of your reps at the same weight. It also makes the kettlebell clean a more truly ballistic movement pattern, and ballistic strength endurance is honestly the most transformative and impactful type of endurance I've ever built. You can further emphasize power development by allowing the momentum of the front squat to flow into the press, creating a kettlebell thruster movement. Alternatively, you can omit the front squat and go straight into a push press after the power clean. I fell in love with this method because it builds a lot of full body coordinated power, and because the weighted deep front squat can be very aggravating to my torn meniscus. And when doing any weighted overhead pressing, I prefer kettlebells because the weight sits behind the wrist and pulls the shoulder backwards. This puts a great stretch on the front of the shoulders and chest, and feels amazing to most people because of how chronically tight these regions tend to be. The only issues you're likely to run into with kettlebells is the initial skill building phase, which, if you're new to kettlebells, I would check out my video on the kettlebell swing to learn ballistic hip extension with kettlebells before attempting the kettlebell Manmaker. Also, finding kettlebells can sometimes be problematic. They're becoming more common, but it can still be hard to find them in certain gyms. Bells of Steel makes excellent kettlebells, and I'll put some links in the description box below if you're interested. And a small portion of every purchase made through the link goes to supporting the channel. Well, thanks for watching. Leave a comment if you've ever
that is
tried
sick.
these and what
I
you
need
thought
to
of them.
save this.
And until next time, keep moving, my friends.
I guess fitness. Sick. Now that I need another one, right? This one though is going to be for city planning. So, ooh, I like this channel, not just bikes. Ooh, there are several videos. The two cities used to be the same. The world's dumbest bike laws. Taipei's living hell. I haven't seen these. I haven't seen these in a while. This will give us a few videos to watch. Ensure that everything is going through cleanly, you know?
Japan is famous for its trains, and for good reason. They're fast and frequent and clean, and you can take a train pretty much anywhere you'd want to go. And with so many train companies trying to differentiate themselves, the Japanese have created some crazy trains that just don't exist anywhere else. So while I was in Japan, I tried to ride a bunch of them. These trains range from the fast to the luxurious and even, what the
Pikachu!
Yeah, Pikachu train.
The most famous Japanese trains are probably the Shinkansen, the high-speed bullet trains that
Which,
act as the...
I'm gonna be real, is very inappropriate for the state of Colorado. Within Colorado, mind you, we only need regular trains because regular trains can still hit 120 miles an hour, no problem. Uh, I have some designs we can go over, but let's watch this first because this would be better going from, say, capital city to capital city. So from like Denver to Dallas or from Denver to Portland. Now, I would want to connect to the ocean, and if Portland weren't such a liberal dumpster fire, I think we'd be good.
main lines for the Japanese train network, which is actually how they got their name, New Main Line. Uh, it's kind of boring name when you say it like that. I took a lot of Shinkansen while I was in Japan because there is no better way to get between cities. Why would I drive over 5 hours when I can get there in less than 2 hours by Shinkansen? I mean, you gotta go see Monkey D. Luffy.
Oh, this is what I mean. Let me show you real quick. Colorado. So here's the cities, right? If now if we're to go to from there to there, that's 175 miles. That would be appropriate for a shin. Well, even then, not really, because I think they're supposed to be because of the speed they run, which is over. Well, we'll watch this a
Somehow,
little further.
right? Shinkansen run really frequently too.
Hold on. Denver, downtown Denver, right? We'll have it here to Houston. Well, Dallas is here, right? But I'd want us to go to Houston. Well, we'd probably still go to there, right? But that's 656 miles.
At Tokyo,
Shinkansen speed and pH. 200 miles an hour. So that would then be a 3 hour thing because I think there's a distance.
Tokyo Station, they leave about every 6 minutes during rush hour. That's a high-speed intercity train carrying more people than any aeroplane, leaving as frequently as metro trains do in many other cities. And even with all those trains running on the network, their average annual delay, including those caused by earthquakes and typhoons, is less than 1 minute. You know what's really crazy though? There has never been a Shinkansen crash ever since they started in 1964. Think about that. How many car crashes have there been since 1964?
Tons.
Or aeroplane crashes? Or fatal accidents on literally
A decent
any
amount.
other form of transportation? All of this is possible because the Shinkansen are on their own network. They have no level crossings, they do not share any tracks with conventional trains, and they are all governed by a coordinated signaling system that keeps trains clear of one another. The Shinkansen will even shut down automatically if an earthquake is detected. Most Shinkansen operate at around 300 kilometers per hour. JR Central is building a maglev that could operate at 500 kilometers per hour, but that project has been delayed and is not expected to open until 2034 at the earliest. For this video, I only rode trains that are currently in operation, so if you want to see that crazy fast maglev, you'll have to watch Tom Scott's video.
I hope that came across on camera.
I'll leave a link in the description.
It's
I had to
it's
settle for the
serious.
fastest train currently in operation in Japan, which is the Hayabusa Shinkansen that reaches a top speed of 320 kilometers per hour. You would never know this train is riding so fast when you're on it. There is some slight jostling at times, but in general, the ride is very smooth, even at high speed. So, could I balance a coin on its side at 320 kilometers per hour? No, because I couldn't even do that while the train was stopped at a station. But I could balance a bottle of Pocari Sweat upside down at top speed, so that's something. From the inside, this is no
I'll
different
use
than
one of
any other
these.
Shinkansen. The seats are in a 2x3 configuration with luggage racks above. Interestingly, there's no bar car on these trains like is common on high-speed trains in Europe. Japan has also stopped providing smoking rooms, and they even stopped providing payphones. It's not the 1960s anymore.
Payphones would still
The
be
best
useful
part
though.
of the Shinkansen, though, is that the restrooms have Japanese-style bidet toilets. Amazing. There's also a urinal and a sink with a mirror, but these are standard features, so other than speed, the Hayabusa is just like any other Shinkansen. But that's not the case with this next one. This Hello Kitty Shinkansen is insane. It's a pink-themed 500 series Shinkansen that has been decked out this way since 2018. You can look out of the Hello Kitty windows, and there's a place for kids to get their photos taken with Hello Kitty, next to the Hello Kitty themed storage for strollers and all that other annoying stuff you have to haul around when you have kids.
Very
There's a
nice.
Hello Kitty theater with a guy in a hot tub for some reason. There's a Hello Kitty themed toilet and a Hello Kitty sink.
There's a reason.
There was a Hello
Trust.
Kitty train smoking room, but it was closed in March 2024. There's a shop on board where you can buy Hello Kitty merchandise. Aw, Hello Kitty Shinkansen water bottles. And they're only 4 times as much as any other bottle of water. The carriages themselves are Hello Kitty themed with decorated aisleways and Hello Kitty seats. And they're labeled just in case you somehow forgot what train you're on. But interestingly, the farther you get from the shop in Car 1, the less Hello Kitty they become. By the time you're at the end, it's like you're not even on a Hello Kitty train. This is no fun. So book Car 2 if you want to experience peak Hello Kitty. There is only one Hello Kitty Shinkansen, and it just runs on the Kodama line like any other train. There's no extra cost, and I wasn't even completely certain that I had booked the right one until it showed up, because I just booked it by its train number. Which means that it's possible that some Japanese salaryman thinks he's getting a typical Shinkansen to Osaka for his business trip when this pink monstrosity full of children rolls up. The one difference I did notice
It's not a
when
monstrosity.
booking is that there is no green car on the Hello Kitty Shinkansen, so there's no first class. But that's the complete opposite with this next train. This futuristic-looking train is the Sapphire Odoriko, a luxury train that has only
doesn't need to be this big.
first-class seating. It's a luxurious way to get to the Izu Peninsula, a popular tourist destination for beach towns, cherry blossoms, hot springs, and capybara swimming with lemons.
Yeah,
This train
capybara.
is more than just transportation, as they have an
The tapir.
extensive food menu. You
Mimi.
can eat in the bar car, but you can also have food delivered directly to your seat. Half of this train is regular first-class carriages, which are a 2x1 configuration similar to a typical green car on any other Japanese train. There are also some surprisingly luxurious restrooms on this train, and with the higher-end Toto washlip bidets too. But on this train, the green cars are the cheap seats. In the middle of the train are the private compartments. These are set up with a table with chairs around it like a conference room, and there are 4- and 6-seat options. The compartments are decorated in a fancy wood finish, with shelves and a bunch of tchotchkes on it to make it look fancier. The window blinds can be opened and closed, and there's a serving hatch that food can be passed through. I can see these compartments being used for corporate meetings, which is definitely more interesting than the typical crappy meeting rooms I'd have to use for work. I wanted us to sit in the compartment for our trip, but you can't book them online, so I had to go into the ticket office in person, which ended up taking over 20 minutes while the woman in the ticket office consulted a paper manual in order to book the correct compartment. Japan really can be the most backwards futuristic country sometimes. But if you think the private compartments are fancy, this train has something even better.
Okay.
The
I had to draw it real quick, but here is my idea for trains. Let me do one more thing, actually. Okay. It'll work either way if it pulls up. If it's not too bright, that is. If it can grab it. Can it grab it? Let me come back with one of these. We'll keep watching.
Premium green diamond car. And since I was traveling in a regular old green car, they wouldn't even let me in to see it. So the next day, I bought a ticket to go just one station away so that I could film it. Ha ha! So much for keeping the riffraff out. The diamond car has only 2 chairs per row. They're designed as self-contained pods that are independent from every other seat. These are like a living room recliner with lots of position options and a built-in tray table. The best part, though, is that you can rotate them to different angles. You
Yes,
can
move
turn them to
outside.
face the people you're traveling with, or turn them to look out the window. The best seats on this train are definitely the first row of the premium car, which looks out these
Okay.
giant windows.
I think it's better now because I drew it darker. But here you go. If it'll pull through. Okay. So the idea is let's say the train is starting here, right? So this will be a straight track. Train will go, 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 and then it will. This is a passive track, so there's no need for any like moving parts to be able to switch tracks for the train, which in turn make this a loop, but in straight lines, right? So it goes, and then it keeps going in a straight line. So it'll curve here, and then there'll be the train turn sections, right? That will allow the train to go from here to here. We'll keep going forward, and this will be the station. This will be where the station at the end of the line is, and then when it goes back, it'll go this way, right? And then it'll do the same thing where it'll come down. The train switch thing will be here. It's allowed to come over here. It doesn't be long enough to support the 10 cars long that it's going to be, but this would be the subway and how I would install it. Now, admittingly, they are going to have like their own uh, turn offs, so that way we can maintain these trains. But this is how we would do that. So
Behind the driver. Though on my trip, the train was going backwards. I guess if you were going away from Tokyo, it would look something like this. Huh. That's actually pretty convincing. The front seats were sold out for basically every day I looked at, and for good reason. This would be a really great way to get out of the city for a holiday. But if you'd prefer to get out of the city to do some cycling,
these types of trains are the ones that can hit like 120 miles an hour, right? So let's go back to Colorado real quick. Let's go to map. So y'all can see what I mean, right? So for example, here's Pueblo, right? I don't know where downtown Pueblo is. We'll call this Pueblo. Downtown Pueblo. Map. Okay, so I was in the approximate right area. We'll call this parking garage. So from that parking garage, unless there is a town hall, Pueblo Town Hall. There's town hall. We'll go from here instead. So then Colorado Springs Town Hall to there. That is 41 miles, right? Now let's go to, we do have to go to Larkspur, and the reason I'm going to say Larkspur is because this will put us very close to what is the Renaissance Festival, which if we look at it, where is the Ren Fest? Just down one of these roads. Oh, here it is. Renaissance Festival. Right? Since a ton of people would be coming here. So we would have to put it, is there a Larkspur Town Hall? Larkspur CO Town Hall. Aha! Town Hall. Bam. 68 miles. Now, the next place it should connect to, because, you know, that's the midway point. And now from here, it's Denver Town Hall. Right there. Bam. 103. Now, let's see. Fort Collins. Fort Collins Town Hall. Oh, City Hall. Right there. And we'll just put it like right here, right? Right? I mean, just like underneath, right? So, here is my, should it go to Walsenburg? I think it should. Walsenburg CO City Hall. So let's go ahead and adjust that one to there. So now I can delete you. Oh, I actually could put you closer. City Hall. It's Pueblo West. Let's go ahead and bring you over. Because I think Town Hall was like Riverwalk. Here we go. City Hall. Bam. There we go. So this is the main line, which would take you from city to city. So from Walsenburg to Pueblo to Colorado Springs to Larkspur to Denver to Fort Collins. And that's 208 miles. Yes, a high-speed rail going at 200 miles an hour could go from here to here in an hour, but that's inappropriate because it's a train going to each stop. And we have a train going every 15 minutes. And that's what it'd be, right? Right here. There you go. So it's 2 tracks, north and south, side by side. Could we go with like a third for like a runaway track or something for additional safety, right? We'll talk to the engineers about that one, right? But this, at the very minimum, would give us 2 tracks north and south, right? So Walsenburg, and then ending. So this would be Walsenburg. This would be Colorado Springs and Pueblo. They would be across from one another. They would have like a platform that goes over top with elevators. Well, technically, these would be underground, right? And the reason they're underground is because you would then have the escalator, which would take you the middle area. That's what it would do, right? So this is what it is. Train headed north, train headed south, and this area in between is the platform. So you could go from one to the other. No need to like go on this side and then take a train or elevator and go over on the other side, right? It's in the middle. Now this would mean that they would have doors on both sides. So really you could go this side, pass through and go onto this train if you need to. But in all actuality, because it's underground, It would know which side to open because of a computer and, human redundancy, just to be sure, with sliding doors to prevent people from stepping on the tracks when there is no train in the station. And they would probably be every 15 minutes. And they could still hit 160 miles an hour. So let's see, from there to Walsenburg is that's even if we say 44 miles, right? 120, divide that by 44. That'd be 2 minutes. Right? So even then it probably wouldn't hit the full 120. Now I do have a plan for this one as well, right? And this is how we could get across the land without cutting a giant scar. I only have one side of the paper. There should be enough. Okay. So, if you can see, make sure you can. Okay. So, here is the train underground, right? And it would be traveling mainly underground. So, let's use this stretch here, for example, right? It would be underground, underground, underground. Let me delete that. And then over here, it would do this action, right? Where it would come up and it would be above ground from, say, here to, say, here, right? So this section would be above ground so that you can see where you are. And then it would dive back underground, right? The reason for this is it would prevent a big old scar from being across the land so animals can still traverse. Yeah, sure, there would be this section here that is taken over by train, but that's fine. It'll be all electric. I also want to build a nuclear reactor like over here in Lyman. Because there would be a train that also goes from Colorado Springs to Lyman. That's where this is. Oh, no, this is Colorado Springs. Nope, I guess Denver. Denver to Lyman. And we can also have water tubes, and electrical lines passing through here. So it's a more integrated connection, especially with all the amount of solar that we'd be getting. Let me close you for a second. There it goes. The next one would be from Grand Junction under the mountain into Denver. And then probably over to Way. Or Brighton. Because the way it would go would be Grand Junction, under the mountain to Denver, over to Way. Over to Brighton. It'll be, there you go. Bang. I would want to have another one down here, which would go from, like, say, here to, I think Telluride is in the mountains. Pagosa Springs or Cortez. Either way, we would figure that out. But that is my idea for at least this train, which would go from south to north. We would need another, or north to south, south to north, however you want to put it, right? But say from here to here, it would take 10 minutes, right? But let's look at Colorado Springs, right? So Colorado Springs, which Colorado Springs? That's Pueblo. Colorado Springs, right? This is Colorado Springs. This is downtown Denver. You hop on a train here. It takes like 4 minutes, maybe 5 to get to here. And then you wait 7 minutes. Let's call it, yeah, we'll call it 7 minutes. Because it would be every 15 minutes that a train would arrive, right? So from here to here is, say, 5, right? And then you wait 10 minutes. Maybe, well, 7, because then you also got to leave, right? But then you make it to here, and you can make it there in, say, in downtown Denver. You could make it from Colorado Springs to there in, say, maybe 30 minutes tops, right? Because it's a train, it's underground, so it's not being affected by the weather, and it's underground for a lot of distance. This way, when, say, for example, there is snow, and of course we'd have like cages and stuff to prevent animals from coming in, and the tracks could also be heated to help those melt and or cooled because the convection currents from underneath. But we could keep those areas from getting bogged down with snow, and then all year round you could make it north to south. Now, there would be another train that takes you from over here, because you can tell that this is the Denver airport. So take you from Denver to here. And you go from Denver, downtown Denver, because there would then be local trains, right? Everything would kind of be a through and through. Like, well, technically each one would be its own closed-in area, but it would then have a train that takes you, which it would be called the city train. So from downtown Denver, uh, like probably the ones that are closest to it, so Glendale, Lakewood, Wheat Ridge, Thornton, all this area over here, right? All these things, because they're close. These would all be connected via underground rail as well. All subways, 100% subways. And the subways would be set up this same way, either north, south, or east, west. And the center is where the platform would be. The center would then have the sliding doors, which would prevent anyone from getting on the tracks when there is no train. And we'd have plenty of police and surveillance and all the stuff that's needed to keep you safe in the trains. I would empower the police to kick people out. And the best part, this would be free for Colorado residents. Yes, you would get an ID, and yes, that ID would also be for voting and for your train access. Now, you could still also get a card, which would be like the JR Rail card, or I'll use this for example. Now, I no longer have it, but you could get something like this, a GameStop power-up card. You could put money on here, and then this could be used as like a debit card to purchase things down in the train station. So let's keep going.
Then this next train is for you. This is BB Base,
Vote for me. Give me money.
special train
I need
that
it.
only runs on weekends and is designed
As Bernie Sanders said,
specifically for
I
you
regret
if
to
you
inform
road
you,
bike
but I
for a
need
ride outside
your
of
financial
the city.
support.
This train leaves from Ryogoku Station in Tokyo in the morning and returns in the afternoon. The train is accessed by the side entrance of the station, where travelers can bring their bicycles right to the platform without any stairs.
One more thing.
Ironically, though, this was the
So because they would basically become underground shopping malls for the subway system, here is a quick example as to what it would look like. I went to school and I got a degree. I didn't actually finish the degree, but I do have, well, I'll say it. I do have the degree in architectural and mechanical drafting because I did finish it, right? I just never walked because it was a technical school, you know? I'm gonna have to draw it on some construction paper or something. I'll actually work on that while you guys are watching this.
only train I rode in Japan that didn't have level boarding, which is funny when almost all passengers will be bringing a bicycle. Most Japanese trains are not very bike friendly. If you want to travel with your bicycle, you need to dismantle it and fully enclose it in a bag. BB Base is one of the few exceptions to this rule.
I would definitely
There
have
are
that.
dozens of bicycle racks for your bike, as long as your bike is a typical road bike, that is. I wouldn't go trying this with an Omafeets. But there's another
I'll make
open
sure it
car
can
that
fit a
could be
Oma
used for
Feets
other types of
or
bike, or these
Bach
spaces at
Feetsen.
the end of the cabin. Oh, and be careful if you're tall, because the doors are not very tall, which I learned the hard way.
Yeah, I'm okay. Like, too tall.
The train is modern and spacious with comfortable seats, and power sockets at every seat for charging your phones, bicycle accessories, or your Nintendo Switch. On board, you can get maps to plan your route and decide which station you'll ride to for the trip back. And if you don't have your own bike, then you can rent one too. I love that Japan has trains like this that allow people to take recreational trips that would typically require a car in most other countries. It reminded me of the trains in Switzerland that you can take to trailheads where you can go hiking, or the trains in Norway that take you right to the ski hill. Because
10 feet.
fundamentally, trains should be available for all kinds of trips, not just commuting. BB Base requires a separate reservation, and it's clearly a specialized train. Other trains I took operated on normal routes but were decorated in some way, like this random train with wood paneling. I'm digging the 1970s suburban living room aesthetic here. And this regular train I picked up in Tokyo was decorated with Doraemon characters. But nothing was quite like this one. This is Kyotrain Garaku, a train that runs between Kyoto and Osaka. You can ride this train on holidays and weekends at no extra cost, and no reservation is required. But this is no regular train. Each carriage on this train is decorated in a unique way, one for each season of the year. A few of the carriages even have Zen gardens. It's really well done. This train is beautifully decorated. And there are many different types of seats, including some that face directly to the window for a better view. These round windows are interesting, and they're decorated differently in every carriage. Of course, you can travel between Osaka and Kyoto in about half the time on a Shinkansen. But this train is much more interesting. Plus, it brings you right into the main train station rather than Shin Osaka, the Shinkansen station on the edge of the city, and it's cheaper too. I really like that Japan provides lots of different options for traveling by rail, so you can take whichever train is best suited for your trip. And this next train is certainly a unique option. This is the High Rail 1375, known as the train closest to the sky. This train runs on the highest track in Japan at a maximum altitude of 1,375 meters.
So it's about
That's
14
the
feet high.
1375 part. The station had these waiting rooms that were decorated to look like log cabins. And the train itself was only 2 carriages and decorated in a space motif throughout. It was pretty nice. Now, I gotta admit, I booked this train while booking some other trains in this video without really looking into what it was all about. This was billed as a stargazing train, so I thought this train would slowly travel through the mountains with the lights out, allowing you to stargaze from the comfort of your seat. Which is why I booked this seat directly facing the window, and it's why I booked this train at night. Yeah, I probably should have done a little bit more research because this train was truly weird. I didn't know you can pre-book a star-themed bento box that is delivered to your seat. There was a little shop though, so I didn't totally miss out. And I even got some star-themed beer, so that was nice.
Hey, very nice.
Shortly after we departed, one of the staff handed out a brochure about stars and the Nobayama Observatory, a telescope located in this part of Japan that does radio astronomy. Then the presentation started, entirely in Japanese. I'm sure this was very interesting, but I didn't understand a word. After the presentation was complete, the train stopped at a station and everyone just got off the train? At this point, I was thinking I really should have done some more research before booking. Thankfully, I made friends with some of the passengers who spoke English, and they told me what was going on. So, this train is a stargazing train, but you don't gaze at the stars from the train itself. Instead, you get out at Nobayama Station down the road from the observatory and stare at the sky for 45 minutes. This was truly bizarre because we were literally in the parking lot of the station. And they didn't turn off the lights or anything, so it was kind of hard to see the sky. I tried to adjust my camera to show how dark, or rather not dark it was. It basically looked like this. And this vending machine was so bright. But to make matters worse, it was cloudy that night, so there was nothing to see anyway. So they went to Plan B, which was a presentation in the planetarium. Yeah, did I mention there's a planetarium on this train? I'm sure this was very interesting, but again, I didn't understand a word. The visuals were pretty though. The ceiling of the station itself was interesting as well. It doesn't look like
We'll call it
anything at
each square will
first,
be
but
2
when
feet.
you take a picture with a camera flash, it shows all the constellations. You can kind of see it there on the left if you look carefully. Okay, so it looks better in photos. We then got back on the train and continued to our destination, but because they kept the lights on, all I ever saw in the windows was glare. So I think this train is really interesting, but I would definitely recommend taking it during the day. Then you'd get a better view out the window, and they also just go straight to the planetarium show instead of standing around in a parking lot waiting for a break in the clouds. But how crazy is this, right? Like a train that's just built for stargazing and learning about astronomy. Isn't this great? It's so cool that something like this exists. This video doesn't even scratch the surface of the number of crazy trains in Japan. JR East has a whole list of what they call joyful trains. Several of these trains need to be booked 30 days in advance, and a bunch of them only run on weekends, so I was limited in how many I could ride during my limited time in Japan. But there was one last train that I absolutely had to ride, and I stayed up until 3 a.m. to book it because it typically sells out within an hour of tickets going on sale. This train is a fairly long distance from Tokyo, over 400 kilometers away. But thankfully, the departure station is on that crazy fast Hayabusa Shinkansen line, so it took me only about 2.5 hours to get there. It's pretty amazing that I could do an easy day trip to a city over 400 kilometers away. But that's what's possible with a good high-speed train network. And it's incredible watching the many, many rice fields in Japan go by at 300 kilometers per hour. These trains are incredible machines, but if I can give you one piece of advice, it's this. Before you get out and start filming that beautiful train leaving, make sure you get out at the right station. Because I didn't. Yeah, that was dumb. And since this was a small station not serviced by any train, I had to take a taxi to the next stop, which was a very expensive mistake. Though I got to see what the elevated Shinkansen lines look like from the ground, and I also got to see rice fields go past at 50 kilometers per hour, so that was nice, I guess. And thankfully, I was able to make it to this station on time for the best train yet. This train is called Pokemon with You, a Pikachu-themed train that is completely over the top. This train is ridiculous, and it's decorated in every possible way. The outside is painted yellow with Pikachu all over it, including this special train conductor Pikachu and his friend, I guess Sunbleach
That's
Pikachu?
yeah. Hold on.
The
1,
inside of
2,
the car
3,
is
4,
also
5,
covered in
6, 7,
Pikachu
8. So I went
and other
16
Pokemon
feet.
characters. Even the handholds on
1,
each
2,
seat are
3, 4,
decorated as
5, 6,
Pokeballs.
7, 8.
They really covered every possible part of this train with something related to Pokemon. This train is made of only 2 carriages. So far, I've only shown the passenger seating car, but the other is a huge playroom for kids. Thankfully, the crew allowed me to film when it was closed to other passengers. Otherwise, you would hardly be able to see it because, as you would expect, this carriage is where basically all of the kids played the entire time this train was in motion. There are dozens of stuffed Pikachu for kids to play with, and an area behind the driver where kids can pretend to drive the train. Several of the stations are decorated too, with Pokemon on the stairs, Pokemon on the railings, Pokemon on the signs, along with various places for photo ops with Pikachu and other Pokemon characters. They even stamped the tickets with Pikachu. They also handed out these booklets, and at each stop kids would run into the station so that they could put a stamp in their book. For the record, I did in fact catch them all, and this large statue of Pikachu approved of my work.
Yeah,
This train was
Pika.
started in 2012 as a way to bring tourism back to Kasenuma, an area that was devastated by the earthquake and tsunami that hit Japan in 2011. This is a pretty amazing train for children, but everybody was having a great time, and the arrival of this train brought out the locals too. This guy even brought a tripod. You really can't ride this train and not be happy. The Pokemon train takes a winding route through this forested part of Japan, and if you can pull yourself away from Pikachu, there are some great views along the way. And I've now been able to see rice fields go past at every possible speed. With all the stops, the ride to Kasenuma took almost 2 hours along this winding route, much of which is only single track. And I had to take a boring commuter train back to the Shinkansen station, but it was totally worth it. I love that Japan makes trains fun. We often think about trains as something purely utilitarian, just another way to get from point A to point B. Of course, Japan has those kind of trains too, and they work very well. And I talked about that in my
Okay,
video about Shinjuku Station, the busiest train station in the
I need to come
world.
back in with
But
a
it's
pen.
so great to see some kind of crazy trains too. Trains that are much faster than driving, trains that get you out of the city for the weekend, trains that get you there in comfort, trains that just look nice. And of course, trains that make people happy. One thing that bugs me so much is how, in some countries, trains have become a culture war issue, with people spreading the lie that better public transit somehow threatens people's personal freedoms, when it's literally the opposite. Trains give people the freedom to not to have to drive. Of course, a great train network really is threatening. That is, to the people who make billions selling you automobiles and fossil fuels, while
It's
you
not a
spend your
fossil
life in soul
fuel.
crushing traffic because there's no
It's
viable
basically just
alternative to get
algae.
around. Which is why it's important to know the bias behind your news, and the best way to do that is with this video's sponsor, Ground
Bad.
News. Ground News is a website and app designed to give readers an easy, data-driven way to read the news. Every story comes with a clear breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. When looking at an article in Ground News, there is a lot of extra information provided in a neat and organized way, and you can see how different news sites report on the same story. On the right, you can see the bias distribution, the typical factuality of the news sources, and the ownership of the media that covered the story. This particular story was primarily covered by media conglomerates. The bias comparison summarizes how left.
So here's something I need to show you real quick, right? This is a super quick rendition. Now, mind you, I understand that when we are going from one station to the other station, we need to use the boring machine, and I would rather it be shaped like an egg. So actually, there's one more thing I need to take a look up here, and that is uh, steel versus what is it? Fiberglass. Fiberglass. Concrete. All right, we'll watch this one here in a minute. Well, once we get done
Center
with
and
some of his
right-leaning
stuff.
media presents the same story. You can also
Ah,
compare
right.
headlines.
Here's what it is, right? If it can pull up, right? Okay. All right. So, mind you, each of these squares are 2 feet. So, from here to here would be 10 feet, which is about the width of a train. From bottom to top is 16 feet, which would also be the height of the train, right? So, it's wheels, it's tracks, it's electrical line. Now, inside of here, this is 12 feet because those additional uh, 2 feet to equal 16 is where we'll have all the duct work and all of like the stuff coming through, right? Likewise, there will be escalators and trains, or and escalators, elevators, and just regular stairs, right? So this here is gonna. So say for example, this is the north south. This is the way it's coming. This is the east west, right? And they're gonna look the same as far as these go, right? They'll have pillars to hold everything up in place, so it's really strong, very secure. And then this top part up here will be both bike parking. It will also be the same thing, like 16 feet tall, uh, 4 feet down, so that way there's like 4 feet for the ductwork, the water pipes, the gas, uh, fans and stuff to evacuate heat. But up here will be the shopping area plus bike parking, uh, and there will be bathrooms like on all floors, so that way you're never without a bathroom. And the only time you really have to pay is when you go from here down to here. But that will also be for visitors to Colorado. Oh, I didn't draw this. Hold on. We have a floor, I promise. There it is. There it is. Make sure y'all can see it. That is my plan. Now, for example, at the end of the station, right, because its only option is to then go the other direction, it would only have one on either side, right? So it'd be, for example, you'd come down, or wherever, north, south, east, west, wherever you are, it would only be one side. So there'd be the stairs coming down, right? Then you're down here waiting. Then you can hop on the train, and then you can go south, or north, or east, or west, whichever way it's going.
Which makes it really easy to spot if one news site is particularly biased. One feature that's really great is the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. Use the blind spot feed for a while and you'll very quickly realize that articles about climate change are rarely reported on by right-leaning news.
I don't believe in climate change.
I really like this way of presenting.
I do believe in weather
stay
modification,
informed while navigating an increasingly
but no
polarized
actual
and
climate change.
consolidated news environment. If this sounds interesting to you, then take advantage of their 40% off promotion for the Ground News Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access to all these great features. Go to ground.news/notjustbikes or follow the link in the description to subscribe from only $5 a month and help an independent.
Oh, I gotta pee. Be right back. What time is it? 2:31. Okay. Okay.
Working
Back.
to make the media landscape more transparent. There's a meme among urbanists that you're either radicalized by Tokyo.
So here's the other thing too, right? Here is how I'm gonna pay for it. I will end income tax. Well, basically, we'll get rid of all tax. Income tax, property tax. Corporations will still pay property tax though. And to prevent any like loopholes, it'll be any sale or anything that originates any sale or purchase that originates or completes in the state of Colorado will be subject to that tax. So this would mean if you're buying material or a car or whatever, and you're a primary resident, which means 9 months out of the year you are in the state of Colorado, then that will be income taxed. Or not income tax, sales taxed. It is 0% on groceries. Now, I'm not going to count sugary items like soda or candy or even certain breads and stuff that have excess amounts of sugar. Those will not be considered groceries. Those will be considered under the sin tax, which that will be like alcohol, tobacco, because we're in Colorado, it's legal here, MMJ, or RMJ, because, recreational or medical. And of course, those sugary items, which will be 25% by weight of sugar. Let's bring it down to 20, right? Because even then, 20% of the weight of the item being sugar would also be under that 30% tax. Everything else, 10%. So if you go to sell stocks as a primary resident, then it would be 10% that would be charged for the state. Now this would even include as far as like loans and stuff goes. I'm trying to do my best to make sure that those who are billionaires can't just live under perpetual debt because that's the worst thing imaginable. I'm sure a lot of you understand this as well, but that's a horrible way to be existing. So the other thing I'm gonna do is, as the state, because remember we're supposed to self-govern. I'm Christian, so we're also gonna build some giant cathedrals. And honestly, I would say the town halls should be converted to those cathedrals facing the east. We'd only really need three, right? We would need one in Pueblo, Colorado Springs, and Denver. Colorado Springs. So Pueblo, Colorado Springs, Denver. Those would be the three massive Gothic cathedrals. Those that would that each could hold like 10,000 people, right? They'd be facing the east, so that way, and specifically because this is my belief on it, the new year should actually be April 1st because that is the coming of spring. So spring is new life, summer is midlife, winter is the twilight, or is so summer to fall would be like teenage to adulthood, and then winter is, well, the twilight years because there's less sun. So then once winter ends, new life begins, right? So they would be set for every spring to be angled just right, aimed just perfectly, that the spring light coming in would celebrate. And I understand people want to say April 1st is April Fool's Day, but because of my own conspiracy minded self, and I'm not going to say conspiracy theorist, because you can make theories, but conspiracy investigation, right? I would say that the springtime, April 1st, is the true date of Jesus' birth. Because we usually do have a winter storm just before the start of spring, and that all kind of lines up, in my opinion. So we put in those cathedrals. Those cathedrals will be not like on top of, but so there will be a park, a very, very nice park, right? Because, like I said, we have these train stations, which is an underground shopping mall area, bike parking, bathrooms, but that will be a park in front of the cathedral, right? Because essentially we will be making a big ass cross underneath them, because that's just kind of how they need to be set up. So in front of them will be a park. This park would be like a gathering space, community type area in front of the cathedral. So it goes cathedral, park, and then behind it, of course, would be still more parts of the cathedral, which would have housing. So this would also allow anyone who wants to become a monk of the church of Christianity, right? So I'm gonna need these people on my side. I really, really, absolutely want to talk to someone, but they're in Boulder, which is over here, and I am here, and to go from here to there is like an hour and a half. So I need some money. It'd be nice. But we set those up, and then we'd have some farms, right, throughout the city. Well, food forests, geothermal greenhouses, all the stuff, right? This way, uh, a bunch of stuff could be given to the church. So this way, because they would receive no pay, right? This would be solely those who wish to join the church as like uh, monks to then become priests and so forth. But again, with no pay, we would just make sure that all of their food and their housing is taken care of. But they would handle everything else there, right? They would receive like maintenance funds and operations to make sure everything is working. Well, really, it would just be maintenance at that point. And of course, they would be a pay for anyone they need to bring in, like electricians, HVAC people, all that stuff, right? But that's what we would make in front of the trains that go from city to city. It would act as both an option for people who are downtrodden. They could join the church. The church would, of course, provide housing, and I'm figuring the housing would be like capsules. So we'll get to that in a second, right? So capsule hotel. Add queue. And of course, there would be two sides, one for male, one for female, just to kind of keep everything safe and separate, you know. Because I would hate for people with bad intentions to go and abuse the system that I create. That's my concern. Those who are truly Christian in their heart, those who truly would enter the monkhood or nundom, right, would of course undergo that vow or whatever vow of celibacy for however much time they are here. And each one should be able to house, like say 10,000 people. Maybe not 10,000. That seems like a lot. Probably like, yeah, I'll look at that, right? Like a stadium worth, basically. But that's why it would also be kind of built down. So it'd be kind of underground, above ground. But it would not exceed what is the height of the church. So I figured the height of the church, the top of the towers, those would be maybe 10, 18 stories maybe. And, like an observation deck so people can go up there and look at them. But that would be the highest point. Then the other one would be no more than, I'd say, 5 stories, right, for Colorado Springs. Because we're so close to the mountain, I want to preserve that. But then Pueblo and Denver, those could be taller, right? Still not as tall as the observation thing on the thing, but we'd get all that figured out with capsule hotels, and the farms and stuff would then give excess to the church. Uh, Food, meat, all that stuff.
Or by Amsterdam. Today, I live in Amsterdam, but I visited Tokyo first, which is probably why I'm not just bikes. Now, there's good reason for this. Japanese cities are incredible. They're famous for having high-quality mixed-use neighborhoods,
Yes,
vibrant
mixed
public
use.
spaces, great land use, a wide range of housing options, tiny cars, highly efficient public transportation, and a beautiful mix of the modern and the traditional. All of these things are important, and I'll talk about them in a moment, but I think there's one aspect that is often overlooked or at least glossed over. This kind of street, found all over Japan. These streets may not look like much at first glance, but the more you look, the more you uncover. And while there are many factors that make Japanese cities so good, they're all tied together by these great streets.
Wait for the bike bell. That's not a bike
This
bell,
is
it's
a
a train bell.
typical Japanese street. The width can vary, but an average street like this one is about 5 meters wide, building to building. These kind of narrow Japanese streets might
So
be
like 15
synonymous
feet,
with busy urban areas in Tokyo
maybe
or
20.
traditional cities bustling with tourists. But streets like these are found all over Japan, in cities, towns, and suburbs of all sizes. Some of these narrow streets are covered with a roof to protect people from the rain. This might look like a shopping mall, but it's really a street with a roof in the middle of a walkable urban neighborhood. This is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in Tokyo, but despite having only large single-family homes, the street still has exactly the same narrow design. On a street like this, it feels perfectly natural to walk right down the middle of it, which is so much better than being constrained to a tiny sidewalk.
Can I alter
This
this?
makes these streets very comfortable for people walking, which should ultimately be the single most important aspect in the design of any city, how easy and comfortable it is to walk there. This is a suburban neighborhood. But because the street is narrow and there's good use of space, it means that even people living in suburban single family homes can be within easy walking distance of a train station. as well as many other amenities such as shops and restaurants.
Well, it is still a
This
test,
is
right?
critically important for any human-scale livable city. And what makes that possible is a sensible approach to zoning,
Okay.
the rules that every city has that determine what type of buildings can be built in a given area. Japanese zoning is specified at a national level, and while local governments do have some control over their local developments, the end result is a zoning code that is very permissible compared to most other countries. The Japanese
Oh,
zoning code
absolutely.
is
I
made
would
up of a
update the zoning
series of
code.
different types of zones, like you would expect, but zones in a given category allow for every use below it. The most restrictive zone in Japan is called low-rise residential, which you might think would be similar to the highly restrictive single-family residential zoning common in American suburbia, but it's not. It allows for detached housing, of course, as well as schools and religious buildings. But it also allows for apartment buildings up to 2 stories, mixed-use residential buildings, and home-based businesses, and this applies across almost the entire country. This means that houses and apartments of all different sizes can be built just about anywhere, which is important because people's housing needs change throughout their lives. The needs of a single person are different from those of a family and are different again to retired seniors. In fact, there's a growing problem for seniors in the US and Canada whose children have moved out, but they are still living in and having to maintain an enormous single-family home. And this is even worse if these people lose their ability to drive as they get older, as these houses are typically.
So that's more of what I'm going to be doing, right? So, first and foremost, uh, again, this has to be an agreement with the people of Colorado that we are all going to be doing this, right? This is the only way that I can truly follow my vision. If you enjoy my vision, absolutely, I would love your financial support. Because the more money I can get, the sooner I can become governor. The goal is to run in 2026 if I can get a big enough following and enough funds to kind of get this together. Likewise, if not, it'd be 2028, which would be kind of far out, but it would still work because we can still get it done. There is still time, there's still the opportunity. And in doing so, we would become so much more efficient. Yes, our carbon footprint would go down, but at the same time, you got to consider that CO2, carbon to oxygen, right? That's what plants use to feed themselves. What we would need to do is we would need to stop the cloud seeding, which uses silver iodide, which silver, while it is a fantastic uh, what's it called? Water purification. It's a antibacterial, right? Silver is antibacterial, as is copper. But it's destroying the microbiome of nature. And the more damage that happens to that microbiome, yes, I got Demon Slayer shirt on. But that microbiome being destroyed is really hurting our forests and all that stuff. So I would definitely axe that 100%. That is no longer allowed. We'll have helicopters that can go up, take samples as needed, and then any planes, because they can all be tracked, would subsequently have the pilot uh, no longer allowed to fly over Colorado. We would ban people so hard, but it also has to be controlled, right? So I'm taking from Singapore, I'm taking from Japan, I'm taking from Amsterdam, I'm taking from Paris. Those ideas that exist within the world, we can make and combine to make something even better here, as America should be number one. Let's keep going. I'm losing track.
Found in car-dependent neighborhoods. The elderly become trapped in their suburban McMansions until they are finally forced to leave their neighborhood for a retirement home. But if there are many different housing options available in a given neighborhood, like in Japan, then an individual can move from a house to an apartment or vice versa without ever having to leave their community. And if all of a person's basic needs are easily accessible within a short walk of their home, people of all ages and abilities can retain their independent mobility throughout their entire lives. This is one of the many benefits of sane zoning laws. If you'd like to learn more, the channel Life Where I'm From has an entire video about Japanese zoning and why it works so well. In addition to national level zoning, Japan also has what they call machizukuri, or community building, where local communities actively participate in urban planning decisions. This involves residents, local businesses, and community organizations working together to shape their neighborhoods, and it includes everything from designing public spaces to preserving local culture and influencing local zoning decisions as well. It's very similar to the bottom-up approach advocated for by strong towns.
Yes,
Machisukuri
I
is a
agree with that.
fascinating topic that deserves its own
But I
video, though
need
I'm not sure
support
I'm really
because I
qualified to
can
make
do
it, so
this.
I'll leave some links in the description if you'd like to learn
Now,
more.
hold on.
National
I will say that I can my vision. Let me actually pull up a thing, right? Because this is the thing that I need most. There it goes. Okay. So these are my topics to become governor, or these are what I believe would be the best thing for us to do as the state of Colorado. First things first, we create a wealth fund, like how Norway has, right? So I'm taking from Norway as well. But this would primarily, and by primarily I mean 80% of the investments would be directly in Colorado and Colorado industries. The other 20% would be in like the S&P 500, the Dow Jones, industrial average, those big type of funds, right? Now, under that wealth fund, right, we would, because it would take some time to build, right, it wouldn't be available right away. All of this is going to take some time, so we all have to have some patience. But understand that this is going to benefit not just us in the now, but it will benefit our children, our children's children, and their children, and so on and so forth, preferably up to the next 1,000 or so years, because we also have the recipe for Roman cement, so we can design and build for a long distance future, right? Make a beautiful city, make 3 beautiful cities. So as I said, architectural drafting and design, and mechanical drafting. So I got two of those, each one. But I like Gothic, I like Art Deco, and I like Baroque. So I figure Colorado Springs, because we're at the foot of the mountain, we would be the one that is mainly Gothic oriented, right? And then Denver and Pueblo would be either Baroque or Art Deco. Well, we'd figure that out as it goes, right? But both of them can be very beautiful, and they can, because of the size of our cities, or just the size of the state of Colorado, uh, we could make the cities so good, so habitable that people would want to move out of nature, right? You'd still be close to it, like you could easily abscond off into the wilderness, but this way we could return more of the land to nature to allow nature to repair itself. So we'd be moving to sales tax, as I said before. Now that sales tax would go fully to fund the wealth fund. Likewise, as the state, we would now offer uh, the utilities, right? We'd also put in, so it'd be infrastructure and utilities. That would be our 2 services that we offer to our residents, right? Because this is my home, this is your home, us as Colorado residents, citizens of the United States. Is the way I see it. So the cities would be made mixed use with good transit, right? Now, I'm never going to take away the car. I love cars, but and because here's the thing, the car is the ultimate symbol of freedom. You can go anywhere at any time whenever you want. But when it's your only option, it becomes a shackle. And I mean, I don't mind big trucks, right? Those are fine. Prefer if people use them, but that's why we're gonna adjust some things with like the chicken tax, which is the reason why vehicles have gotten bigger. Uh, so more help for cars. I mean, I don't like electric vehicles. Well, I don't mind electric vehicles, but I don't like smart vehicles. Those always online. Those suck. The batteries of the lithium ion, they're a little too dangerous right now for me to want to have them in the States. So no, I don't like electric as it stands. But here's the thing. Uh, gas powered fuel vehicles, those produce CO2 and some other stuff, but we could easily counter that with more plants. The more plants we have, the more CO2 is absorbed. We could do like methane capture where we So you know how they have the CO2 capture where they take the CO2 out of the sky and then they turn it into like a little pellet thing and then they can bury it? What we can do instead is, because I also want to put in a nuclear power plant, right? Because that's part of the utilities. We'll take over the hydroelectric dams that are failing. Those will then be fixed, updated to then be able to last those many hundred, even thousand years, because we do have the Roman cement. This way, we can then provide all the electricity that would be needed. So much of it would be either through the hydroelectric dams, which there are, from my understanding, there are like 6. We get those, and we get a nuclear power plant, along with solar panels on all south-facing roofs. This way, we're not chopping down the forest to save the forest, which is dumb. And we're also providing everyone, I mean everyone, batteries. Now, for batteries, I'm not talking lithium ion again because those are dangerous. I am talking like the nickel iron or those other types of batteries that may be less energy dense, but they're safer and they're not going to be moving anywhere, like grid storage. But provide each one of those to every house. This way, they can all technically become their own little island, but they can absorb energy when it's the most abundant in the day from the solar panels. This way, the nuclear power plant is running at its most efficient possible. So we're providing electricity, right? We'll update all the infrastructure so that way there's no lead, there's no aluminum in our water, there's no fluoride. There'll be a lot of copper, so I am actually going to probably have to make it to where the only places that will purchase copper is now the state, and we'll of course sell it we'll purchase it at the price that is needed for us to turn a profit on it, like the other copper places, but we're the only ones allowed to do that. This is in order to prevent people, drug addicts mainly, or thieves, from stealing copper from, the infrastructure that we're going to create. We'll update the water, update the gas, update the roads, update the electrical lines, install full fiber optics all over the place. This way, and you guys know how Boost Mobile and those other types of phone carriers work. Maybe not Boost anymore. Uh, Ting, or not Ting, Mint Mobile, right? Or even Ting, right? We'll look at both of those. The way they work is that they rent off of the main towers that have been put up by, say, Verizon. That's how this will work. Us as the state will install the lines, and then those other people will rent bandwidth from us to be able to provide to their customers. So this way there is a disconnect between us and the state and the information. We will also handle trash, right? And waste, basically all waste management. Which for that, right, we'll have like those trash cans and stuff set about where you can just put your trash into them. They are going to have to be separated, and we're going to have like a bunch of commercials on the radio, on all the stuff to remind people, and in schools and on the subway, to here's how you separate the garbage. So food scraps will go in one. We're also going to offer chickens, but we'll get to that in a moment. But food scraps, plastics, glass, metals, and cardboard. Those will be the 4. Now, of course, there is still going to need to be some stuff that goes behind it, but that's whatever. And we'll also handle both black and brown water, or black and gray water, I mean. So black water would be like that from the toilets. Gray water would be like that from the sinks, right? Or showers. We would handle all that. Now, likewise, we would have plenty of filtration systems to turn this back into quality water, which as well under other parks, we would have these giant underground water storage facilities, right? Which they would still have things like clams, like freshwater clams and stuff to just continue to eat the bacteria and stuff out of it. So that way it's constantly moving, constantly circulating, clean, fresh water. Uh, Same thing made with the Roman cement, so that way it can last for several thousands of years. More, more libraries, of course, and all that good stuff. What else is there? Implement right to repair, right? So this would mean that you can repair all your own stuff. Another thing. Now, this is the more controversial topic, but at the same time, I think that this is one that a lot of people can get on board with because the only people who would truly be against this would be corporations and, uh, those people who own like a lot of houses. But we would price cap and limit the number of properties any legal, and I mean this in the legal term, any person can own to 4 or up to 20 acres. We'll also disallow foreign ownership of land. Now, if you do need more land for farming, that can be leased, and the land itself will be valued at $500 per acre. Now, that restriction is for Colorado residents, primary residents. This means 9 months out of the year you live in Colorado. For all non-residents, but still U.S. citizens, you can own one property and up to 1 acre, right? It's a control method, right? That's why we all have to be in agreement with this. Now, the price cap, like I said, $500 per acre. Like, even if you're buying, say, 20 acres of land, which I would love to own 20 acres of land myself, that would still be $500 per acre. So 1,000. So that means that for 10 it would be 5,000. So for 20 it would be $10,000. Likewise, when I pass, I can either give it to my children or will it to whoever it'll go to next, where there will be no tax associated with it, or it can then be sold. Now, there's remember, all of this is having to work together. Now, for example, right, of the 4 properties, now I will say properties is going to be very specific to single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. Anything beyond that would be considered an apartment. Now, you can have an apartment complex, which is multiple, and a complex would be anything that is multiple duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes. Anything that is single family home is still considered a singular property. So you can't like buy 20 acres and then make a bunch of single family homes and then own all of those single family homes. No, it has to be multi-family, right? So what I would do, right, with 20 acres is I would build 4, 8, 16 fourplexes, and then I'd have like some geothermal greenhouses for all the citrus fruits and tropical stuff, along with the other things, aquaponic systems for both freshwater and saltwater, so we could have freshwater fish, saltwater fish, shrimp, clams, mussels, all the stuff, right? Also offer chickens to households. There'd be plenty of green spaces as well. Now, here's a quick example, right? So say a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house, or we'll bring it down, right? 3-bedroom, 2 bath house, right? So it's the master bedroom with its master bath plus 2 bedrooms that share a bath, right? Because you could say in this example, right, you could have just in that 3-bedroom, you could have 6 people, right? So it'd be the parents, husband and wife, under Christ, right? Because that's the decision. It's not a state union. And then you have 4 kids, right? So if you have, say, 3 boys and a girl, you could put 3 boys in one room because kids can share. I shared a room with my siblings, and it was fine, right? The girl I'm talking to, she shares a bedroom with her sisters. That's fine, right? And the boy could go, or girl could go in the other room, so that way you're separating the sexes. Or you have 2 boys, 2 girls, 2 in each room, you're good to go. That's 4. Now, truly, you could go as many as you want to, but that's just a quick example, right? So I would also make DNA testing at birth mandatory because this would just be in order to prevent paternity fraud. Now, you can say what you will about it. I don't really care. If you're like, oh, you're calling my wife a cheater. No, I'm saying that because there are bad apples, we have to now enact these laws to prevent those bad apples from continuing to be bad apples. Right? And paternity fraud. And unfortunately, because they are responsible for it, we now have to enact this to prevent those fraudsters from being fraudsters. That's why. It's unfortunate that you're caught up in it, but it'll save the state money. And that's really what we need to do. We need to cut slash budgets, slash wasteful spending, all the stuff that's needed there. Now, back to what I was saying before. A 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, right? We'll say this is capped at $60,000, right? The state itself, us, Colorado, through the Treasury, will offer those no interest loans. Now, those no interest loans will still carry a sales tax of, say, 10%. So 60 plus that 10% is 6,000. So your total repayment would be, well, you'd have to have like the 6,000 for the sales tax, but then your repayment would just be of the 60,000, however long you want to set it over, right? Now, what we will do, since you will be the owner of this house, there will be no property tax. You will handle maintenance. What we will do is we will match that 60K in the Colorado Wealth Fund that I talked about before, right? From this Colorado Wealth Fund, I'll say 60% of that wealth fund would be reinvested into its account, but that account is under your name. So when you go to sell, you have to sell for 60K, but you'll get all the income that was generated. Well, technically 60% of all income generated tax-free. So you own the house, you sell it once it's paid off, or you sell it before it's paid off, and someone else then has to, pay that other 60K. It's fine, whatever. You get the value of however much you paid, right? So it's 60,000 total, but say you only pay half of it, 30,000, you get 30,000 plus all income generated. Well, 60% of all income generated. The other 40% would be reinvested into the Colorado Wealth Fund that would then be used to handle maintenance and operations of the rest of the city. Or, right, for example, you can also use it in retirement, starting at age 50. So if you own that house, say 60,000, you pay it off, then you hit age 60 or 50. We'll say 55, right? So at age 55, you can then use all of that income as retirement funds, right? This can be used for really anything at that moment. It's your money. Now, additionally, because this will now be offered through the Treasury Department of Colorado, not personal for-profit banks, we will have Treasury banks. These banks, you'll be getting a checking account, a checking and savings, right? That savings account would be considered high yield, so it would be you put money in, you get 10% of however much income is generated. The other 90% of that is reinvested into the wealth fund to help that grow. So technically, all in all, it's increasing the amount of money you get back in the savings account. In the retirement account, you get 90, because these will be the 3 accounts: checking and savings, which is technically one, retirement savings, which you can use at age 55, and then health savings account, because I also have a plan to fix the medical industry, right? But under the under the retirement account, you would get 90%. So your money is put into an account under your name within that Colorado Wealth Fund. So this is going to, I would say, incentivize all of us, or everyone who is a part of it, to ensure that Colorado prospers. So I want to definitely support small business, local farms, with the trains as well. the adjustments to the zoning laws, creation. So turn the malls from malls into what would be essentially guild halls. We'll get to that in just a second. So under that retirement account, 90% of the account is reinvested within that account, right? So it's under your name. 90% goes back into it, 10% gets put back into the wealth fund to help that grow. So that way, from that total, which is now that much higher, can then be used for putting money back into here. Whenever we run a surplus, we would send it to you, which is why I'm definitely going to need a lot of high quality programmers. And we'll handle schools in a moment, but we'll need cybersecurity specialists in order to help keep everything safe. And remember, I will focus in on Colorado residents. Where am I? I really wish I had like some chat here that could help me out. Oh, right. So from that, 90% will be put into the retirement account, which at the retirement account, yes, same thing. You can take it age 55, tax free because it's only on sales tax whenever you purchase anything outside of groceries. Groceries, 0%, which is unprepared, unprocessed foods. Technically cheese because it is processed, and like luncheon meats, though those are fine. But again, if they have excess amounts of sugar, they're not covered with it. Like uncooked pizza, like Papa John or Papa Murphy's, I think. Yeah, they'd be fine, right? It would be, but soda would not be, right? It would not be tax free. So if you purchase, say, weed, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, same thing, but firearms would be at 10%. Same thing with ammo. I would also introduce constitutional carry and bring mutual combat here. So if we really just want to fight it out, you can fight it out. Now, for that, of course, we would recommend, have someone record it from the beginning. Be like, okay, record this. What I challenge you to mutual combat, and then you can just fight it out. Right? No, no killing, but we'd recommend if you are going to have that fight, have it in like a park, so over some grass, somewhere kind of soft, so that way when you fall, you're not hitting the Roman cement that we would now have. And constitutional carry to make sure schools are protected, uh, public housing, all that good stuff. So, ooh, and the health savings account, right? Under that health savings account, it would be 100%. Now, that health savings account can be used for medical purposes. Now, to help reduce the cost, because hospitals are actually supposed to be nonprofits, we would scrutinize them, right? So, here's how much it costs for material and labor and maintenance and operations of the hospital. We would ensure that they're charging enough to meet those needs: maintenance, operations, uh, people's material costs, and labor. Anything additional would be put into the wealth fund, and then that wealth fund would also be used to help just ensure that there's plenty of material, right? That's why we're also going to have local farms, because I want to move back to linen instead of all this plastic, because plastic has endocrine disruptors, microplastics, and all that negative garbage, right? And we're also going to take this from Singapore, where there will be like multiple beds. This will be like the A, B, and C tier, right? So A tier would be your own private room with its own, bathroom and like a little kitchenette, right? You would be trusted to do any potential food preparation. Well, really, the food preparation would still be handled by the thing, but this way they would have like a little refrigerator, a little microwave, tea kettle, things like that, right? That'd be A tier. B tier would be like pods. So it'd be one big room, but they would have individual pods within that room, right? So it's still a shared space, but you can like actually close yourself off within there. That would still be open to, you know, the the staff. Then B B2, we'll call it that, would be less people, so maybe like only 6 people, and they would just have the curtains, right? This way you can like be away from each other. And then we'll actually watch that video here in just a second. All right, change the zoning laws to allow for medium density. I do want to focus in on, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to make 10 cities. Each of these cities should be able to grow to accommodate 2 million people apiece, right? Now they will each have their own thing going on, with like public housing and stuff, which we'll get to here in just a moment. How Singapore solved all the stuff, right? I wanna copy some of that, and then it'll also be 20 small towns. Now these towns should have no more than like, I don't know, 100,000 people max, right? Which will also encourage people to move into the cities. So those, well, technically those towns should be probably no more than, well, let me take a look at this one. Population of Aspen, Colorado, 6,000. So we'll say 12,000 people. We'll double the amount of people that can live there. Ooh, the metro population. Yeah, so we'll say that each of those towns should have no more than like 25,000 people, right? Which they'll all be built in design and connected via trains. It'll be fantastic. Uh, Subsidize novel farming practices like those geothermal greenhouses, food forest, regenerative agriculture, aquaponics. In the cities, instead of them just being male trees, which can increase a bunch of pollen, there will be fruit-bearing trees, right? These fruit-bearing trees, so instead they'll be considered perennial, right? Same thing with like plants and stuff that'll be in medians, probably not in medians. We'll make medians a different thing, but along the roads and green spaces will be regenerative food forests, fruit-bearing trees. This way, city workers, when there's really not much to do, and there'll also be plaques and stuff to kind of like spread throughout the city that'll show you, hey, here's when you should pick, here's what the fruit should kind of look like, all that stuff. So this way, you can just go and pick some fruit, eat the fruit, and then throw it in the food scraps bin, which that will then go to feed like livestock or be used for compost. And I do have an idea for compost where what we do is we dig like a 2 foot like hole, well, 2 feet down, maybe like a foot and a half, from edge to edge, and put the compost in there, pack it down, add some more compost, like fill it up with compost, right? This way those trees get more nutrients. And we could just like do that around each, like, I would say 8. So it'd be north, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. Like a compass. And as well, more beef. Definitely make it so there's no more use of seed oils. I don't mind the seed oils being used in like diesel engines. That's fine. Do that there. I'm also going to need to create the Colorado Defense Force. Oh yeah, back to the hospitals real quick because I forgot to mention something there. The way that we'll keep the prices down is that hospitals will have to have the prices easily and readily available at all times for all services, for all like nights, all surgeries and everything like that, right? Likewise, I want to create a new university hospital, something to rival or to overshadow all the other stuff, right? Uh, this way, because Colorado, we are the Mile High. We are the Olympic state for a reason. They come to train in the Colorado Springs Olympic Training Center because of our altitude. So we should be the healthiest. And to do that, with the trains, quality medical care, I'm 100% against abortion because really, if you don't want children, don't have sex, right? Because it's not like we don't know one leads to the other. They 100% do. Because really, that is the only way. Now, I'm not going to count like uh, artificial, artificial insemination, right? None of that. I'm not counting that because that's a whole other process. But still, that is a process that you decide when you're ready to have kids if you want to have that. So you're probably not going to abort. Now, abortion is the termination of a viable pregnancy. So that ends, right? I will concede that in the case of rape and or incest, grape, however you want to say, right? That, while I'm still against it, I will allow. We can truly discuss it. Like I said, I'm 100% against that even. But if you decide to go that route, then we are required to now take genetic material confirming who the rapist is, and then they will essentially become a slave to the state. That's why the 14th Amendment is still the 14th, where slavery has been abolished except when used as a punishment by the state. So, yeah, you will become a slave. Now, likewise, same thing if a woman rapes a man and has a baby, and he says, "Oh, I didn't mean for this to happen," right? We'll have to have like evidence, things like that. It's going to be more difficult, but we'll figure that out. DNA testing and all that stuff. But then this way, he's like not connected to that child. If he did, and this is again true, so we'll need a lot of stuff. We'll have to figure out that stuff. Um, yeah, turn him into a slave. I am also going to end the for-profit prison system, so it will be like true reform. And if that reform ends up not working, then exile. Sure, you're still a citizen of these United States of America, but you're not following the rules. You're being a nuisance. You're truly being a danger to what we have set up. You got to leave. It's unfortunate, but you can't come back, right? We'll say exile for 10 years, right? It'll be considered a form of rock bottom. Like we'll confiscate all their stuff, give them the dollar value of it, and then send them on their way. And then they won't be allowed to purchase anything. Or if they do decide to become a monk, then we will take all their stuff, auction it off, and then all that money will be put into the wealth fund, and then they can stay, but they then have to be a monk or a nun. And then they have to follow strict guidelines through the church, right? Because that's a whole, again, we're going to be one and one. We're going to be connected. I'm tired of this whole separation of church and state. That noise. I'm creating it. This is my decision. And I also invite all Christians across these United States of America to come join us. Consider it migration. Migrate here. Because you're already a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident. And come here. Make this the true Christian state. Now, I do have the Geneva Bible, 1955, right here. I do like to read from it. I have. Honestly, I'm probably going to switch this because some of the wording there is hard for me to get through. But I'm going to read through a couple of them. But it is the Bible. It is the relationship, the faith in Jesus, Yeshua, our Christ. I am filled with the Holy Spirit, and I walk hand in hand with our Christ Yeshua to the throne of our Creator, the invisible God, Yahweh. That's how I am, right? Let me bring this back up. Hmm. Oh yeah, we're also going to ban things like cloud seeding and HARP. Oh, we're going to bring back the seed program. So this is for single family homes. Now, kind of like I was coming back to the trains, right? Because everything's interconnected. Within the first half mile of the trains, that will then be rezoned for medium density, right? Mixed use will still be allowed across the entire state. So this way, if you have a house, you can run a business out of your house. You're still gonna have to pay like a business license, right? Corporations at that point, though, will end up paying taxes because a corporation is now an entity and no longer attached to the person. An LLC or a sole proprietorship can be a business, and then you will really only just pay whatever the licensing fee is for that. Be like maybe $50, right, a year. You can also prepay it in advance, so that way it's like, oh, uh, here's $500. That's what, 20 years worth, I think. 510 years worth. No, yeah, 10 years, right? Yeah, require the hospitals to have all those prices. Move away from that. Build the giant cathedrals. Ooh, and then for school, we're going to be moving away from the Rockefeller model, which is the standardized testing. We're going to be moving instead to the Montessori, which is going to be a milestone model, where once you hit certain milestones, you're able to move on to the next grade, right? Now, I will also provide this other thing where it is $10,000 per child per year from, say, 5 to 15, right? And that can be only that it will be on a card, and that can only be used for schooling purposes. Any money left over from the end of that year. So say you only use 5,000 because you took them to a certain school or you homeschooled them. This would then put another 5,000. This would leave those $5,000, which would then be put into another account under that child's name, which they would get when they turn 18. Now, all of this is still connected to the Colorado Wealth Fund because it's all inside of there, right? So that we'll say again, well, yeah, 90% of that gets reinvested into itself. So this way, once they have completed what would be basic education, should be completed around 15, where you get geometry and math, uh, can then be used for higher education, such as colleges. Now, if they use it for college, then, the college, it's 100% tax free, right? I also want to end like those government guaranteed perpetual annual type interest loans. So really, it would be ending usury, which I know that the for-profit banks would have a huge problem with because that's how they make their money. Or say, because a lot of people understand this, when you have a student loan, that student loan grows every year based off of interest that is charged every year. I would end that like completely. Sure, you can have like, I don't know, 10, 20% interest, but say you take $100,000, 20% interest on that would be $20,000. Your total repayment is $120,000. So say after a few years you've paid the $120,000, that's it. It's not like, oh, I paid $300,000 to this one because I was making the minimum payments, but I still owe, say, 90,000 on the principal of the loan. That's why I need to create the Colorado Defense Force, because really I would need them to protect me from potential assassins through those corporations that would really just want to see me, axed so they can. But that's also why we need to have certain things in place to prevent those who use usury or those who want to implement usury from joining, right? So I would say Christian, 100%, eat your bacon, renounce Satan, Jesus is Lord, all the stuff, right? Truly, we'd figure that out, right? That's why I need to talk to the dude who's up in Boulder. What else is there? I mean, there's really a lot, but everything itself is interconnected, right? So back to kind of coming back, because again, you have to go to one spot to go to the other to then come back to the other, because it's a web of stuff that is all connected together. It might not seem it because they're seen kind of far, but they come to one thing. And in the center point of this is the Colorado Wealth Fund. So, uh, within the first half mile of the train stations, those would be medium density. In Colorado Springs specifically, it would be maybe 3 stories. We'll say 4 stories. And the first floor can be used for, say, offices or shops. Then condos or public housing. Now, the public housing would be handled by us, uh, and that's why we would also have the guild hall where we would train all the trades. Machine shop, so milling machines, lathes, welders, plumbers, electricians, HVAC, glass, leatherworking, tailoring, blacksmithing, uh, natural remedy, right? Like, I don't want to say alchemy because it's a thing, but like using natural medicine instead of petrochemical Rockefeller type stuff. Yeah, I think that's about all there is to it. There's probably more I would need to cover, but we'll get to that in later. So let's continue on with this.
Zoning and Michizukuri both contribute to creating
Zoning.
more livable, walkable neighborhoods, which are not just pleasant to live in, but also more efficient in terms of transportation and land use. Japanese streets and good land use work together to significantly reduce car traffic as well. The single biggest thing a city can do to reduce traffic congestion is to decrease the distance between where people live and the places they need to go on a daily basis. This allows people to walk or cycle for many trips, which significantly reduces the amount of cars on the road. The absolute worst case scenario for inducing traffic congestion is the Euclidean zoning common throughout the US and Canada. Euclidean zoning enforces a strict separation between where people live and where people shop or work, which ultimately means that almost every trip requires a car. So in car-dependent suburbia, everybody is funneled down arterial roads like this one, which creates the ridiculous traffic congestion seen in these cities.
Okay.
Ultimately, there is no solution to car traffic except viable alternatives to driving, but the only way to provide those viable alternatives is by bringing destinations closer to where people live or closer to
I
the
don't want to
rapid
create the
transit
15-minute
stops that
city because
people
that's
use.
stupid, but I do
It
want to
is
have an
staggering to
interconnected
see the
city.
overhead view of a typical suburban train station in Japan compared to one in Canada. The Japanese station has hundreds of shops,
Ooh,
restaurants, and
likewise. There would be car like parking garages, but these parking garages would be stationed at the very edge of that first half mile, right? So within that half mile is the mixed use, medium density zones. At the very edge of that would be the parking garages in, like, the four cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. And then the next half mile outside of that would be lower density, so like duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, maybe still an apartment building or two, right? And then outside further of that would be, like, say, more single family, still apartments, because apartments are very useful, but everything is going to have to be within a specific design code. That's what I'm taking from France.
houses in the area that is used only for car parking in the Canadian example. Train stations in Japan have dozens of destinations within a short walk, making public transit so much more useful and eliminating thousands of car trips every day. Roundabout, which
Oh
is an
no.
even better cars from driving through. There are seriously reduced car traffic as well. The single biggest thing a city in urban planning decisions.
Oh no.
This involves residents, local businesses, public space. Very simply is a fascinating links in the dispute to terms of significantly congestion. Cars on is the Euclidean separation every on arteries driving, but to where people lingering to see the
Okay, we're close enough. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say.
overhead view of a typical suburban train station in Japan compared to one in Canada.
Oh, right. Never gonna get rid of cars, right? We're gonna have to have roads wide enough for cars, but not like too wide. But this way we can still get things like emergency services, Like I said, we're creating the Colorado Defense Force, which is going to be a combination of police, fire, ambulance. So the ambulance is no longer going to cost you anything. Forest rangers, state troopers, uh, like Flight for Life helicopters, all that good stuff. All under one umbrella, all paid well, all. This way we can take a lot of the former military, right? As well with the public housing, we're going to take a lot of military because Colorado is a huge military state because we have so many bases here. But this way, they're taken care of. It's like a second layer to the VA, right? So it's VA, us, but we're working together to make sure, but separate to make sure that our military and former military and injured military is taken care of.
The Japanese station has hundreds of shops, restaurants,
But yeah,
and
because
houses
delivery
in the
vehicles,
area that
utility
is used
vehicles,
only for car parking in the Canadian example.
like
Train stations in
electricians,
Japan have dozens of destinations
cleaners,
within a
plumbers, all
short
that
walk,
stuff,
making public
movers,
transit so much more useful and
and delivery,
eliminating thousands of car trips every day.
and like police,
This is
fire,
the epitome of
ambulance.
what urban planners call transit-oriented development, or TOD. The land around a rapid transit stop is some of the most valuable land in the whole city, so it is where you should find dozens of shops, restaurants, and houses, not parking lots. I've said many times before that you can't have good public transit without a good land use plan, and there is
True.
no better land use plan than Japanese zoning paired with Japanese streets. There are
We could do
serious
better.
cost implications to this kind of design as well. I've made several previous videos about how car-dependent cities are bankrupting themselves by spreading everything out so thin that the tax base cannot support the replacement cost of the infrastructure. And you can watch those videos in my Strong
Oh
Towns
yeah.
playlist if you'd like
Now
to
we'd
learn
still have
more.
to support like
Keeping streets more
distribution
compact means that
centers,
there are fewer water pipes,
but that's
sewage
where the
lines,
trains are going
electrical
to
wires,
come
and
in so
meters of
handy.
asphalt per person, which makes Japanese cities more financially viable. You may also notice that many Japanese streets have their utilities on overhead poles, which I personally think is really ugly, but it does mean that servicing and upgrading these utilities is extremely quick and inexpensive. When fiber optic internet came along, Japan adopted it rapidly because it was so cheap and easy to deploy in this kind of environment. While these are pretty typical streets, there are of course variations. Some, like this one, are much smaller. This is not an alley. It is a street with the entrance to people's homes on it. And these can be connected by pedestrian paths, some of which also have people's houses on them.
Mm.
Others can be wider, though once a street is too wide, it can start to feel barren. So in this case, the space can further be partitioned with bollards and street furniture, and a dedicated space for people to walk. Though even in this design, people are still able to walk in the middle of the street. They're not only constrained to the sidewalks. For narrower streets, it's very typical to have no sidewalks at all. There may be white lines on either side to specify where vehicles should drive, but this is not a car space. This is a street for everyone, and there are important psychological impacts to this design. People immediately understand that they are free to walk anywhere here. They're not constrained only to the sides. And drivers, even Mercedes and BMW drivers, immediately understand that they do not own the street, which means that they're less likely to bully everybody else out of the way. By comparison, a road like this one sends a clear message that this is a space for cars, and you will get honked at for standing in the middle of it, because Japanese society may be polite, but it's not that polite. Of course, people will only feel comfortable walking in the middle of the street if car speeds are low, and one of the most effective ways to slow down cars is to narrow the street. On streets that are too wide, a common tactic is to place things in the roadway to purposefully reduce the width of the driving area, because drivers will instinctively drive slower when the street is narrowed. Japanese streets accomplish
Yes.
this by simply making the street itself as narrow as possible. Many of these narrow streets are one way for cars, but others have traffic in both directions, and that makes drivers slow down even more as they may need to react to oncoming traffic on a narrow street. The speed limit on these streets is never more than 30 kilometers per hour, and on a street this narrow, that feels like the right speed to be driving. Slower speeds make
It's
the
not 30,
streets
it's 30
safer for
kilometers, which is
everyone
like
because slower cars
15,
are
20
safer
miles an hour.
cars, and slower speeds gives everybody more time to react, making crashes less likely to happen. I talked about this before in my video about why 30 kilometers per hour is the correct speed limit for cities. Slower car speeds also result in much less noise from motor vehicles, which makes these streets remarkably quiet for being in such a bustling urban environment. In order for these streets to work, though, car volumes also need to be low. This street in Kyoto is an example of how things can go horribly wrong if cars are not restricted. This is a mess. Hundreds of people are pushed to the very edges of the street by a few dozen drivers. Thankfully, most Japanese streets are not like this. Through traffic
There would be
is
some growing
avoided by
pains.
making
I
some of
can
these narrow
concede
streets
to that.
one-way to car traffic, and neighborhoods are designed to prevent cars from driving through. This means that the only cars on these streets will be local traffic, with a destination somewhere in the neighborhood. This is exactly the same method used in most of the Netherlands to reduce car traffic in residential neighborhoods as well. Fundamentally,
Now there would be like
through traffic
lots of
kills
underground
neighborhoods. So the only people who should be driving in a neighborhood
or
are
like
those who are coming to
cutout
or
spaces
going
for
from one of the
parking for
destinations
the
in
houses,
that neighborhood.
or even a garage.
With this kind of
Kind
street
of like with
design,
the
traffic
one
is
thing.
pushed
Let me
to
show
the
you real
wider
quick.
roads, which keep
I understand that I'm pausing again, but this is so I can show you what I mean. So this is something that I absolutely want to purchase, but as an example, right, you would have this, right? It has a parking garage plus a pull-in right here. So if we take a look at the plan, that's the top floor, but here's the bottom floor. So there's a garage. You can park a car, right, and then you can just go inside. That's if you have one car. But because there'd be so much like interconnectivity, you could just start taking bikes, like the Bach feet. But you'd still have a car, and you'd still have a place to park a second car. So you still have two cars if you need to, right? And maybe off to the side there would be like another little bit of parking, or you can even park up front of your thing. So you can have 1, 2, and then 3, right? Because say there's this one, right? You have from here to here, which is your area to park. Which, if we look at this, that's 22 feet, right? Because that's 11, and that's 11, so that's 22 from here to here. You have from here to here to park. So you have a garage, you have a entryway, and you have another area there. So you can have up to 3 cars.
keeps the narrow streets safer and more convenient for everyone else. Of course, because of their wide width, these roads can feel very barren and uncomfortable to anyone walking.
Now, there of
is
course are
always
still
a
going to be
metal
those
railing
larger
preventing
roads.
people from crossing the road mid-block, which can make for some very crowded sidewalks that are not exactly ideal. The
They'd
best
also have
roads
to be
are
wider.
the ones that have a line of trees as the buffer and a wide sidewalk like this. This makes the sidewalk feel like one of those narrow Japanese streets, just with a lot
No,
of
those
trees on
those
the side
wide
instead of
sidewalks would need to be
in
like
other
maybe
places,
30
the
feet or
wide
so.
roads can be avoided by using pedestrian bridges like this one.
Same,
Now,
yes.
I don't really like pedestrian bridges because they are almost always built to speed up car traffic for the benefit of drivers rather than for the convenience for people walking, and I've talked about that in a previous video. But I do find these bridges are typically better implemented in Japan than in other countries in that they are more often designed to actually benefit people traveling on foot. My biggest issue with pedestrian bridges is having to go out of your way to go up and down using ramps or elevators, which is never more convenient than, just walking across the ground. But in Japan, major train station exits are often directly connected to pedestrian bridges, which is much
Now,
more
I would say
convenient.
pedestrian bridges should
Some are
be like in
nicely
the middle
designed
of
with
the
trees
street,
and places
right?
to
So
sit.
you have
It's easy to
the
forget you're
corners,
even on a
then in the
pedestrian bridge
center
when it
is
looks
where
this
the
nice.
bridge would be.
And there are
So if you
often
need to cross
shops and
before,
other
you can
amenities
cross.
at the same level. This helps to make these pedestrian bridges look less like bridges and more like elevated car-free streets. Though in this case, the pedestrian bridge brings you right to the side of a highway, which was not so nice. But on the bright side, our hotel had an entrance here directly at bridge level. Shibuya is famous for Shibuya Crossing, one of the world's busiest pedestrian scramble intersections. But the other side of the station directly connects to this, I guess what you would call a pedestrian roundabout, which is an even better crossing in many ways. This allows people to exit the train station and walk right over this busy road. And on the other side, you can go down to street level or continue on this level to the adjacent building where there are shops and restaurants and offices. There's even this little parquet, which you can get to by walking from the train station without ever having to interact with any cars at all. And then there are several ways to avoid the major roads and go straight down to the smaller streets. You may have noticed something missing from those smaller streets. There are almost no parked cars at all. Parked cars lining the street is such a normal thing to see in cities all over the world that you don't even register them when looking at a street. But when they're gone, the streets look wider, brighter, and more inviting. Several cities have been making an attempt to remove parking to improve urban environments.
Ooh.
Paris is planning to remove 7.
Hold on. You see this? This is what I mean, right? This would be the cohesiveness of the city, look, the design, cohesive design. That's what it is.
Making an attempt to remove parking to improve urban environments. Paris is planning to remove 70% of all on-street parking in the city, and Amsterdam is well on its way to achieving the goal of removing 10,000 parking spaces by 2025. But Japan is in a whole other league. Street parking is rare in Japan, especially in large cities. Almost all parking is off-street and usually paid.
Yes.
Even when street parking is permitted, overnight parking is not.
Unless you're
which means
living
that
in that
people
area.
cannot just leave their cars in the street overnight.
Then you
And
can
they are very
get
quick
a
to
free
take away your
pass.
car if you park illegally. In fact, you are not permitted to even buy a car at all unless you can present a Shako Shome, a certificate that proves you have an off-street parking space for your vehicle within 2 kilometers of your house. This makes such a massive difference to life on the street. Parked cars are really ugly, of course, and they take up lots of space that could be better used for other purposes, such as bicycle lanes or greenery. And it's been fantastic to see what Amsterdam has done with all the extra space freed up by removing street parking. But street parking is worse than just a waste of space. Street parking makes streets more dangerous by reducing visibility. And on-street parking significantly increases traffic congestion as people cruise for cheap street parking, or block up the street while parallel parking. But I've talked about that in several previous videos, and besides, none of that is a problem with most Japanese streets because there are just barely any parked cars at all. So as you might expect, there are quite a lot of off-street parking spaces in Japan, such as this large building in Shinjuku, though there are also much smaller lots like this one in Kyoto. It's surprising to me that they have this huge sign, cameras, and an automated payment machine just for these 6 parking spaces. Other parking spaces use an automated locking system that lifts up behind your front wheels, preventing you from leaving without paying. And sometimes off-street parking can be squeezed into some of the most unexpected places. This public parking lot in Shibuya has just 1 parking space, squeezed into the only place it could fit. They even provide parking for your ramen. Residents may rent a parking space nearby or dedicate part of their land for parking, and modern houses may be built with a dedicated parking spot, so that you can park your American pickup truck like this guy. I don't know how he navigates that thing through most Japanese streets. For businesses,
Yeah,
the
it's crazy.
majority of their customers will come by walking, cycling, or public transit, so providing parking is not worth the cost. There are better uses for valuable urban land, though parking may be provided in smaller towns and less busy areas. This one surprised me, though, as it's literally across the street from a train station. Street parking is rarely permitted along the wide roads, too. If somebody was driving down a major road like this and wanted to drop off a passenger, they could turn into one of these narrow streets and pull over to allow them to get out. This allows the road to work well as a road, moving large volumes of cars without them getting slowed down by people going in and out of parking spaces. While parking is not allowed on these narrow streets, stopping for a short time is normally permitted, so it's very normal to see a truck unloading goods for the local restaurants. Even though the street is narrow, a truck can pull over to the side and there's still plenty of space for people to move around it. And there's almost always a spot for those trucks because the street isn't clogged up with a bunch of parked cars. This allows these streets to be used by necessary vehicles while still staying safe
Exactly.
and comfortable for anybody walking through.
Now, there
Of
would still be
course,
parking
it also
garages, so
helps
that way
that
if you have a
Japanese
car, you can just
vehicles are
park it there.
typically quite small, especially these kind. These are keiji dosha, usually referred to in English as K cars. These are small cars that need to fit within certain size and power requirements. They were introduced after the war as an inexpensive way to get people to purchase Japanese-made cars that were fuel efficient and well suited to the small, narrow streets of Japan. The use of K cars has been encouraged by the government over the years through tax and insurance benefits.
So
These
I
cars
would
usually see
definitely have it because Colorado, well, really the United States is bigger, and we still got to accommodate some larger stuff, right? But I would say it'd be like a 6 foot bed Toyota Tacoma. That's around what it would be designed. So of those bigger vehicles, like the 1500 diesel maxes, and again, this is the difference between the medium density core, the less dense uh, half mile, and then because it would be that gradient, right? Medium density within the first half mile, and then it would go down to like single family stuff at the very edges. And that, of course, could fit easily those larger vehicles. But again, the price cap means that there would be a reason for you to be there or to have a vehicle that big, I would say.
For people and can reach highway speeds, but they fit best within the city on these narrow Japanese streets. There is no way any other car could make it down this street. I love how it's still marked 30 kilometers per hour, though, as if anybody could drive any faster down this. There are also K trucks that have to meet the same requirements of a K car, but are designed as a cargo van or pickup truck. You'll find these all over Japanese cities as delivery trucks or maintenance vehicles. Fun fact,
Yes.
these two have truck beds that are the same length.
Yeah.
So while they may have much less horsepower and can't replace every truck, K-trucks are still extremely useful and can be more efficient at doing the same task as a full-size pickup. Which is why, as
And French
American
drains
pickup
all over the place.
manufacturers are building bigger and more obnoxious trucks
hate it.
targeted to suburban moms and insecure office workers, American farmers are importing K-trucks to do actual work as they're better suited for what they need a pickup truck to do.
Yes.
I find it interesting that Japan decided to regulate their cars to match their narrow streets, while the Americans have regulated wide streets to match their oversized vehicles.
All because
And
of that
while
chicken
not quite as
tax.
small, they even have tiny garbage.
Let me show you. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Chicken tax. So the chicken tax is a 25% tariff on light trucks, and originally on potato starch, dextrin, and barley, but imposed in 1964 in the United States by Lyndon B. Johnson, you suck fool, in response to tariffs placed on French and West Germany that imports chicken. The period of 19 to do the thing. Hold on. Chicken tax. Truck. There it goes. Control F. Truck. Okay. See, light trucks. Oh, I was reading it right. So the chicken tax is a 25% tariff on light trucks. So because of that, it's incentivized things to get bigger, which honestly, let's chicken tax. There's so much information on here. That's from a year ago. We'll go ahead and add this one.
Trucks. When walking around the city, it is so much nicer to be around these small vehicles that are less than 2
I'll be right
meters
back. I gotta
tall.
pee. Okay, I'm back. Let me actually intersperse some of my videos. So chicken tax, this one's going to be important. There. I want to see this one sooner, so you'll go here. And then capsule hotels, I'll put you here. Okay.
Rather than full-size cars and trucks. But shout out to this guy who tried to drive a full-size Toyota Land Cruiser through a crowded street in Ginza. Nice work, buddy. Something that's fascinating about Japanese cities is that quite a lot of people ride bicycles, and yet if you look around, there's very little bicycle infrastructure. Again, this is possible only because of these narrow streets. Fundamentally, bicycle lanes aren't necessary. The only reason they exist at all is because cars are dangerous and people cycling need to be separated from them. In this sense, bike lanes are actually car infrastructure in that they're only needed because of all the cars. If you get rid of the cars, you don't need bicycle lanes. This is exactly what we experience here in the Netherlands. There are protected bicycle lanes on busy roads, but it's often best to ride on the small, narrow streets instead because there's so little car traffic.
Again, the
Similarly, in
cores.
Japan, this is the best place to ride a bike. These streets are wider than any bicycle lane, and it's a very pleasant place to ride. For cyclists, this makes riding on these narrow streets very efficient, and they can be much faster and more comfortable than riding on a busy road with traffic lights. Unfortunately, once you get off of the narrow streets, cycling becomes very difficult and dangerous, especially in Tokyo. There are almost no protected bicycle lanes, and some of these wide roads can have a lot of high-speed car traffic. Cyclists are allowed to ride on the sidewalks, but this can also be difficult because even wide sidewalks can get quite crowded. And there's places like this where people walking and cycling need to share this tiny little piece of the road, which is ridiculous. So while people may cycle more in Tokyo than in other large cities, the average trip length is quite short, as people use bicycles to go to the local shops like the grocery store or to go to and from their local train station, trips that can be done almost exclusively on these nice narrow streets. I would say, though, that Japanese cities certainly do not encourage cycling, they tolerate cycling. And bicycle infrastructure is rarely more than just paint. This is slowly changing, however, and there are a few places where protected cycling lanes have been installed, though these almost always take space away from the sidewalk rather than taking space away from car drivers. As I mentioned earlier, Japan is very strict about car parking, but they're also quite strict about bicycle parking as well. In major cities, free bicycle parking is not permitted in many places, including train stations. Parking a bicycle will then require using a machine such as this one. The machine will assign you a parking spot, and this clamp will hold your wheel in place. When you come to collect your bicycle, you need to go to the machine and pay the correct amount for your bicycle to be unlocked.
Okay, so I'm gonna do different because there are gonna be the bike parking in the subway stations. Uh, it'll be you park your bike, the thing will still clamp into place, and then you get a card. Once you scan the card, your ID, right, you can then take your bike out, you can put it in, lock it.
The first
So I need to
hour or
remember where it
two
is
may
though.
be free, but this is entirely at the whim of the owner of the bicycle parking lot. And I found that the rules and prices varied wildly across Japan. In the Netherlands, bicycle parking is very much encouraged and it is almost always free. Even the fancy underground bicycle parking garages that are being built all around the country are free for the first 24 hours. The logic here is that while parked bicycles may be a nuisance, they are orders of magnitude less of a nuisance than cars, and so anything that gets people out of cars and onto any other form of transportation is encouraged. Though, for what it's worth, this 24-hour free bicycle parking policy at stations is only in place due to heavy advocacy from the Fietsersbond. The original plan was to have little or no free parking for bicycles in these garages. So, if you live in the Netherlands and think that cycling advocacy is a solved problem, I assure you that it is not. So, please donate or volunteer with the Fietsersbond if you are able to. Link in the description.
So I guess I'd
As
do
much
it
as I
max
love
48
free
hour free
bicycle
parking.
parking, I think Japan might have the right approach here, especially in the busiest areas. The population density found in many Japanese cities is much
12.
higher than in most other
12-hour
countries,
free
and a
parking.
very large portion of the population is within a short walk of a train station. In the Netherlands, about 50% of train passengers arrive by bicycle. The busiest station in the Netherlands, Utrecht Centraal, has official parking spaces for over 22,000 bicycles, about
Yes.
half of which are in the world's largest bicycle parking garage, a multi-level bicycle stable under the station with space for 12,500 bicycles. Even
Yes.
a small station like Driebergen Zeist, which transports about 9,000 passengers per day, still has a bicycle parking garage that is this big.
Definitely would go
So
with that
while
double,
bicycles are
like,
certainly
layered
better
parking.
for cities than cars by a very, 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 very wide margin, they are not without their own challenges. And at the scale of many Japanese train stations, it's really better to encourage people to come on foot or by transferring from other rapid transit. Though this only works if driving is significantly more expensive and difficult than cycling, because anybody who drives instead of cycling is a much, 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 much.
So here's the way I see it, right? And this is my plan behind it. There would still be plenty of bicycle infrastructure because biking would be encouraged, as would walking. But 12-hour parking, free parking, If you then go beyond that, it would, lock the bike. If you then go, say, 2 months with the bike still there, then the bike is obviously going to be assumed as abandoned, and we'll take it and then either recycle it or auction it off, right, as like a state bike. From there, this would be cheaper, and it wouldn't need to be that we make cars more expensive. It'd be that we would make biking so cheap, it would be the preferred option, right? I appreciate what he's doing, but it's different than saying that, oh, all cars are bad. No, they're not bad. They're just, there needs to be an incentive otherwise. So, bike parking free. I will go 24 hours, right? After which it'll be like $1 a day. No interest or anything associated behind that, right? So that way, if it's like 30 days, you'll then have to pay like $30. But you pay it, you move your bike, you go on, right? This way you can take your bike from home to the train station, then take another bike. Because we also still have plenty of like rental bikes, and those would be like, 25 cents per, I don't know. I would call it $1 a day, but that can also kind of add up. $30. $30 a month? Yeah, that's actually not that bad. Or you could also park your bike there. And again, it's 24 hours, so you would own two bikes at that moment, right? Technically, you would have like as many as you want. But say, for example, you ride your bike from your single family home, because there would be plenty of biking infrastructure, to the station. You then hop on the station, so you park it there. We'd have plenty of parking for bikes, the double racked type of thing, and they'd be all around, right? The four, we'll say the 8 directions of a compass, right? North, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest, right? Each one of those could have like, I don't know, 10,000 bikes. So it's like, yeah, maybe five, right? But 5 times 8 would be 40K. So we'd have like 40,000 bikes that could be parked there. So you park your bike, you walk to the station, you hop on the train, you go to the other station where you need to, like say to get off to go to work or to go to school or to hang out, right? But we'll say work and or school, right? So you would have a second bike over there, and then you would go from there to school. So that way you're no longer parked there. Then you come back, you park, and then on the weekend, because it would be 24 hours, you drop it off Friday. If you don't pick it up Saturday and keep it out for at least an hour, then the next day it would be charged, and it'd be $1. So at that point, per month, it'd be like $4, right? Versus a car. Now, a car, just in and of itself, you have gas, maintenance, insurance, any car payment if you happen to have that going on, and then parking. But parking, of course, would be like 25 cents an hour. Or no, we'll say $1 an hour. So 25 cents for 15 minutes, and with a max of like 2 hours of parking before you gotta put in another dollar, or $1 per hour, right? So it'd be $2 to park. So say you're working for 8 hours, you have your car, and your employer does not have a parking garage, then and you're paying the per hour parking. Now the parking garages would be a little different because, for example, it's definitely something I'm gonna have to figure out. So we'll give it a minute.
I'm sorry I can't do this joke again. Bigger problem. Plus, so many of these roads are extremely wide, and I think Japan could really benefit from adopting Dutch road design, even more than most countries, so that some of this sea of asphalt could be converted into protected bicycle lanes or used to
Ooh,
plant
definitely
more
want to
trees
do
to
away with
provide
as much
shade and
asphalt as
separation
possible
from car traffic. Because as
because
it
it just
is,
contaminates
some of
water,
these roads
in
are
my
just
opinion.
awful. At this point, my regular viewers might be asking themselves, do these roads count as stroads? And everybody else is asking themselves, what the fuck is a stroad? Stroads are those awful suburban
Yeah,
arterial
those are
roads that are found
terrible.
all over the US
Designed
and
like
Canada.
a
They
highway.
try to be a destination lined with parking lots and big box stores, but all of that destination traffic gets in the way of them being a road, a high-speed connection between two places. Stroads do neither of these things well, and so they're ugly, expensive, and dangerous, and I have a previous video about them if you'd like to learn more. This
Now, that's the other thing I kind of want to mention here, right? The reason that I would want to have it aimed more towards the Toyota Tacoma as like medium-sized trucks, right? Those would be lighter than, say, the heavier vehicles, which means we could replace the asphalt, which is super easy and pretty cheap to replace, with, say, Roman cement roads. Like they could be blocks still that could be put in and taken out. But those blocks, because you would now be lighter weight vehicles, would allow those roads to last longer. Now, admittedly, there would still be like delivery vehicles, but even then, those delivery vehicles could be made smaller. It doesn't have to be a full, like, giant vehicle, like for construction moving, you know?
although not a great thing to have right outside of the world's largest train station, is probably still a road, though. These roads in Japan don't have parking, the stoplights are quite far apart, and most of the destinations are off on the side streets, but they are definitely Stroad adjacent.
Very
Especially
close
this
to.
one in Tokyo with the gas station and the McDonald's drive-thru. And while obviously some roads are required to access the nice narrow streets, others are extremely wide and not a great thing to have in the middle of your city. However, as soon as you get out of the city, Japan absolutely has Stroads. In fact, outside of major cities, Japan can be remarkably car-centric. If you didn't look closely at the cars, you could easily mistake this for somewhere in America. There are several reasons for this. After World War II, Japan was rebuilding, and like in pretty much every country at the time, cars were seen as the future. So cities were rebuilt for cars. Plus, Japan was occupied by the Americans, and Japanese highways and suburban neighborhoods were heavily influenced by what was happening in the US. One of the worst case examples of this is Okinawa, which was controlled by the US until 1972, and it is, unsurprisingly, the most car-centric city in Japan to this day. Once again, Life Where I'm From has a great video about Okinawa if you'd like to learn more.
And that's the problem. If you
Why
don't
did
have a car, you
Okinawa
can't
get
go
left
anywhere.
out? Well, we can blame the US. Thanks, America.
The other big reason for these remarkably car-centric places is that Japan has an extremely large and influential automobile industry, and that results in a push towards car-centric planning, just like it does in Germany, France, and the US. A local car industry will have significant political influence through direct lobbying, of course, but also
I want to
simply
outlaw
because
lobbying.
the automobile industry employs millions of people, and so it's in their best interest to sell lots of cars. I've seen this in the Life Where I'm From in southwestern Ontario, where there was a lot of manufacturing.
So, like, what I want to do, this is why your financial support would be greatly appreciated. First, through your financial support, I would finalize and become a citizen of these United States of America. I would then use my new citizenship to become governor of the state of Colorado, where I could implement trains that would connect to the cities to the ski resorts, you know, limit and price cap. This way, those ski resort towns go from being ski resort towns to just being towns connected to ski resorts. You could take a train up there, go snowboarding for the day, take a train back, right? This way, you know, their commercial, right? Like your snowboard maintenance and repair or ski maintenance and repair shop, bike shops, watch repair, restaurants, little grocery stores, all that stuff could still be supplemented by people who are coming in from the city, from, like, say, Denver to Aspen, right? And again, the price caps, so this way people can actually live there and not just like a bunch of rich old money people, right? Then after you're done, you know, snowboarding, skiing, lodging for the day, because there would still be resorts and stuff up there, right? You can still rent one of those if you wanted to. They probably, you know, cost a little bit more, whatever. But you could then just go back down into, say, Denver, and then you have access to all of Denver from the trains. So this way it's safer for you to get up into the ski resorts and to come back. And Switzerland and Yeah, Switzerland is a very mountainous country in and of itself, so we could copy some of their stuff.
manufacturing related to the automobile industry. The majority of my extended family worked either directly for a car company or for one of the companies that supported them. So they were happy when people bought American cars
Ooh,
manufactured
that's the
here.
other thing. Uh, like I said, I would purchase now with your financial support. I would become a citizen of these United States of America to then run for governor. I invite all Christians to come to Colorado. We will then also work to free the rest of the Caucasian white slaves from overseas. We'd have the trains, right, to make everything so much easier. The all that stuff, right? That's my governor plan. But with your financial support, I become citizen of the United States. I purchase the 20 acres of land, which is the maximum possible, that I then build my fourplex complex on, right? Would be considered a apartment complex that would then be connected to regenerative novel farming practices, right? So it'd be like the geothermal greenhouses for tropical fruits and vegetables. Uh, what else is there? I'd have like cattle that I would use for beef to, feed dry age beef. I love it, right? But that would then be used for the, the church itself. I would provide a bunch of meat, vegetables, and then that, of course, would subsequently be anything additional could also be sold in stores. Well, here's the way it would work, right? Because this would be my example. With your financial support, I would purchase those 20 acres of land, and I would purchase it, and I would start my own grocery store. Uh, to prove that we can use many local farms to have a robust and independent food security. So it would be, oh, and I'd also start my own uh, industry, right? So I would make cars and light pickups to rival the Toyota Tacoma and say the GTR or BMWs, right? And also the Jeep Wrangler, right? I would rival them, smaller like the Ford Transit Connect van as well, right? That's the kind of stuff that I would make. I have some ideas for that as well. But I would also do like washers, dryers, water heaters, uh, furnaces, air conditioners, heat pump type things, And all of this would be a Colorado industry. I have no idea what I'd call it yet, but with your financial support, we can make it happen.
Canada.
And I would also
Both
be able to employ a
my
bunch of
parents
people.
bought a Volvo and a Toyota. And because my parents single handedly financed the whole Japanese car industry with that one Toyota purchase, Japanese cities are often split between train centric neighborhoods with human scale streets and oversized roads slicing right through the city.
We can make it
Of
work.
course, some roads will be necessary in any city, if only for deliveries that can't be done any other way, but a lot of Japanese roads are really oversized for the amount of
Not just deliveries, but also emergency vehicles like police, SWAT, firefighters, ambulances, uh, and then deliveries and service vehicles like garbage, electricians, plumbers, HVAC people, uh, yeah,
traffic
and
in these
still regular
cities.
cars. So if you just
Look,
want to take your
I'm not
car
going
and
to
go, you
pretend
can
to be
go.
an expert in Tokyo. I've never lived here, but I have been here at least a dozen times on business trips, and these roads are almost never busy outside of a very, very narrow window of rush hour. And this is the case in many other Japanese cities as well. Half of these lanes could be removed, and yeah, it might maybe result in a bit more traffic at rush hour, but this space could be much better used. I
For
can't tell you
bikes.
how many times I've stood at a red light in Japan with literally hundreds of other people while there are almost no cars at all. It was particularly uncomfortable walking in the hot sun along this road in Kumamoto. There is
Plenty of
more than
trees.
enough
Trees will
room to
help
put a
reduce
line
the
of
heat
trees here, but instead it's devoted almost entirely to asphalt.
and
It really
fruit.
shows just how much cities cater to drivers that such an enormous amount of valuable urban land can be devoted to car lanes that sit nearly empty most of the time, just so that a small number of people don't have to wait too long at rush hour. There are some roads that are better than others, such as this one. This still serves the function of a road by moving cars away from the narrow streets, but it's much less intrusive to people walking and cycling.
Ultimately, multi-lane roads should be relatively rare in the city and used only if they are truly necessary. As I was exploring Tokyo, I visited this area where a rail line was recently buried and the space was turned into a linear park and walkway. They had parkettes and lots of small shops and lots of greenery.
Here's my
Rail
idea for an
tracks aren't
intersection.
very wide, but even in this narrow space, they were able to build a fantastic linear park that benefits everybody living nearby. Now, given that, imagine how much nicer this area could be if they did the same thing with a few of these car lanes. By seeing all of these pretty streets in Japan, you might be inclined to think that the wide roads are a historical artifact, and that the Japanese have seen the light of the Shinkansen and are no longer going down a car-centric path. But nothing could be farther from the truth. One of my followers on Mastodon lives on this street. It's a pretty typical residential Japanese street, like several others I've shown in this video. It even has this nice modal filter near the train tracks that allows access for people walking and cycling, but blocks through traffic for cars, so there isn't much car traffic. It's a pretty nice street, and it's going to be demolished to build a new road. It was actually kind of heartbreaking to go here and see all of these people cycling and all these kids walking home together down this quiet street, knowing that this will be difficult or impossible for them when it's bulldozed to create a high-speed road for cars. This convenience store with a giant parking lot might appreciate all the new traffic, though. And here's another example that's farther along in the bulldozing process. Most of the buildings here have already been destroyed or have been condemned and had their residents evicted so that a 4-lane road can be put through here. 1 block away shows what this place used to look like. This will connect this road here to this one about 1 kilometer away. And this is prime urban land too. The new road will literally go right between this train station and this one. Who benefits from this? Certainly not the people who live here in this apartment with all these bicycles who live less than 200 meters from a train station. They will soon have a high-speed road that they'll probably never use running right by their front door. This is ultimately the reality of Japan. They have some exceptionally good public transit and exceptionally good land use to go with it. Neighborhoods that are lively and have a strong sense of place where small independent businesses can thrive, and they have some of the best urbanism in the world. And it's all tied together by these great narrow streets. But at the same time, they have a highly influential automobile industry, and many remote locations are very car-centric and inaccessible by public transit, which puts pressure on urban areas to build more and wider roads, more car-centric infrastructure, and to surrender more valuable urban land for car parking. You may have heard that Japan's population is shrinking, and many of the smaller towns and villages are losing people. But the population of Tokyo is actually growing as more young people move into the city, and the national government has been taking steps to gradually increase immigration. So now is the time to build for those people, to convert asphalt to trees, to make it easier to get between neighborhoods without crossing 8 lanes of car traffic, and to make it safer and easier to ride a bicycle. And to ultimately make Japanese cities some of the most desirable and livable cities in the world. But none of that will happen if they keep bulldozing great neighborhoods to build more roads. We all want to make a positive difference in the world, and your career is one of the best ways to do that. If you work 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year for 40 years, that's 80,000 hours and a massive opportunity to make an impact. But how do you choose a career path that's not only fulfilling, but also contributes positively to society? Well, let me introduce you to 80,000 Hours, the sponsor of this video. They're a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping people like you find a high-impact career. They offer evidence-based, impartial advice that's completely free. Most career advice focuses on personal gain, but 80,000 Hours takes it a step further, helping you find ways to tackle the world's most pressing problems. And you don't have to be a doctor or a charity worker to make a difference. There are many high-impact paths you can take. On their website, you'll find a curated job board with hundreds of opportunities to have a high-impact career. You can filter jobs by location, role type, and the problem areas they address. It's an incredible resource if you're looking to
Okay,
make a change or
that.
just want to see what's
I know
out
it's kind
there.
of hard to see,
And for those
right?
who need personalized
But
guidance,
as an example,
80,000
right?
Hours
This
also
goes
offers
forward,
free one-on-one
and
career
then
advising calls.
hold on.
They're there to help you plan a meaningful
Right.
and impactful career.
So
If you're also interested in
you
deep
go.
dives into global issues, check out the 80,000
We'll go
Hours
this way, right?
podcast. They have in-depth conversations
It's
with
backward. We
experts
could
about
just
the
mirror
world's
it,
most pressing
but
problems and how
uh,
you can help solve them. I personally enjoyed the episode with Lewis Ballard on
so say you're
ending
coming this
factory
way, right?
farming and the
You're coming this
impact
way.
of AI on animal welfare. He highlights the disturbing
Roundabouts,
possibility
basically.
that AI could increase animal suffering by optimizing factory farming for profit. Everything 80,000 Hours provides is free because they're funded by philanthropic donations.
Many around
Their
about.
only goal is to help you find a fulfilling, high-impact career. If that sounds
I think I
interesting
need
to
a
you,
new,
go to 80,000hours.org/notjustbikes
new sheet.
or click on the link in the description. You can sign up for their newsletter
Yo,
and
Not
get a
Just
free
Bikes,
copy of their
Strong
in-depth career
Towns.
guide, full of advice
Reach
on
out
how
to
to
me.
plan a career
I need
that's
y'all homies.
meaningful and impactful.
When you think of chickens, you don't often also think of pickup trucks. You
But you
might
should.
think of eggs, Nashville, or a 1980s insult.
You chicken?
But what if I told you that the tiny, flightless bird is responsible for shaping our entire modern pickup truck market?
Yes. The Tacoma's fine. I like the Tacoma. I like the Maverick. I like the Chevy Colorado.
As with most of my video essays,
Those are fine.
we have to
The
go back
Jeep
to
Wrangler
World
is
War
also
II.
fine.
After the war, our American troops
The Chevy
returned
Transit,
home,
or
ready
the
to
Ford
rejoin
Transit
the
Connect.
workforce. Because of this, domestic farming kicked it into high gear, producing more poultry meat than ever before. Europe was struggling to recover as quickly, so they began purchasing poultry from the United States. We had plenty to go around. This went on for almost 2 decades, until the 1960s, when Europe was a little bit more recovered. In 1961, France and Germany began heavily taxing the importation of American poultry to help stimulate local business and discourage the purchase of American bird. The US immediately lost 25% of its business across the Atlantic, which really pissed us off. Many new agreements were brought to the table, but nothing seemed to solidify. In retaliation, the United States decided to tax certain imports from Europe. Those taxed imports were brandy, potato starch, dextrin, and light trucks. This particularly hurt Volkswagen the most, now placing a 25% tax on their light trucks and the Volkswagen bus. The tax was named the chicken tax due to its retaliation of the original tax. The American automakers were already feeling the pressure from European imports even before this tax was put in place, so they were the ones that lobbied for the tax on light trucks. So what classified a light truck? Well, it wasn't for heavy machinery, mainly because the US was still a top producer of those, so there wasn't really much of a threat. At the time, SUVs and crossovers didn't really exist, but when they came around, the tax was designated by rows of seats. If it had 1 row and was based off a light pickup truck, then it was taxed 25%. If it had 2 rows of seats, it wasn't taxed. It was considered a passenger vehicle. As you would imagine, this created a lot of loopholes, but we'll talk about that in a second. This tax was also a flat tax across the board, so while Europe was the original reason, any foreign-built truck was subject to the 25%. This especially hurt Japanese truck sales in the 1970s and 80s when their pickup truck market was booming. Toyota started offering the Toyota pickup, Mitsubishi had the Mighty Max, Mazda had the B-Series, Isuzu had the Pup, and Nissan had the Hardbody. So what were those loopholes? Because of how the tax was worded, there were several ways to get around it. For most of the Japanese trucks, they were sent here as rolling chassis. Since they were not complete, they were not subject to the tax. They were glorified car parts, allegedly. Once they arrived here on shore, their beds were fitted and the finer details were fastened, and they were sold in the States. This ended around 1980, conveniently when Ford and GM were ready to produce the S10 and the Ranger stateside. They put a kibosh on the rolling chassis loophole. As a response, the Japanese manufacturers began constructing factories in the States to avoid the tax altogether. That's why the Nissan Hardbody was actually built here in Tennessee. Subaru had their own loophole. Because the tax was dropped for vehicles with 2 rows of seating, Subaru fitted awful rear-facing seats to the Subaru Brat, making it exempt from the 25%. That explains why many pickup trucks in the 80s had awful, unusable back seats.
That was
all to get
great.
around the tax.
I
The
love
most recent
those.
loophole was from Ford as recently as 2013. Ford's push for the tax back in the 1960s came back around to bite them as they ramped up production of the Ford Transit Connect in Turkey. they were now subject to the tax that they helped start. To get around it, all Ford Transit Connects would be imported with cheap, flimsy seats, making them technically passenger vehicles. Once stateside, the cheap seats were removed and recycled, making them into the cargo vans that the buyers had ordered, while also saving Ford money. Ford got in trouble for this a few years later, had to pay some fines, and we all moved on with our lives. So where does this leave the chicken tax today? Well, it's actually still in place, but only for light trucks. The tax on
Which is
brandy,
stupid.
dextrin, and potato starch has since been dropped, as new trade agreements across the Atlantic have been formed. This has changed our entire market for trucks, decimating almost all European trucks from our states. We miss out on cool trucks like these, all because of poultry sales in the 1950s and 60s. This also explains the lack of K-trucks. Although they were cheap, slap 25% on top of that, and it stood no chance against a Ford Ranger or Chevy S10. I hope you guys enjoyed this quick little video essay of the chicken tax. I think it's very, very interesting how it shaped trucks in that era, and
Which is
still to this
garbage.
day, why we see so few foreign-built trucks, and why vehicles like the Honda Ridgeline, Toyota Tundra,
Like,
and Tacoma
I am
are
full of
built here in the
rage.
United States. If you guys have an idea for a future video essay, please leave it in the comment section down below. But until next time,
You're a great guy. I like you. Look at that. It's a year old, so I'm not like taking their new content. If you like them, give them a like, subscribe, check out his stuff.
Firefighters. Everybody loves them. They're heroic, they've got cool
Oh,
gear,
yeah, not just bike.
they rescue cats from trees, and they've got sexy calendars and giant hoses. And let's face it, nobody ever wrote a song called F the Fire Department. But there's a
Ooh, here's what I was talking about, right? We will convert all intersections into these types of roundabouts, right? Admittingly, this means that we're going to have new driving standards put into place. So when the test, it'll have to include a roundabout so that way you know what it is. It will probably make people retake the test every 5 years.
crisis of road safety in the U.S. In particular, pedestrian deaths have increased by 77% since 2010, the highest they've been since 1982, and a trend that is not being seen in other developed nations. Advocates, urban planners, and some of the better traffic engineers are raising the alarm, pun intended, that one of the biggest factors that makes the U.S. more dangerous than other countries is street design.
Yes,
American
100%.
roads are too wide, vehicle speeds are too fast, and American street design is fundamentally dangerous.
Designed
But there's
for those
one big
high-speed
thing that
vehicles.
stands in the way of
Because the
building safer
highway
streets. The
design
fire
was put into
department.
this one.
Specifically, their outdated and dangerous regulations. American fire trucks are absolutely huge compared to their international counterparts. This means that even quiet residential streets also need to be absolutely huge in order to
Yeah, we're going to
fold.
redesign fire
And
trucks.
yet, decades of research has proven that wider streets lead to higher speeds and more fatal crashes. In the US and Canada, things need to change because right now, fire departments are getting people killed.
Remember, everything is interconnected. One
There
change
are a
will affect so many
disturbingly
other
large number
things.
of safe street projects in North America that have been postponed, watered down, or canceled entirely because of opposition from fire departments. Baltimore was supposed to install 10 miles of new bike
So this is where the creation of the Colorado Defense Force, which is again a combination of police, emergency medical, ambulance, and fire trucks, along with state troopers and forest rangers, will come into play, because this will now have these vehicles adjusted to be able to fit within the city.
lanes downtown, but the fire department said that it would make the streets too small for its trucks and aggressively fought against the plan. And similar objections happened in Arlington and in
Which
Los
is why,
Angeles.
with your
In
financial support,
Peekskill, New
I'll
York,
create
the
my
community created a car-free street
industry,
during the lockdown, which the fire department
which will
opposed
make
at the
cars,
first possible
trucks,
opportunity.
fire trucks,
And in
all
Toronto,
the
the
stuff.
complaints of the fire department have been used to propose removing a protected bike lane. All of this potential progress to make streets safer was lost because of giant fire trucks. But hey,
Which we don't need
you
giant
need
fire
those big
trucks.
fire trucks to fight fires, right? Here's a question for you. What do firefighters do? You're probably thinking, they fight
Fight
fires.
fires.
When your house is on fire, they put it out. And I can forgive you for thinking that because they're called firefighters. But actually, less than 4% of fire truck calls are for building fires. That's right, less than 4%. A U.S. study showed that nationally, about 8% of calls were for false alarms, double that of fires. But a whopping 64% of all fire department calls were for medical emergency.
And that's why what we do is we roll the ambulance, all of this in together, right? It's so clear. How can y'all not see this? I am so upset about it. I don't know if I'm too loud. Okay, how about now? Better? I'm still so upset about this as a fact. If I can create the Colorado Defense Force, right? Police, fire, uh, ambulance, state troopers, forest rangers, right? Those emergency medical services could then be handled by police and ambulance. Because again, it would be all under one umbrella. This way, fire trucks could also then be made, you know, more compatible, but still as useful, still able to handle, like, bring in a bunch of people
Or
so we could,
rescue,
do what needs
16
to be done.
times that of fires, and yet North America is still sending fire trucks to all of those emergencies.
They don't
This
need to.
explains one of the things that surprised me about the Netherlands and what made it hard for me to film my own footage for this video. I very often see police cars and ambulances on the street, but I don't often see fire trucks. That's because here, fire trucks are usually reserved for the emergencies that, need a fire truck. Incidentally, there is a difference between a fire engine and a fire truck. Fire engines are primarily designed for firefighting. They carry water pumps, hoses, and water tanks to fight fires, while fire trucks are equipped with long aerial ladders or platforms and are
Yes.
primarily designed for rescue operations and providing access to high places. But
Which we can
colloquially,
do.
most Americans say fire trucks to mean both, so that's what I'm going to use in this video.
Because that's kind of
The
what they
British,
are.
who colloquially use fire engine for both, can get upset and write me a strongly worded letter in response. I also apologize in advance for the lack of metric units in this video. Yes, imperial units are ridiculous, but we're talking about America here, so get prepared for feet, gallons, and Diet Coke hamburgers per bald eagle.
Damn
The
right.
morphing role of the American Fire Department as
Caw.
the response to nearly every emergency is one of the reasons their fire trucks have become so bloated. They have to carry more than just fire equipment. They have to be prepared for medical emergencies, gas leaks, hazmat situations, biochemical attacks, and more. These giant do-everything fire trucks mean that fire departments are hauling all this firefighting equipment with them to every emergency call. Equipment like 1,000 gallons of water for a fire engine or a 100-foot ladder for a fire truck, even though that equipment is needed in just a small percent of emergencies. Now, if you're asking why they're sending fire trucks to all these emergencies, the reason is that a lot of places in America don't have as many ambulances as they do fire trucks. So when an old woman has a heart attack, a fire truck is likely to be the closest vehicle to respond. And I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure that typically treating an old woman for a heart attack does not actually require 1,000 gallons of water. Now, safety regulations rightfully dictate a maximum response time for different kinds of emergencies, and this is especially important for medical emergencies like cardiac arrest, where quick treatment with a defibrillator can significantly impact outcomes. But it seems crazy to send a fire truck, and reminder, that's a 40-foot truck carrying a 100-foot ladder or 1,000 gallons of water to every medical emergency. But there are alternatives, of course, like sending an ambulance or even a motorcycle that could provide immediate care on scene while waiting for specialized emergency services to arrive, which is common in lots of places. There's even precedent for this in North America. Daytona Beach uses emergency response motorcycles, and they have an average response time of 3 minutes. The rest of the US, which uses large trucks, averages 7 minutes. Because it is always going to take longer for a giant fire truck, and reminder, that's a 40-foot truck carrying a 100-foot ladder or 1,000 gallons of water to make it through a crowded city than a motorcycle.
And just think, if we make the medium density, the 4 to 5 stories at max, we wouldn't need the 100-foot ladder. Maybe. Hold on. It'd be 50 feet, right? To get up to there.
But fire departments routinely argue that we can't build any infrastructure that might delay those big trucks even more. When I was an advocate, I watched fire departments try to veto bike lane projects on the grounds that it would slow down their response times. Because, yeah, bike lanes slow down fire trucks, right? Just look at this clip from the Netherlands where the firefighters are stuck in. Oh, wait, never mind. They're driving down the bike lane. Yeah, smaller emergency vehicles can actually benefit from the same infrastructure that keeps people safe on bicycles. In fact, in many places, it's better to build bike lanes wider to improve emergency response times.
Yes.
When the cycling superhighways, still the dumbest name ever, were built in London, they were specifically designed to be used by emergency vehicles. Here it is in action. And I can tell you from experience, a bunch of people on bicycles can clear the road way faster than any line of cars. Hands down, it's not even comparable. Of course, this is only possible if the bike lanes are big enough, but also if your fire trucks can actually fit in the bike lane, which may not be possible for many giant North American fire trucks. There are a few other reasons why North American fire trucks are larger than their European counterparts. In the US and Canada, fire trucks are typically built on a large custom chassis, which allows purchasers to keep adding more and more features as the trucks get bigger and bigger. European and Asian fire trucks are typically built on standardized commercial chassis from local companies like MAN, Mercedes, Renault, Scania, or in this case, Isuzu. These are basically regular commercial trucks that have been adapted for use in firefighting. Using a standardized chassis makes the trucks cheaper and more maneuverable, and they also have better crash safety too. But using smaller trucks does mean that fire departments have to figure out how to more effectively use the space in their trucks. If you compare the inside of an American fire truck with the inside of a European truck, you can see there's a huge difference. It's not that European firefighters are less prepared, they just pack things better in the smaller space available. Which is why when you see the absurd size of American fire trucks discussed online, there will be some American firefighter in the comments who tries to set everyone straight by typing a laundry list of things that American fire trucks carry, justifying why their trucks need to be so big. Which is then followed by a German firefighter saying, "What the hell are you talking about? We carry all that stuff too, but our trucks aren't enormous." The American fire truck is also over-spec'd. While a European engine will have just enough horsepower for the pumps, an American engine will typically be more than 20% higher horsepower than required, which makes the size of the truck much bigger. And European fire trucks use the minimum number of valves, typically 2 to 4, which the pump operator manually adjusts to achieve proper pressure, while North American fire trucks often have 7 to 14 valves based on a system of pre-connected lines. They're really living up to the US stereotype of getting the biggest and most overpowered truck you can get just for that one time you might actually need it. We also hear that American fire trucks have to be so big because of the length of the ladders. Because of course, American cities have big buildings that need big ladders. Look, if you go to any city with skyscrapers like Tokyo or Hong Kong, I'm sure you'll see the same thing. Oh, wait, no. Actually, they use the same size fire trucks that the rest of the world uses. Look at how tiny this fire truck looks in Tokyo.
We can
And here's
adjust
a
it.
fire truck and a fire engine in Hong Kong. And yet, European and Asian fire trucks have ladders that reach just as high, even though the trucks themselves are shorter and have a smaller turning radius. And what's absurd about this is that even if larger ladders are required where there are tall buildings, why are the exact same fire trucks used in suburbia where there's nothing but single-family homes?
Again, we can
And
fix
the
this.
issue again is safety.
Vote for me.
Giant trucks mean the streets need
Give
to
me
be
money.
too big.
Your
but the
financial
trucks
support will help
themselves are
make
more
a better
dangerous to
Colorado.
people on the street too. Like all big trucks, they're heavier, less maneuverable, and take longer to stop. Many of them also have lower visibility, making it harder for the driver to see people who are walking or cycling. And if you hit someone with a fire truck, who do you call? Another fire truck? In 2005, the Discovery Channel aired an episode of Mean Machines where a US fire truck, used on a US military base in the UK, was put into head-to-head competition with a local UK fire truck. They had them run a mock obstacle course to see which one was more maneuverable. It was embarrassing. Look at this. A professional fire truck driver is running over cones, left and right because these vehicles are insane. Meanwhile, the European truck navigated the course with ease. It wasn't even a contest. We're constantly being told that our streets need to be insanely wide because maneuvering a fire truck is so important. but then they buy these vehicles that are inherently unmaneuverable. And while we're comparing European fire trucks, I just need to say that European sirens are better and less annoying too.
Honestly, if we
They
just
use
change
a
the
lower
pitch.
pitch frequency, which means that they can both be heard further away and they cause less hearing damage. Half as Interesting has a great video on why European sirens are better, link in the description. These differences in fire truck design are often presented by American fire departments as a funny quirk of how different countries do things differently. But of course, it's not so funny when the fire trucks have such big implications for road design. Giant fire
True.
trucks require a lot of room to pass. They have huge turning radii, and they take up even more space when they extend their ladders. To accommodate these factors, fire departments demand bigger and bigger roads. Even in a very urban city like San Francisco, the fire department requires all roads in new developments to be 30% wider than the code minimum of 20 feet. So every street, even residential streets, end up with 13-foot freeway-sized lanes in each direction. And for the benefit of most of my audience who uses metric, that means car lanes that are almost 4 meters wide. These wider lanes lead people to drive faster, which means more and deadlier car crashes. On a 30-mile-per-hour road, changing the lane width from 9 feet to 12 feet increases crashes by 50%. And it's not just street width. Fire departments fight other traffic calming measures, even roundabouts, on the grounds that it will take them longer to get to emergencies. Roundabouts are almost non-existent in the US unless you're in Carmel, Indiana or something. But they're extremely common in Europe because traffic flows better and they're often safer than signalized intersections. Replacing an intersection with a roundabout can reduce injury and fatal collision by 78 to 82% depending on the type of intersection. That seems like a great idea that can save lots of lives, right? But some fire departments actively campaign against safety measures like roundabouts because they don't accommodate 20-foot wide streets all the way around. They argue that having to slow down to navigate the roundabout creates an unacceptable delay and every second counts getting to an emergency. But how true is that really? Even though most Americans are scared to use them, roundabouts are very efficient and actually improve traffic flow. And some estimates show that changing signalized intersections to roundabouts can actually speed up emergency response times by about 30 seconds. But there are fire departments who won't even consider allowing this because they have a blanket policy that opposes all forms of traffic calming. The US also has a much higher traffic signal density than a place like the Netherlands, even though the Netherlands has a much higher population density. Countries like the Netherlands have eliminated the need for so many traffic signals because they've implemented more efficient tools, like roundabouts and roads with fewer intersections.
Yes.
That means that traveling the same distance, a fire truck in America will hit way more traffic signals than a fire truck in the Netherlands, which means way more intersections.
And just think of this, even not considering them, because like I said, I want to create the Colorado Defense Force, which will be police, fire, ambulance, state troopers, and all the stuff that's really needed, right? Redesign the fire engines, retrain the firefighters, include the emergency medical services, have multiple trucks that can do all the stuff that's needed. It'd be
Where a
great.
fire truck needs to slow down
Financial support.
to avoid a potential collision. Fire
I
departments
would get
that
rid of
have
like
these
the
kinds
police
of
union
blanket
because it would
rules
be
are
more
not
of like
only putting
a
more
pseudo
people in danger
military.
from crashes, they're also getting to emergencies slower. And here's the really sad part. 5.3% of all emergencies that fire trucks respond to in the US are motor vehicle crashes. That's more than building fires. So these wide streets allow fire trucks to quickly respond to the car crashes that are caused by these wide streets.
True.
And since fire trucks are so big, roads need to be made bigger, which makes more people crash their cars, which means more fire trucks are needed, which means we need to build more wide roads. And you might say, well, this keeps the fire department in business, but that's not the way things work. Fire departments are just a cost for cities. Nobody wants this. The good news is that the fire department regulations that have created these dangerous conditions could change right now, even without replacing a single American fire truck. I talked to Scott Brody, who conducted a master's thesis on street design and is now writing a book on fire access in smaller streets, and he has several proposals based on international best practices, like adding more pre-positioned hoses to start firefighting before trucks even arrive, more on-site pumps or standpipes in the city to accept water from a pumper parked farther away, like is
And because we need water, that's why I would also create those underground aquifers where we would store a bunch of water, right? And it's kind of like the thing that Tokyo has, where when they get a whole bunch of rain, it can go there to then be used as a bypass. What we would use this for is it would be used as both a storage and a bypass, right? So they would be like half full for firefighting purposes, but they could also be then drained so that way it could prevent flooding, which honestly is not going to be very much flooding. It'd be more of just the aquifer to be used for firefighting purposes and or water for residences. Of course, using Roman cement and like clams and stuff to filter the water.
Common in malls and skyscrapers. Adding sprinklers to more classes of residential structures which can contain or fully extinguish fires on their own. Changing building regulations to allow splitting large buildings like shopping malls into smaller buildings to prevent fires and especially smoke from spreading too quickly. Adding publicly accessible automatic defibrillators or AEDs so that heart attack victims can get treatment faster. Bystander defibrillation is common here in the Netherlands, where public AEDs are combined with an app that provides the location of AEDs and alerts when a nearby person requires CPR. And when you load the app, you see that there are a lot of them around. So if you live in the Netherlands, please install the
We could make it
Hartslot
happen.
new app. It might save somebody's life someday. I'll put a link in the description. Incidentally, the cardiac arrest survival rate in the Netherlands is roughly 2.5 times that of the US. Scott also suggests infrastructural changes for new developments which could, with a little work, be retrofitted onto existing streets, like connecting street grids so that fire trucks can get around blockages and turn around without needing giant cul-de-sacs. Instead of requiring an entire street to be wide enough for a fire truck to park while cars can pass, the city can just have emergency spaces every so often, like is common in the Netherlands.
Yes.
This just looks like an oversized sidewalk. But this sign makes it clear that there's a water connection here, and this space is specifically designed for fire trucks. Once you know what to look for, you start seeing these spaces all over the city. Here's one right next to that AED I showed a moment ago. And when they're not being used for fire trucks, they're extra spaces for people. Isn't this nice? This is what's possible when your city moves past, let's make every road as wide as possible for fire trucks, and starts thinking, how do we integrate emergency infrastructure into the urban fabric?
Now, the other thing I do want to add, there would be connections, but you'd already have to be underground into like the sewage. Well, because these would be two separate lines, so this way there's no cross contamination, right? But they could still be connected. You'd still have to be underground, but there would also be a walkway across the top. So it made of cement, right? So it's not metal that could potentially corrode into the thing, right? But this way people could still, walk around, move around as is needed,
And if for
down
some
there.
reason emergency services
And
do
cameras
need to
to
set
make
up
sure that if anyone
outside
is
one
down there
of
who
these
shouldn't be down there,
designated spaces,
can be
just
found.
let them block the street, knowing that cars can pass by just going around the block. We need to accept that drivers can be mildly inconvenienced when there's a serious emergency. All these changes would allow us to build safer streets today without stopping the fire department from doing their job. But North America does also need to reduce the size of their fire trucks. We should be immediately swapping in better, safer trucks right now on the pre-planned regular vehicle replacement schedule that cities and fire departments are using already. This is what they're doing in San Francisco, where they're replacing the old trucks with new ones that are shorter and more maneuverable, yet have the same pumping capacity. They're still bigger than European fire trucks, but the point is, it is possible to get rid of these huge trucks over time. Because even if you took out all the bike lanes and roundabouts and pedestrian areas, there are still going to be obstacles in the city. There will be traffic, there will be construction, or any number of other things that get in the way of fire trucks. So you need fire trucks that can maneuver around obstacles. Not this. But trucks aside, there are so many ways to make a city better while also allowing better access for emergency vehicles. Wide bike lanes are best for cycling because they allow people to pass and ride side by side. And as I mentioned, these wider bike paths can be used by emergency vehicles. And while consistently wide bike paths should be the priority, some parts can be built with flexi posts which can be driven over by emergency vehicles. That's what these posts are meant to do. They're supposed to be driven over. Here's how I've seen manufacturers advertising them at traffic engineering trade shows. Although the cheap ones don't always pop up like they're supposed to. Converting car lanes to dedicated transit lanes is the best way to
Subways.
speed up transit
I have to
vehicles.
say, subways is the way we need to go in the state of Colorado because we get so much snow and ice, right? Putting it underground would completely separate it from the above ground roads, would make sure that the trains could run even in the dead of winter. And because they're, underground, they could store heat. Because, well, you got to consider that the underground, and I learned this through the geothermal greenhouse, right? So really, the Earth is acting like a battery, right? It is essentially just a mass heat sink, right? Like a big rock. If a big rock is out in the sun, it'll absorb heat. When the sun goes away, it'll start to radiate that heat back, right? So it absorbs and then releases. If we put it underground, because of all the heat generated, it'll keep the area at a constant temperature. We'll have to pump air out, of course, and cycle it through to make sure that there's plenty of fresh air down there. But it would keep that at a constant temperature, which would be comfortable for the people. Separate it from the roads. The roads are then redesigned for bikes, still cars, because we still have to have cars, right? Because if you just want to take your car instead of taking the train, that's fine, right? But the train would be free. The garage parking would be free for 24 hours. Anything you purchase down there, right, that would also then be used to put back into the sales tax, into the wealth fund, which would continue to maintain which would be for operations and maintenance of the trains. It would be great.
And to get more people to use public transportation because transit can be faster than driving in traffic. In many cities in the Netherlands, roads have dedicated bus and tram lanes, and these are routinely used by emergency vehicles. And pedestrianized streets are amazing. They make for lively public spaces that are safe and comfortable for people walking and cycling. And yet, every single time I talk about car-free streets, someone responds with, "That's stupid. What about emergency vehicles?" And I'm just like, ugh, car-free does not mean fire truck free. Of course, emergency vehicles will still be allowed here, and in fact, they get through faster on a pedestrian street because there isn't much traffic. However, there is something in cities that genuinely does get in the way of fire trucks, but for some reason, these same people seem to completely ignore it. The Baltimore Fire Department made this video to show how several streets made narrower by recently installed bike lanes cause problems for their largest trucks. You can see how they're having difficulty putting the stabilizers out for the ladder trucks. Wow, this is terrible. And look at this fire truck, having problems getting through. The driver can't even open his door to get out of the truck. If only the street weren't so narrow because of the bike lane. Except look at those videos again. What is getting in the way of the fire truck? It's the cars. Cars are the number one thing that prevents fire trucks from getting to the scene of an emergency by a huge margin.
Mm-hmm.
Fire trucks even get stuck on highways where there's no traffic calming, no pedestrian areas, no bike lanes. We also know from decades of research that wide roads and street parking induces demand for more driving, which causes more traffic that fills up the roads. And whether it's a jam-packed intersection that forces fire trucks to slow to a crawl or curb parking that prevents them from setting up their equipment, cars routinely slow down emergency vehicles. And ultimately, this is what annoys me so much about the objections from fire departments. When there's a proposal to install bike lanes, the fire department is there. We can't do that. Our fire trucks won't fit down the street. When the cities want to narrow streets or install traffic calming to make the roads safer, the fire department is there. We can't do that. It'll slow down our fire trucks. But when American cities want to remove street parking like was done here in Amsterdam, where's the fire department? Why aren't they out there saying, yes, we want to remove street parking too, because parked cars make it harder to do our job? Or when cities want to build dedicated transit lanes, bus rapid transit, or new tram lines, where's the fire department? Why aren't they out there saying, yes, transit lanes could become our emergency express lanes, speeding up response times? And when cities want to build car-free streets and reduce the number of cars on the road through congestion charges or restrictions on through traffic, where's the fire department? Why aren't they out there saying, yes,
Cars are the #1 thing that prevents us from getting to emergencies on time. A network of car-free streets would be perfect for us to avoid traffic. Yet somehow, instead of coming out in support of stuff like this, the fire department only seems to show up when someone threatens the car-centric status quo. There is more than enough evidence that things could be done better, that cities could be safer, cleaner, quieter, and more livable, while also improving emergency response times. But when advocates point this out, they're often belittled by the fire departments who tell us we have no idea what we're talking about, as they refuse to even acknowledge the international examples of how it's done better, without the dangerous streets. Or they'll give us a patronizing line like, "That's there and this is here. Different environments call for different equipment," which is the laziest possible response. But even if that were true, are you really telling me that this environment and this environment somehow call for exactly the same kind of truck? And that truck, for both those environments, somehow also needs to be twice as big as the fire trucks you'll find in Europe? Really? Come on. And I'm sure I'll get exactly those same kind of comments on this video too, because I've received them many times before. I'll be dismissed as an ignorant YouTuber, despite the fact that I involved multiple experts in the research for this video. And I am absolutely not the only one pointing out these insane discrepancies between how firefighting is done in the US and Canada compared to how it's done in Europe or Asia. And most importantly, without the dangerous streets. Strong Towns has multiple articles on this topic, for example, and I'll leave some links to them and lots of other sources in the description. Such as this article that talks about how the US has more fire deaths than European countries and significantly more road deaths as well. They're clearly taking the wrong approach by every metric. And look, I don't want to shit on fire departments too much because they perform one of the hardest and most dangerous jobs around, and ultimately they're dedicated to keeping us safe. But part of keeping us safe is acknowledging where the actual dangers are coming from. Dangers like speed-related car crashes, getting hit by a car while cycling, or medical services arriving too late because the truck's too big to get through traffic. We all have our blind spots, and if all you've ever known is car-dependent cities where cars are everywhere and there's no alternative, then I can understand how many of these fire departments have trouble thinking of things in any other way. And it is reasonable for fire departments to be conservative and skeptical of change when lives could be at risk. But there also comes a time when fire departments need to look internationally and to realize that things can be done better. We want firefighters to be able to do their jobs and save us from fires. But we also don't want lots of people getting injured or killed by cars. So please, fire departments, work with advocates on this. Otherwise, I'm going to have to be the one to write the song "Fuck the Fire Department." And trust me, nobody wants to hear an old white guy rapping.
I mean, I'm
Fire
down
trucks
for it.
and roads are both a lot bigger in the US than in Europe. But there's something else that's bigger too, the problem of data privacy. But for that problem,
Ed.
we have Incogni. I started using Incogni last year after seeing them recommended in an Atom Something video. Since then, I've been a happy customer, so I'm always willing to promote their service. Today, personal data is scattered across the internet.
I still have no idea how
From
to remove
online
a video.
shopping to job applications, your information is stored in numerous databases. The real issue, though, is data brokers, companies that collect and sell your personal data to whoever's willing to pay. They gather details like your name, address, phone number, financial information, and even your social security number. This data can end up in the wrong hands, leading you to identity theft, spam, and loss of control over your personal information. In the US, this problem is compounded by people search sites that publish detailed personal profiles online. There are many sites that expose home addresses, financial information, and even family details, posing risk of scams, harassment, and stalking. Europeans have some protection under the GDPR, which allows them to request the removal of their data from these databases. However, this process needs to be done with every site, so it's time-consuming and doesn't prevent your information from being added again at a later date. But wherever you're from, Incogni takes care of this for you.
There it goes.
They reach out to data brokers on your behalf, request the removal of your personal data, and manage any objections. And they continuously follow up, ensuring that your data stays off the market in the future, too. With a yearly subscription to Incogni, you can continuously safeguard your personal information. They even offer a friends and family plan allowing you to protect up to 4 people. If you're concerned about your data privacy, I recommend trying Incogni. You can sign up at incogni.com/notjustbikes or use the promo code NotJustBikes for 60% off an annual subscription.
We
Thanks
do
for
need more
watching.
e-bikes.
Thanks to Incogni for sponsoring this video.
And over. All right. So as I was saying, right? Because so much of this is interconnected, this is where people get bogged down in what it is, right? So first, we're going to redo the zoning, right? We're going to have roundabouts. We're going to reteach people to drive. They're going to have to retake the driving test every 5 years, I'd say. And it is going to have to be at the DNB, but we'll have like some computer set up so this way you take it, you got to sit down, you got to pass. If you don't pass, well, you're in some trouble, right? You can't drive. But this way, people will understand the zipper method, right? So say there's the road is stopped up here, two cars going together. It'll be understood that this car goes behind the car and to the side of them, right? That's how it goes. This way, they can just keep and then unzip when they need to go around. Be roundabouts as to how to use the roundabouts, right? Creation of the Colorado Defense Force. My own business making vehicles as well as other appliances. All of it's working together. Am I viewing myself?
Tinnier, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It has a different sound to it.
Sorry, y'all. So I got Whit Smith, my engineer, with me.
It's just
We're
me.
talking
Hey,
about
welcome
the difference
aboard.
between steel and what is this?
This is fiberglass rebar, GFRP.
Glass fiber reinforced polymer. This happens to
Yes.
be specifically MST bar, which they tell me is like 85% fiber, about 15% polymer. So a lot of glass fibers in there. Today's build show, not sponsored, but they did give me a discount on the product. And full disclosure, let's get going.
So we got to check these because, like I said, when we rebuild the train station, because I have
Which one
the
do you think
idea for the
weighs
train
more?
station,
What do you
right?
think, Whit? Try this.
Train
Oh.
station.
That one's way heavier.
Yeah, this is way heavy.
I gotta
isn't it?
erase this.
So
Give me a second.
traditional rebar, this looks like a number 4 bar, or is that a number 5 bar? That's a number 4 bar, I believe.
Because
Carbon
roundabouts.
steel, we've been using this for many, many years. It's worked great for us. However, there's a new kid in the block, and this is actually not that new, is it, Whit?
Well, it's new to our area. It's been around for quite a while. We've seen it used in other areas of the country and around the world, but new to Central Texas.
Any questions?
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate them.
So
I have lots to go
fiber
over.
reinforced. We're calling it fiberglass. This is kind of the concrete guy's name for it, but it's not exactly fiberglass. You've got glass fibers that are running this length here, and the polymer is kind of holding it together, is my understanding.
But the fibers
And
are also
there's a
strong
lot of
themselves.
advantages to this. Couple downsides.
Like fiberglass
We're
mat.
using it on this project, and full disclosure, they gave us a discount on it. I'm kind of using this as a discovery project because I heard a lot about it. I've seen it at builder shows.
And we
My
could
buddy Tim
create the
Mueller, who's a
glass out of
concrete
like
and
desert
framer guy,
glass or desert sand
talks about it all the
instead
time
of
and
like
loves
river
it 'cause
sand,
it's
which is
super
best because
lightweight
it's
and
more
easy
jagged.
on him as a 45-year-old concrete guy, still lifting bar all the time. I think that's one of the big advantages, Whit. What do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. The weight, I mean, it's got to be so easy to move this around a job site compared to a big bundle of steel.
Yeah, and especially like you've designed these beams with a cage, right? That's got a couple long bars, maybe 2 top and 2 bottom bars. You've got these stirrups that are connecting them, and you can carry those around the job site, one guy, no problem.
That's right.
The other thing to think about too, Whit, is it's not as hot today, but come July, if this rebar stack is sitting out in the sun, man, is this going to get hot. Now, you got to wear gloves with this, but it's not going to get nearly as hot. So just general worker safety, I would say, is a big deal with this product.
True.
Now, let's talk about bonding to the concrete. I talked to the MST guys recently. In fact, the owner of the company was telling me about some tests they've done where the
It's a bar, and then the concrete goes around it,
well
and then can fill the voids.
And concrete still bonds to rebar. You can see it's got those ridges on there that
The
help
more
with
surface
bonding,
area.
but not nearly as well as this fiberglass. So when they did some pull-out tests, eventually the ductility
Welcome, I am Coyote
of the
Thunder.
steel will allow you to pull this out if you had a strength test. But this bar is like off the charts crazy when it comes to.
My original name was
strength
Egriz, but I
because of
decided
that
to switch it to my
really good
Final
bond.
Fantasy character name
Any comment
/
on that
World of
in particular?
Warcraft
Well, the
character
only
name.
thing I'll say is if you embed rebar far enough, it's going to yield before it pulls out.
Right.
So there is, you can certainly, in fact, whenever you install rebar, you want it to yield before it ever actually pulls out.
Yeah.
But with that said, that doesn't change anything about the bond strength of the GFRP.
Right.
These deformations, like as you said on the deformed
Hold
rebar,
on, there was this other
are what
video.
create the interlock, the bond with the concrete, and that's what gives us our strength.
Now, when we talk strength as an engineer, it's different than just what I'm thinking of, which is just strength is one-dimensional. There's multiple facets of strength, right? So when we think about steel, it's a strong material.
So we understand this one. There's this tabletop. This thing. Here it is. Okay, we'll watch that one here in a second.
But yet I can still bend it, right? It has some ability to deform, whereas this product, that you don't have that, right?
That's correct. You can't fabricate this
I
on
have this
site. You
comb
can
that
cut
also
it on
tells me
site.
to be a
You
good
cannot
leader
bend
at
it
all
on site.
times, made of horn.
Fabricate it that way.
So we had to order in all of our
Because it's made of the
stirrups, all our
same
bends ahead of time. We're not
keratin,
bending those
creatine
on site.
material as my
And does
beard.
that change the properties when you're designing the house at all, or the foundation, I should say?
Yes, the material properties of the fiberglass is going to be different than the steel. In fact, this has a higher tensile strength than steel does. So in one sense, the fiberglass rebar is stronger than the steel. Its shear strength is not as high as the steel is. So in a situation where you're doweling two things together, let's say you're doweling a driveway into a garage, you would not want to use fiberglass there. You'd want to use our conventional rebar.
You want to go back to conventional steel for that location. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, we designed this house originally for regular steel, and then you guys redesigned it once we said, hey, actually, we want to try this product. I suspect that there's a little bit of work on your part trying to figure out how to go from one to the other, right?
Yes, the concept is a lot the same. It's still installed in a very similar fashion. I mean, we still have a mat and a slab. We still have in our beams, in this case, we have two top bars, top and bottom, and then stirrups at 2 feet on center. So that configuration remains the same. However, we did change the spacing. So if it's a product you want to use on a project going forward, it would be good to notify the team at the outset, and that way they can incorporate that into their design.
Yeah, for sure. It's much better to know before you start designing it than have a totally finished design and then have to pay your engineer those hours to totally redesign it. And the bigger the building, the bigger that deal would be. You know, this is a pretty straightforward building, really. This is a 2,500 square foot slab, let's say. So there's not a whole lot of stuff.
I'd love to do this as an experiment myself.
3-story concrete building. It's a whole different deal. You'd want your engineer to get on that ahead of time.
That's correct.
Let's talk about the big thing that I hear a lot about, which is no rust. You know, here in Texas, we don't have salt water, at least not in Central Texas, certainly in the Gulf
Don't necessarily
Coast
need water. Rust is oxidation of the metal.
As I've been thinking about this fiberglass bar, that even sidewalks around town, I see spalling happening. I showed you a picture earlier of a sidewalk when I was walking the dog yesterday that had several pock marks, and you could see kind of rusty steel. Do you think that was the rust causing the pressure to make that spalling happen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what spalling is. And it's not necessarily.
But rust is oxidation, not salt water.
I mean, if you have proper concrete cover over rebar, it's going to protect it and prevent that from spalling from happening. However, in the case of a sidewalk, when they're pouring miles and miles of sidewalk, you know, month after month, it's reasonable to expect some of that steel is going to get installed too high and too close to the surface and not have the cover we're looking for, and that's when that spalling occurs. So if we were using a product like this,
so I think we should switch to brick, Roman cement bricks at that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With fiberglass reinforcements
on this because
inside the bricks.
For you depending on where you're getting trucked. But as a quick example, the guys from MSD were telling me they had a huge project with like $100,000 worth of steel in this big concrete building. And on projects like that, when you've got an engineer who could design it ahead of time,
and again, your financial support will help me do some minor experiments on this,
however, this is
based off of
and we were just talking about
I'm not the best at stuff, but I can figure it out.
Anytime you've got a smaller project, we still got to mobilize the same amount of guys, whether we're pouring 2,000 or 5,000 square feet. This was probably a cost up by somewhere between 25 to maybe 50%, depending. So this isn't a savings necessarily on a smaller job. That could happen on a bigger project in theory. One thing that's interesting on their site is this looks to be a number 5 bar. They have this bar on their site that's a number 3 bar they call a 4EQ that has the strength equivalent to a number 4 bar.
Now, real quick, this is actually something that we're looking into for what will be the subway station that we create. So instead of using steel, which steel, of course, will oxidize and then rust and then expand, with the Roman cement, right, we can then use fiberglass to reinforce it. So this way, potentially, it could last for the 2,000 plus years. I want all of this to last so long, the statue that is made of me, because yes, I do want a statue, because it's more so the ideas that I have that I think would be better for Colorado, for Americans, for Christians. right? But if we can make all of these things designed to last, while it would maybe cost a little bit more right now, they would give immediate benefits once they are created. And with fiberglass to prevent the expansion through rusting inside of the egg-shaped tunnels for the trains or even the train stations, which would be very much boxy, right? Those things could last nigh indefinitely, right? 2,000 plus years, like the stuff that is with Rome, which we do have the recipe, and I can show you guys in a second that we do
So
have
half
that.
inch rebar
Hank Green
equivalent
even
on a
says what it
3/8
is.
glass fiber reinforced bar. I thought that was kind of interesting. Did you notice that as well?
Yeah, yeah. Because as we look into it, we looked at their product line and saw that as available. We didn't use it on this one, partly as we discussed earlier. This is still a somewhat new technology for us, so as we're learning more about it, becoming more comfortable with it.
Yeah.
We wanted to be cautious about using that, particularly as it related to temperature and shrinkage steel. This has a lower Young's modulus, which means it tends to stretch under load more than steel. So when it comes to controlling temperature and shrinkage, we went ahead and kept the
Well,
larger bar
we're mainly
lines
thinking
and
about
that
compression
In
forces
fact,
here.
this really kind of looks just like a regular steel job, except we've got this weird colored rebar on the job site.
Yep.
That when you first glance at it, you might think it's epoxy coated rebar. There is such a thing.
They look similar. They look very similar.
I've never used it before, but they say it could help with rust on coastal jobs, on things like that. I think this would be an incredible product if you've got anywhere that you're worried about salt water and corrosion and that sort of thing. With the last thing I want to mention is I think you're going to see more and more government, county, city jobs actually speccing this from a standpoint of decarbonization. It's a buzzword I hear a lot in the industry. If you're interested in using less energy to make products, they call that decarbonization, and there's a whole lot less energy that goes into making this than it does making steel. Interestingly enough, though, this I suspect is not super easy to recycle, although you certainly could easily use this on the next job, whereas steel's pretty valuable, extremely valuable, and can be recycled. So there's an interesting probably tug and pull there in both directions. But for me, I think the big reason to use this,
If we go with the Roman cement style with the fiberglass reinforcing, there wouldn't be as much of a need to recycle it because the train station and then the aquifers would last forever.
A little piece of cactus in him, right? My Texans viewers will know what I'm talking about. That little cactus spike that you can't quite get out. That's the feeling. So you'll notice that MST actually sends gloves. Whit's got them on right here with the job. You need to wear gloves when you handle this. But when it comes to worker safety, I mean, being 25% lighter, that's a big deal. Now that I'm in my 50s and I think about, working another 15, 20 years, I'm thinking about how do I take care of this body that I've been given, and I need to take care of it in a smart
Animal
way
crawls.
when I work.
I did some squats earlier. I need to do push-ups, but my camera won't go down.
Concrete crew who doesn't need to retire because they're aged out at 50 instead of 60 or 55 instead of 65, that could be a really big deal for me as I think about having enough workers on the job site. Any final thoughts? Anything that we missed?
No, sir.
Pretty fascinating. I got to say, we started the video with this kind of tinging noise of the bar. It's fascinating. It's totally different. I'm really glad we got a chance to use it. Will we use it on every project? Probably not, but I think this definitely has its place, and I'd like to see this become more and more available, especially, again, because of that worker safety. Thanks for coming out, brother. Appreciate it. Enjoyed it. Guys, if you want to see more of this project that Whit and I are on right here, we're calling this the Rice Acre Build. We're doing a full 24-part episode series on this. It's a build original series. We're talking about the foundation currently that we're shooting now. So go back and rewatch all those videos. And we're just about to go vertical on this job with our ready frame package from Builders First Source. And Whit has some really interesting engineering going on the framing side as well to make a really strong building, but to do it on a budget. So stay tuned for those upcoming episodes. If you're not currently a subscriber, hit that subscribe button below. We've got new content every Tuesday and every Friday. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram, where we'll see you next time on The Build Show.
Build Show is great, right? But here's what my mind is telling me. This is also based off of a saying that I very much enjoy. It is, well, I think it's a good one. I think more people should go with it too. But it is, a stopped clock is right twice a day. Likewise, everything is interconnected. I'm not sure how else to say that as like a saying, but the reason the stop clock is right twice a day is because you can get information that may seem disconnected from where you're at, or inspiration from everywhere. That's what it is. But you can get some ideas from one thing that would work in something else that might seem disconnected. So, for example, we know the recipe for Roman cement, which Hank Green went over. Definitely would recommend looking it up, but it is salt water, quicklime. I do still believe that there is some like Portland cement and then like volcanic ash and salt water, right? So when it is made, it can then repair itself, but it gets stronger over time and be cast underwater, which survive very well underwater without leaching, which is what we're going to need for the aquifers that we're going to make. Likewise, for the egg shape tunnels, that will be for the trains, because we need subways in Colorado, right? The subways will connect us in the cities, and then there will be trains that go from one city to another, but they will do like a dolphin action, right? Where they'll be underground for a little bit, they'll pop up for a little bit, so you can see where you are and then go back down underground. And it would be great. Build better, know better. Absolutely.
How many of you have heard
yes.
that concrete will crack? These horrible, unsightly, yucky things. Oh my God, they're so scary, right? But how many of you have been told this is what concrete does? Or you've been told there's nothing that you can do about it?
There's plenty that can be done.
How does that make you feel? Have you ever said that to someone else? How do you think it made them feel? Well, in this video, I'm going to answer what if there's a different strategy out there. What if there's something that you don't know about, or maybe they out there, the others out there, just don't know about. If you're an owner, an engineer, a contractor, or a supplier, then this video is for you. And I'm talking about
technically, we're all owners of the state of Colorado, but this is for all residents and citizens of the United States. Residents of Colorado, citizens of the United States, and I invite all Christians
as well. So there's a lot of things I didn't know at the beginning about fiber reinforced concrete. I was a big doubter of it. I asked tons and tons of questions, but after what I've learned today, I believe in it heavily. But I used to ask questions like, do fibers really work? Do you ever ask that? I know lots of people do. And you might ask, do fibers impact the surface finish of your concrete? I know I asked that. But I've worked on 30 different field projects now with fiber reinforced concrete, and they've gone great. And they're always where owners say, I don't want cracks. Is that you?
Yes,
is that
100%.
Do you not want cracks on your projects? So if that is, then maybe you should pay attention. Look, my name's Tyler Lay, and I'm a concrete freak, and I'm a structural engineer, a materials engineer, a professor, and we're talking about cracks today. And what I'd say cracks are the Darth Vader of concrete. I mean, seriously now. Like
the absolute bane of their
right?
existence.
You might say, what do you think when you see a crack? Seriously, what do you think? Do you say they're not supposed to be there? Do you think maybe something is wrong? Or they're ugly? Or they're scary? Those are all things that people think, that I've heard people say when they see a crack. So I'm talking about fiber reinforced concrete. I'm going to talk about steel fibers today, and I will talk about macro synthetic fibers today, plastic fibers, okay? And you put them inside your concrete when you are making it. And what happens is in the concrete, those fibers become distributed all over the place, okay? And they fight the cracks, right? They're kind of like Luke fighting Darth Vader, right? He's the fiber, that's the crack. Yeah, you get it? And so they're like little lightsabers everywhere inside the concrete, right? At least that's what I think of them as. And this keeps the crack tight. And you're like, I don't believe you, Tyler. Well, here's a field project, and it is two different concretes, the right and the left. They're an elevated slab. The one on the right just has rebar in it, and the one on the left has rebar plus fibers in it. And look at the difference in the size of the cracks. It's actually 5 times smaller when you use the rebar plus the fiber. That's pretty cool.
Now, what about only fiber?
Pumped. So would you like this on your project? Would you like smaller cracks? I know I would, because
I'd like
what
zero
I
cracks.
like to say
That'd be the
is
best.
that if you can't see the crack, then does it really exist? Like that tree falling in the forest thing, right? But with cracks.
Well, that's why we have
So
the
what are
quick
the
line.
downsides of fibers out there? Because, right, they can't be perfect, right? Well, they're going to increase your costs, so get ready for that. And most contractors are just not used to using them, so get ready for that. And they can make the concrete harder to place, but I will address some of this later on in the talk today. And only use them on projects where you really care about cracking. Like, you don't have to use them everywhere. But if you care about cracking, this might be a technology for you. So I'm going to ask this question. Would you pay extra for reducing cracks in your project? So please leave me a comment below about that. Like, share your thoughts, because a lot of people tell me that no one will pay for this. And I think there's people out there that will. So I don't know. See what you think. So now, where's the data? That's kind of what you're saying to yourself, right? Okay, great, Tyler. Well, I'm going to answer this question. Do fibers really work? I'm also going to say, do fibers impact the surface finish of your concrete? But there's a big warning.
Oh, concurrent view. Welcome.
Massive warning we have to watch out for here. You may think out there that if some fiber is good, then more fiber must be even better. Right?
There's a balance. You always got to find a balance.
That's not true. Get that right out of your mind, because that's not true. And fibers are like a teeter-totter, all right? And on one side of the teeter-totter, you have the structural performance, the post-crack strength, and the crack size. On the other side, you've got the placement and the finishing and the constructability. So this means that after you focus on one, then it is actually going to hurt the other. So you need to find the balance. And that's why,
that's
again,
all
it's
things,
just like
the
Star
middle
Wars,
way.
Because in Star Wars, it's all about finding the balance. And remember, fibers, that equals the force, right? The magic stuff that helps everybody. So let's talk about structural stuff first, okay? This post-crack strength and this crack size, all right? And so we're going to compare two different scenarios. One cracking with just rebar, and the other cracking with rebar plus fiber in it. Compare them to one another. And we're going to use this test called the split beam test. This is the test we developed to really try to better understand fiber. It is a flexural beam that actually in the top and the bottom has these wedges. These wedges actually fit this platen. That's why it can be loaded from the top and the bottom. And the wedges are special. They're not connected. See how they're not connected there in the center? So as you push from the top, they open up, they cause a crack, and you can get repeatable crack sizes again and again and again in this test. It's pretty sweet. And this is only supported by the platens here, there and there and there. So there it is, floating in the air. You might say, whoa, 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 isn't there self-weight pulling this down? Yeah, but it's not very much, and it's not that big of a deal. So in the center of this beam, we've embedded a number 3 bar. It's in there because, yeah, it's to hold it together once the concrete cracks. And then we're going to have also a scenario where we have fibers. So we'll have sometimes when it's just rebar, and sometimes when it is rebar plus fibers. You're with me? You're with me. I hope you're with me. Right, so here's a video of this in action. It's sped up a little bit, and what you can see there in the center, right there, is the crack extending, extending, extending. We use a crack card to measure the size of the crack and compare it to the load, and do that again and again and again, and we get data that looks like this. On the x-axis is the load or the stress. On the y-axis is the crack size that we measured, and we have one fiber there that's there with 2 different dosages. One has just the rebar, then the rebar plus 4 pounds, 8 pounds, and 12 pounds. We're going to zoom into this area. There it is right there, right? We have these different regions. Now, I'm going to warn you right up front that I'm going to be talking in pounds per cubic yard or also volume. So if you're a metric person, then think in volume, 0.25% or 0.5 or 0.75% by volume. So at the very beginning down here, look at this. Look at this. There's the rebar, and there's all the ones with fibers from a high dosage to a low dose, and they all do great. And then as they go up, then some of the fibers start to perform differently depending on the dosage level, and as it goes even higher, some of the fibers start to pull out or start to fail. But what happens if I have about a 0.04 inch crack or a 1 millimeter size crack inside of our system, right? And I'm going to compare that with a crack card. So what I'm showing here is first, that is the crack size with no fiber. That is the crack size with 4 pounds.
Yeah, just had to
4 pounds per cubic yard. 50% smaller crack size. 8 pounds, 75% smaller crack size. 12 pounds, 90% smaller crack size. Booyah, that's pretty amazing, right? That's just summarized there. If you like to see it in numbers, screen capture it, whatever you want to do and look at. So this is pretty cool, right? Pretty awesome. So you might ask yourself now, how do different types of fibers compare, right? Because not all fibers are maybe the same out there. How do they compare? You may be asking yourself that. So I'm going to compare these 5 different fibers, and don't worry, I'll publish work on a lot more fibers, but these are 5 different ones made of different materials and different geometry, like different shapes, different anchorages.
What about fiberglass?
All kinds of cool
Because
stuff.
that's all poly.
And here's all of them compared at 1 dosage. Now I've done it at other dosages, but I'm going to compare it at 1. And what we notice here is at the bottom one, at low stresses, all the fibers do great. They all help. They all reduce cracking. This is amazing. That's amazing. All fibers reduce cracking. Like, that's awesome, right? Yeah, baby. So, but at higher forces there, at higher stresses, you start to see that there's kind of a difference in performance. What am I talking about? Well, that is a kind of group of fibers that are still better than using rebar, but look at that bottom down there. Look at that group. That group is performing better, and we have some steel fibers performing about the same as the plastic. That's cool. What did we learn? All fibers reduce cracking. Amazing. And as cracks get larger, then the type of fiber becomes really important. Really, really, really important. And some plastic fibers can perform the same as the steel depending on their geometry and their design. That's pretty amazing, right? And not all fibers are created equal. That is a big deal. Now let's go back to the other side of the teeter-totter.
Also true.
The placement and finishing, constructability, because we got to make sure we can build this stuff. So do fibers impact your surface finish? That is a big question that you might have and other people might have out there as well. It's because we don't want fibers or slabs or whatever like this, like hairy slabs. See the fibers sticking up? No bueno. We don't want that. Like, oh my gosh, yuck, yuck. So we're going to use a test called the float test. And this test is pretty simple. You're going to place concrete in a form that is about 3 foot by 2 foot by 3 inches deep. We're going to use a template to put some holes in it, some 1-inch diameter and 1-inch deep holes. That's to simulate aggregates being plucked out of the surface of the concrete.
Welcome.
And then we're going to use this float that's trimmed. Notice it's trimmed, and it only runs on the surface of the concrete. We do it forward and back. So forward is 1 pass, back was 2, and we only look there at the center. And what we're looking for is to measure the number of passes for 2 things to happen. Number 1, to close the holes. That's one thing, but then there's also number 2, to create a smooth finish. That's a big deal. So here's an example of closing up the holes. Here's 0 passes. Here's after 2 passes. See the holes getting smaller? That's good. 4 passes. Holes are gone. Party time, right? And then we also look at surface texture. When is the surface texture? And we don't need perfection. We're usually shooting between about 10 to 30% overall surface texture on our concrete. So here, let's look at some data, some examples here. Here is a mixture before we've done any passes, 4 pounds per cubic yard. And here it is after 4 passes. And here it is after 7 passes. See how it's getting smoother and smoother and smoother? That's pretty cool, right? Now let's look at 12 pounds per cubic yard. Much, much higher dosage. Here's 0 passes. There is 4 passes. And there is 12 passes. And it's still not quite there yet. See how it took more passes with more fibers? That's a big deal. That's cool. We can quantify that. More effort's going to be required to finish this higher fiber dosage, and that's a big deal. So when more effort's out there, that means your field crew has to work harder to make you great concrete. When the field crew has to work harder,
we make
this can
bricks
cause people
and
to
molds.
want to add water. They're going to add water to your concrete, just being honest. Like, they're going to add water to your truck. They're going to add water and spray it on the surface of the concrete, and that's not good. This hurts the quality of your concrete. We don't want that. That does not need to happen. We need to design our concretes to be easy to finish. That's what we're shooting for. And so you want fibers that have a low number of passes in this float test so they can perform well. So I'm comparing a bunch of different fibers out there, and on the far left right here, this is one with no fibers in it, and every one of these at the bottom is a different type of fiber. And this is the number of passes, and it's just like golf. You want a
I remember
low
this
number
video. I need to see if I
on
can
this
find
chart.
it.
And their green line is the same as not having any fibers on it at all. This red line is kind of the edge of where they would want to add water. Now, what do we learn here? Well, typically, as fiber dosage goes up, then finishability gets harder and harder and harder to make happen. What else did we learn? Not all fibers finish the same. That is a big deal. Some of them, look at that. Look at that. Would not finish at all at the high dosages. Don't put those in your projects. At about 4 pounds per cubic yard, or 0.25% by volume, There was no difference in performance, as in they all finished beautifully at that low dose. That's pretty cool, except for one steel fiber out there. So what did we learn? How can this help you? Well, 0.25% by volume has a
I'll
minimal
look for it later.
impact on finishing, and that is a big deal. That's a huge value to you. And as fiber dosage goes up, your finishing effort is going to go up, and that's going to make people want to add water. And not all fibers are created equal. That's a big deal. So how can this help your project? I mean, seriously, how can this make your life better? Fibers are a great tool to reduce cracks. That's big time true. And 0.25% by volume has minimal impact on your finishing of your concrete, and that's why it's a safe choice, right? And this dosage can still reduce cracking by anywhere between 50% to 80%, depending on the type of fiber that you choose out there, which is amazing. But how can you build confidence? Let's say somebody out there is saying, like, Tyler, I just don't believe you. Or Tyler, I believe you, but on my project, they don't want to do this, because this happened to me like twice lately, all right? And what can you do about that? Well, you can use the float test, because it's pretty easy to build, just some 2x4s and some plywood, and you can test stuff in trial batch concrete and see how it performs. You can also have a trial placement. Just go out there and have them place a slab. Yeah, like a slab like this. Have them finish it for themselves and use this low dose of fiber and see how it is for them, because it should be pretty good, and there might be some dialing in they have to do for their mix design, but by and large, it should finish out pretty well. And you can limit this fiber dosage to 0.25% by volume, all right? But what's the future out there? Because this is cool and all, but there's an even better, brighter tomorrow for you. Not all fibers are created equal. Remember when I said that earlier? That is a big deal. If we could standardize the float test and the split beam test, as in make them so anyone could run them anywhere, because they're pretty simple tests, then we could use these tests to create performance categories for different fibers out there. What am I talking about? Well, you might say, I want 50% crack reduction and no impact on my finishing. That might be what you say. And for one product, they might be able to do that 3 pounds per cubic yard. Another product would use a different dosage, and the third product would use another dosage. And that just might be the way it is, okay? And that doesn't mean they don't cost different. That just means they perform different, because they're different fibers out there. So if you're interested in this, I have a document that I've written for a bunch of state DOTs, and I have a link to it below, and you can download it. It's super easy to get. And in it, I talk about a pool fund study. That's where I'm getting a bunch of states together, to DOTs, to fund this, to understand this, to build these specifications, and it helps everyone. So ask your state out there to join the pool fund if you know someone that works for the state DOT. So I hope you like this video. If you want to help me out, number one thing you can do is watch my videos. Number two, you can share these videos with other people that you think would enjoy them. Please like, subscribe, leave me a comment. Check me out on Instagram and Facebook at Concrete.Tyler. And of course, check out my amazing website, ConcreteFreaks.com, where I've got all kinds of awesome, cool, crazy stuff. Take care, my friends.
Truth.
See ya!
Okay, hold on, before this next one starts. Okay. So my idea with this one, right, is the fiberglass reinforcement inside of the Roman cement. We could precast it in like bricks and stuff, so they would already have a very, very nice fine surface finish. Then of course they would have to be tested under loads, and because it really would be under a lot of compression, right? Because if they're like bricks in the road, cars would be rolling over them, so it would mainly be compressive force that they have to deal with. Admittingly, it would be like some rolling action, but we could figure that out. Likewise, for the aqueducts, I guess aquifer is the correct word. So it's like a big old thing underneath a park, which really, this is why we would need more parks and green spaces and all that stuff, because these things would act as aquifers, right? Because beneath all the dirt, there would be some big old pillars, columns, if you want to call them. Those columns would be holding up what is just basically a big old open space. This open space would be used for water storage, because Colorado is a very dry place, so if we can store as much water as possible, we're good to go. but we'd have to replace the asphalt roads to prevent contamination because this would be water that is used for both firefighting as well as, municipal use. And Roman cement should last, well, like same thing, 2,000 plus years. With the fiberglass reinforcement, potentially could also be used for, uh, those higher demand forces that we have now with, heavier weight vehicles more often. But that's where also the trains come into play because it would be that eggshell type thing, so it could handle more compressive forces, and then the trains could be used to, well, reduce the amount of traffic that would be needed above ground, right? Now, that's never to say that I would take your cars away because I love cars myself. It is the ultimate symbol of freedom, but that freedom becomes a shackle when you have no other problems. So installing the trains, which would also mean changing the city layout, the design. So it'd be best to have mixed use train stations, bikeability to the train stations. This would, or even just walkability, because it would put you within 1.5 miles. And honestly, to walk 1.5 miles should take no more than maybe 45 minutes walking, right? But then the trains would be free for Colorado residents because it would be paid for through the Wealth Fund, which would then get rid of anxiety and additional stress from not having a car. Now, this would then mean that you can get a car and you can do work on the car to make that car better, right? To fix it up. It could still be an older car. So your financial support, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Beyond thank you. This will be used to make a Colorado that is both energy independent and food independent while eliminating food deserts and food insecurity. Now, because we would also be creating these churches, right? You could, instead of, living your life working, you could go be a monk or a nun. Likewise, I would convert malls into what would be guild halls where you could learn all of the trades. Now, the trades, I mean electrician, HVAC, plumbing, tailoring, milling, lathing, leatherworking, blacksmithing. What else is there? Natural remedies. Hold on, let me look at let me look at something real quick. So it would be leatherworking, herbalism, blacksmithing. I'd say potion making, right? But like natural remedy type stuff. Uh, and then of course the other ones that we know of. Tailoring. I think I already said that one. Yeah. All the stuff that I just said, right? And those would be at the malls, where, you know, you would have to pay. Maybe not pay. This is something that would be subsidized through the state, but it would also allow like masters and journeymans to go there for additional, training and stuff.
I
And like
love
conferences.
Taiwan. It's a stunningly beautiful country with wonderful people and amazing food. Seriously, Taiwan Niuro Mian is one of my absolute favorite foods of all time. And it's the country that made me realize that tea could be so much better than the slop the British make. I used to work in the semiconductor industry, so I would go to Taiwan fairly regularly,
TSMC.
and my company had an office there. In fact, I used to come to this part of the world so
Not just
often that
bikes.
after the birth of our first child, we actually moved to Taiwan so that I could go on business trips without being away from the family for too long.
We really enjoyed living in Taiwan, but there were a few things that kept us from wanting to live there permanently, and one of the biggest things was road safety. There were a lot of times where we just didn't feel safe on the streets of Taiwan. We kept a blog while living there, and one of the last entries I wrote in 2011 before we moved away was this one. We were standing on this corner one evening, waiting for the light to change, when we heard a car honking. We turned around to see a taxi driver driving down the sidewalk to avoid traffic, and he was upset and honking at us because we were in his way. On the sidewalk. And all of this happened directly in front of this police station, which gives you an idea of how much traffic enforcement there was back then. This all came to a head in 2022 when CNN published this article calling Taiwan a living hell because of its abysmal road safety record.
True.
At the time, road deaths in Taiwan were the highest they had been since 2013. Every single day, 5 pedestrians were injured or killed in Taipei City alone, and about half of those deaths were of people over the age of 65. The CNN article became headline news for weeks, as Taiwanese people and foreigners alike would share their stories about the dangerous streets.
Or like when they're turning like that, that's
just like that.
Exactly,
Yeah,
like that's
that.
so reckless. That's
And I was told by my friends in Taiwan that this resulted in the acceleration of many safe streets initiatives, especially in Taipei. So while I was in Asia recently, I decided to go to Taiwan for a few days to see some old friends, to eat some great food, and to see if the streets of Taipei were still a living hell.
Probably
And
are.
I'm happy to say that some things have gotten a lot better, but it's not there yet. The last time I was in Taiwan was in 2012, for Computex,
I've lost some
of
weight.
course. So it's
If you look
been a
at my
while,
channel.
but the one thing I noticed immediately the first time I stepped outside was that cars would actually stop when I was crossing the street. Even moped riders and taxi drivers were waiting for people to cross. This would never, ever happen in the past. Not even close. Drivers used to aggressively push through the intersection while people were trying to cross. I was told that this was due to a new law that was introduced recently where all motor vehicles have to stay at least 3 meters away from anybody in a pedestrian crossing. Steep fines were introduced for any drivers failing to yield, and most importantly, those laws were actually being enforced. Oh, and
That's
I
all you
also
need to do.
noticed that the garbage trucks played different music than they did before. One of the other things that Taipei has been trying to fix is a lack of sidewalks. Many sidewalks in Taipei were either too narrow or there was no sidewalk at all. I saw a few roads like this one where the sidewalk had been widened and even bike lanes installed, which was nice to see. I also never once saw a moped driver driving down the sidewalk, never mind a taxi, which used to be a common occurrence. I went to this street near our old apartment that I specifically remember having terrible sidewalks. But unfortunately, it was still the same and the sidewalks were still too narrow. But just like in Japan, the nicest places to walk in Taipei are often on the really narrow streets, which are usually referred to as lanes here. Each lane is labeled with the closest street number and the name of the road it connects to. In Taipei, the lanes and narrow streets are where some of the best stuff can be found too. You will find lots of small businesses, food stalls, convenience stores, and other interesting urban amenities like this local park and playground. But sadly, the dumpling place that I used to go to on my way home from work was closed when I walked by. I noticed that many of the streets were now painted with a green stripe and labeled as a sidewalk in an attempt to make them safer. These predated the CNN article, but they weren't here when I lived in Taipei, and I'm not totally convinced that these are an improvement.
They're not.
On wider streets, it makes sense to designate some of the space as a sidewalk. But these painted areas were supposed to be only temporary until they were replaced with physical sidewalks. But as they say, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. A street this wide should definitely have a real sidewalk, and those sidewalks should be a lot bigger than this little green stripe. But on narrower streets, I don't think these painted areas are that helpful. I recently made a video about why the narrow streets in Japan are so great, and one of the things I mentioned is that because there's so little car traffic, people can just
Carpentry is
walk down the
another
middle of the
trade.
street. Japan does sometimes have white lines like these to indicate where cars should drive, but people are still encouraged to walk wherever they want. But if you paint a very clear area and label it as sidewalk, as is done here, then it implies that drivers get the rest of the space and will get upset with you if you are walking in their space. I think on narrow streets, the real solution for road safety isn't painted sidewalks, but rather to do what Japan has done, which is to significantly reduce car volumes. These streets should never be used by through traffic. The only cars that should ever be here are those of the people coming from or going to a destination in this neighborhood.
And or delivery.
This can be done by making these areas a maze of one-way streets, or they can install modal filters that prevent cars from passing but allow people walking and cycling to go through, like is common in the Netherlands. This is complicated in Taipei because there are so many people driving mopeds who would probably just go through the modal filters anyway, but as long as they're driving slowly, this may not be a problem. The other major difference between Taiwanese and Japanese streets is parking. Japan has strict laws against street parking, so their streets are almost completely free of parked cars. But these small streets in Taiwan are often full of parked cars and mopeds, which makes the street much less inviting to people walking. A lot of these cars should be moved to off-street parking to allow more space on these narrow lanes. And thankfully, some of that is happening already. I took this video of my typical walk home from our local metro station in 2011. Notice how much car parking there was on this street. Now it looks like this, which is a huge improvement. And one thing that's much better about the streets in Taipei versus Tokyo is the trees. The streets of Taipei have trees everywhere, which makes them look so much nicer. They also provide shade, and the temperature is noticeably cooler on a street like this with good tree coverage. The main roads have far fewer trees, unfortunately, but one thing I really like about Taipei is how the shops are set back from the road and covered by the buildings above. This provides excellent protection from the sun and the rain, two things that are very common in Taiwan. I think that a lot of other hot countries could learn something from the design of the streets and roads in Taipei. I did not visit in the hottest time of the year, but it was still around 30 degrees every day that I was visiting. Yet, I almost never felt too hot because the sidewalks were covered on the main roads, the trees provided shade in the lanes, and the metro was air-conditioned. So I like the way these areas are covered from the elements, but one of my major complaints when we lived here was that the sidewalks were often really uneven. It was common to see huge jumps in the level of the sidewalk like this, which were not just annoying, they were a tripping hazard. So I was really happy to see that a lot of these had been smoothed out with ramps like this. It was still not perfect, but it's so much better than how it was. For this visit, I decided to stay in the Xinyi district of Taipei. I know, Xinyi is nothing like the rest of Taipei, never mind the rest of Taiwan, but it's always been the district with the best urban design, and it's a really easy place to stay as a tourist. Xinyi is the financial district of Taipei. It's where you'll find the offices of major international and Taiwanese financial and tech companies, high-end shopping, and the iconic skyscraper, Taipei 101. And I booked a hotel that was directly across the street. As soon as I exited the metro station, it was clear that this place had definitely changed.
Check out Not Just Bikes, it's a great channel.
First of all, there was a new bike lane and people were actually using it, something that was almost unheard of when we lived in the city. And next to the metro station exit was this U-Bike station with lots of bikes. U-Bike is a typical docked bike share system like you'll find in many other cities, but I was genuinely impressed by how many docks there were. Apparently there are already over 1,300 docks, and there are plans to expand that to over 2,000 in the next few years. What's nice is that bikes can be unlocked with the same card that is used for public transit. But I didn't ride a bike while I was visiting Taipei for reasons that will become obvious later. But regardless, I prefer taking the metro anyway. That's part of the reason why this channel is called Not Just Bikes. The other parts of Xinyi were more or less the same. This district has always had the best urbanism to begin with, and it has always had the most financial investment as well. Still, it was nice to walk through the pedestrianized areas, and they were even better at night, with lights and decorations everywhere. Areas like these are the best parts of Xinyi. Though this giant car ad is maybe not the best use of space in a pedestrian area. The inside of Taipei 101 was just as I remembered it, basically a glitzy shopping mall with high-end brands where international electronics companies sell overpriced products back to the Taiwanese people who designed them. For a short time, my company's offices were in Taipei 101, and apparently it was super fun during earthquakes. But it's kept safe thanks to a huge mass damper system that keeps the building from swaying too much during earthquakes and typhoons. And you can even go see it as a tourist and have the damper babies teach you about skyscraper engineering. Taiwan is like the only country that would anthropomorphize a tuned mass damper, and I love it. Xinyi has some places that are really nice, but other than taller trees, this is the same as it was 15 years ago. I was really hoping that some of these roads would have been narrowed to make more room for bigger sidewalks, parkettes, or bike lanes, but no, they're just as wide as ever. There are some pedestrian bridges through this area, but a few of them were closed for repair when I was there, so it meant waiting a long time at stoplights in order to cross. But to be honest, I didn't spend too much time in Xinyi when we lived here because it sometimes just feels like you're walking through an upscale shopping mall. The biggest thing I noticed is that there were a lot more people cycling. When we lived here, it was too dangerous to walk, never mind ride a bicycle. But this time I saw lots of people riding bicycles around the city.
Yeah,
This bicycle
bikes.
path was installed decades ago, but it was actually in use, and the U-Bike station was a welcome addition. Some of the new bike lanes were pretty good, like this one. Here the road was narrowed slightly to make room for a wider sidewalk and a bicycle lane, which is great. There were unfortunately no protected intersections, but that's not really surprising because they're still pretty rare outside of the Netherlands. Though even at driveways, the sidewalk and bike lane would drop down rather than staying at sidewalk level, which is a bit disappointing on newly designed infrastructure. Other bike lanes were not so well designed and would suddenly end for no apparent reason. The worst example was this one, which runs right into the stairs of a metro station. Which is really frustrating to see because there's plenty of room to build something better if they had taken away even just one of the 8 lanes for motor vehicles. In general, the roads are extremely wide in Taipei, not just in terms of the number of lanes, but also the width of those lanes, so there should be lots of space to build proper bicycle lanes. But instead, most new bike lanes take space away from the already narrow sidewalks rather than taking any space away from cars. The most objectionable bike path I saw was on Ren'ai Road. We used to live here, and I still remember
I would
the
definitely make
Chinese for
it
the
better for
address.
motorcycles.
台北市仁爱路3段41号. Apologies for my terrible accent. I promise it used to be better. It's almost
Admittingly,
impossible
you know,
to
there would
capture
still
just
be
how large this road is on camera
car
because there are
traffic.
so many
Don't get me
trees
wrong.
that obscure the view. But you can see here that there are 2 lanes one way, then a median with trees, then another 2 lanes, one of which is a bus lane, then another median, then another bus lane and a traffic lane, then another median, and then another 2 lanes. If you look really far in the distance, you can see just how far away the other side of the road is on this pedestrian crossing. So there is no shortage of space on Ren'ai Road, and yet when a bike path was put right in front of our old apartment, it was put here on the sidewalk, so that people cycling and people walking are in conflict with one another. It's so frustrating that they couldn't even take just one of the many car lanes to build a proper bicycle path. This is a common theme across Taipei. There are some small moves to make the city more bicycle friendly, but they're only doing it where it doesn't inconvenience drivers. One of the challenges of building cycling infrastructure, though, is that Taipei is a city of mopeds.
Yes,
They are
and
absolutely
motorcycles.
everywhere. Around every corner you will find lines of parked mopeds, and at every stoplight you will see a large group of moped riders. Taipei is what Amsterdam would look like if all of the bicycles were replaced with mopeds. It's interesting that mopeds in Taipei are treated very similarly to the way bicycles are in many North American cities. Where you might find a bike box at a stoplight in North America, you'll find a moped box in Taipei for the same reasons. This makes mopeds more visible at stoplights, and it allows moped riders to do 2-phase hook turns for safer left turns at large intersections.
There are even moped-only lanes along some major roads, the same way you might find bike lanes in other cities. These lanes also allow people cycling to use them, but most people choose to ride on the sidewalk instead because mopeds and bicycles do not always mix well. The Netherlands sometimes has problems with moped riders driving too quickly in the bike lanes. In most of the country, the blue plate snorfietsen are allowed to ride in bike lanes, but these are supposed to be capped at a maximum speed of 25 kilometers per hour. However, approximately 100% of all Snorfiets riders have illegally removed those speed limiters, which is why a few years ago, Amsterdam banned all types of mopeds from the majority of bike lanes in the city.
Yes,
Moped riders
100%.
now use the roadway with all other motor vehicles, and the speed limit on most streets in Amsterdam was recently lowered to 30 kilometers per hour. So I'm used to seeing mopeds quite often, but in Taipei they drive a lot faster. I would guess somewhere between 50 to 80 kilometers per hour. Moped riders definitely present challenges for road safety because they drive very fast, their movements are hard to predict, and they sometimes also ride on sidewalks and in pedestrian areas.
Oh, there would
Also,
definitely be a
almost
lot
all of
more.
these mopeds are gasoline powered, so they are very loud, and there is a constant hum of moped noise on the streets of Taipei.
There's
Coming
definitely one place
directly
where I
from
would say
Japan, it
electric
was
would be a
really
lot
jarring
better.
just how much traffic there was in Taipei.
Electric
Tokyo has
bikes.
many very wide roads like this one, but there isn't a lot of car traffic. Whereas in Taipei, the roads are busy most of the time, and widening the roads hasn't made the traffic any better.
Yeah, it makes it
Which
worse.
is expected, of course, because decades of research has proven that there's no solution to car traffic except viable alternatives to driving. So one of the worst things you can do as a city is to let your buses get stuck in traffic, and scenes like this are way too common in Taipei. There's no excuse for this bus sitting in traffic when there is more than enough room for a bus lane. Taipei has some dedicated bus lanes like this one, which are great. But if they're going to reduce traffic congestion, then they need to build a lot more of them so that it can be faster to take the
Subways. That's what we
bus
need here
than
in
to sit in
Colorado.
traffic. But while Taipei may not be building enough dedicated bus lanes, they are investing heavily in their metro system. I was absolutely blown away by how many new metro stations there were since we left in 2011. Like, the metro station in front of my hotel wasn't there when we lived in Taipei. For reference, this is what the metro map looked like in 2011, and this is what it looks like today. I always used to have to take a taxi out to the airport when we lived here, so the new Airport Express line opened in 2017 was very welcome. And I've seen USB chargers on transit, but never Qi wireless charging pads. You can even check in your bags for your flight in the city before boarding the MTR. This should really be the norm in cities everywhere. I visited my old metro station. It was great to see the new connection to the expanded Zhonghe Xinlu line. This would have saved me so much time getting to work if it existed in 2010. And Taipei hasn't stopped building either. There are an additional 3 new metro projects that are currently under construction. It's pretty rare to see a city that is constantly building new metro lines the way Taipei is. It means that the metro system is consistently getting better every year, but it's also one of the best ways to keep construction costs down. With constant construction, a city can build local expertise in building transit, and when one project is done, those experienced people can immediately move on to the next project. But when your city only builds new rapid transit once every decade or two, every project is like baby's first transit project, which requires lots of expensive international contractors and results in lots of costly amateur mistakes that make it impossible to deliver on schedule. Eglinton LRT in Toronto. The MRT also connects in several places to Taiwan High-Speed Rail, which can take you to other cities on the island at up to 300 kilometers per hour. The trains are reminiscent of the Japanese Shinkansen, both on the outside and on the inside. There are trains departing frequently, with about 160 trains traveling in both directions each day.
I do like
with an
RM Transit
on-time
as well. That's another
performance
good
of
channel.
over 99%. I wasn't in town for very long though, so I only had time to go one stop on the high-speed train. Most of my travel was on the MRT, and I was able to get everywhere I wanted to go by metro while I was visiting. Well, except my old office, but I'll get to that later. The system is made up of a mix of underground and above-ground lines, as well as a few gondolas thrown in for good measure. I know some people don't like elevated rail, but I think it's nice to be able to see the city and not be stuck underground. Plus, it's often cheaper to build than underground metro lines, which means more transit is built, which is a good thing, right?
But hear me out. We could
Like
just put
most metro
like
systems, you can
cameras
pay
so
for
that
your
way you
trip
can
by
see
tapping
the
your
live
reliable smart
feed,
card. But
depending
I
on where
opted
you
for
are.
a 72-hour travel pass, which comes as this funny circular plastic thing, but it opens the fare gates the same way. The MRT trains are spacious, clean, and frequent. Most stations have platform screen doors, which are safer but can also prevent delays caused by garbage falling on the tracks. The position of doors and where to wait is clearly marked, and all trains have level boarding, which makes getting on and off very easy.
Yes, that's
The
what we
signage is
need.
really good in the stations and on the trains too. And at interchange stations, it is very common to have a cross-platform transfer.
Always.
I love it when transit is designed well. All transit should be as good as it is in Taipei. One thing I don't like so much about the MRT, though, is that a lot of the metro station exits bring you right out to very wide, busy roads. This is something that also bothered me about Montreal, where metro riders get out along some of the worst roads and stroads in the whole city. I would like to see Taipei building more metro exits that go directly to the smaller streets, especially pedestrianized streets, because wide roads are not useful to people walking out of the metro, and plus, it's hard to get hit by a car when there aren't any cars. One example of this done well is at Zhongshan Metro Station. This place has seen a nice upgrade since I was last here, with this recently renovated linear park connecting directly to the metro station. It is much nicer to exit here rather than at the side of a busy road. There's this open area here that can be set up for events, and a little farther down is this entrance to the underground book street, a walkway under the park with lots of independent bookstores, cafes, and cozy places to read. Taipei has some really great pedestrian and low car streets too, like this one in Wanhua. And if you get out at the right metro exit, it takes you right here to the famous Rainbow Road crossing. It was so funny to see people holding up traffic so that they could get a photo on the rainbow. Another benefit of the new 3-meter rule for pedestrian crossings, I guess. Wanhua is a great neighborhood. There's the
Remember,
Red
the
House
rainbow
Theater,
itself
an
is God's
historic
promise
building
not to
that
flood the
hosts
earth, not
markets,
for your mental
exhibitions,
disorder.
and performances, and it's a hub for the Taipei LGBT community. Many of the
I do
shopping
not
streets
support
here
the
are nearly
LGBT.
car-free.
I believe that to
There
be
are
a weapon of
lots
the
of
synagogue of
interesting
Satan.
shops and restaurants in the Ximending shopping district. But there was no way I was waiting in this line just for a bubble tea. Who am I kidding? I did wait, and it was excellent. I noticed that there were way fewer bubble tea shops in Taipei this time around. I guess most people have lost interest in drinking ridiculously sugary drinks. These streets are great, but as usual with Taipei, the best time to come is at night. I'm a night person, so this was the thing I love most about living in Taipei. It's a city that is most active at night. At nighttime, the weather is cooler and there are lots of people out on the streets. Almost everything is open late. Many shops and restaurants don't even open until the late morning or even the afternoon. This is not a city for morning people. This also presents challenges for road safety though, because the majority of fatal crashes in any city happen at night. And in Taiwan, even kids are out really late into the evening. One of the highlights of Taipei is the night markets. I love night markets, especially for the food. There are skewers and more skewers, cakes, fresh fruit, very fresh seafood, fried balls, chicken ass, and tofu that purposefully smells like hot garbage. The night markets are great, but they're very popular, so they're also very crowded. So it's particularly annoying when moped riders push their way through a crowded night market. This is something that Taipei is going to have to enforce better if it's going to make the streets safer and more comfortable for people walking. Now, I didn't really have time to go to any other cities in Taiwan, but I did at least want to see my old office, which was in Zhonghe, a district of New Taipei City. New Taipei City is the name for the city that completely surrounds Taipei. You might call it the suburbs of Taipei, but there's really nothing suburban about the design of most districts of New Taipei City. I was curious to see how Zhonghe had changed, so I took the metro out there. The first welcome change was that a new elevated metro line was built, the yellow circular line, which opened in 2020. The transfer from the orange line at Jing'an Station is pretty bad, though. To get from one line to the other, you have to just go up this escalator, then go up this escalator,
then turn around and go up this escalator, then go up these stairs, then go up this escalator, then go across this bridge, and then you get to the platform. Easy. I was told that because there was an elevated highway here already, that the elevated metro needed to be built even higher, which is another example of how in Taiwan, cars come first, even if it means a much more difficult transfer for metro riders. And in the end, I couldn't go to the station closest to my old office anyway, because the tracks had been damaged by the 7.2 magnitude earthquake that hit Taiwan in April. Otherwise, this new metro line seemed really nice, and it's great to see better public transit in New Taipei City. But unfortunately,
I have like a couple of things to show you guys.
As soon as I stepped outside, it was pretty clear that Zhonghe hadn't really improved much in the past 15 years. It was very loud, with very high volumes of traffic, wide intersections, and elevated highways. The buses were completely off schedule because they got stuck in traffic, so I had no idea when my bus would come. So I decided to walk instead, but that was a very bad idea. The main roads had narrow, uneven sidewalks, made even narrower by dozens of parked mopeds. The smaller streets like this one had lots of high-speed traffic, and there were no sidewalks at all. This is the kind of living hell street that the CNN article was talking about. Walking here felt genuinely dangerous, and I had no interest in becoming the next traffic fatality statistic, so I took a taxi to my old office.
Yeah, that
This is what the
seems
street in
crazy.
front of my office looked like in 2010, and this is what it looked like when I was visiting this time around. The good news is that the construction that's going on here is for a new metro line that will better connect Zhonghe to the rest of the city, which will be a very welcome addition. This part of the city has a lot of traffic today, and a ridiculous number of parked mopeds. Though I saw a lot more people cycling this time around.
Which is good.
I always liked the design of these office buildings because while one side may be on a road with lots of traffic, the buildings are connected together by a series of pedestrian paths and car-free plazas. So we were often able to go for lunch or to the shops without having to cross any of the busy roads. It would be really nice if some of the exits from the new metro could go directly to places like this, but I suspect that a lot of these car-free areas are private property. But these kind of buildings are pretty common in Taiwan, and the electronic devices you use every day likely have components that were designed in places exactly like this one. So it was interesting to visit Zhonghe, but this place still has a very long way to go before I would feel comfortable coming here again. Overall, though, I was pretty happy with the improvements that were made in Taipei over the past 15 years. There's been sustained and dedicated progress in public transportation. It's safer to walk, and there's even the first steps towards proper cycling infrastructure. But what was very obvious is that cars still rule Taipei. The majority of public space is devoted to space for cars. There are very few restrictions on where cars can go, and drivers are highly privileged. So Taipei has made some great improvements, but it's all been done in places that don't inconvenience car drivers too much. The problem is, I think they're getting to the end of what can reasonably be done without taking more space away from cars. To improve pedestrian safety, sidewalks will need to be wider, there will need to be more car-free streets, crossing distances will need to be shorter, and traffic lights will need to start prioritizing people walking. Street parking is going to have to be removed, and more will need to be done to prevent through traffic in neighborhoods. More transit lanes need to be built to get buses out of traffic. There will need to be more moped-only lanes and even entire moped-only streets, I think. And proper and consistent bicycle infrastructure is going to need to be built without making the narrow sidewalks even smaller.
True.
And the rest of Taiwan is going to have to catch up to Taipei. All of these things will require inconveniencing motorists and taking space away from cars. So I think the next decade will really be a turning point for Taiwan. Will they succeed in building places that are built for people? Or will the road still be a living hell for anybody outside of a car?
Potentially
that is
still
the
a living hell.
choice that the Taiwanese people are going to have to make. Taiwan has been in the news a lot lately because of geopolitical issues, but also because of the critical importance of Taiwan's semiconductor industry to almost every aspect of our modern world. But as with any international news coverage, it's hard to know which news outlets are trustworthy, which is why I get my news from Ground News, the sponsor of this video. Ground News is a website and app designed to give readers an easy, data-driven way to read the news. Every story comes with a clear breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. Ground News provides a lot of extra information in a neat and organized way, and I really like how you can see how different news sites report on the same story, like this one about growing tensions between China and Taiwan. The trend details are here along the right-hand side. 22 news sites reported on this story, and Ground News shows the political bias, distribution, factuality, and ownership information. For this story, you can quickly see that 79% of news outlets have a high factuality and only 5% are independent. I find it funny that the little old Winnipeg Free Press was the first to break this news story. Nice work, Canada. Ground News also makes it very easy to compare headlines to see how these biases might affect framing. For example, on the right, the New York Post includes the quote, "gross interference." It's not exactly clear who says this, but it is eye-catching. Then on the left, Politico Europe specifically mentions Slovakia, presumably because they're more focused on Europe-related news. Another feature I really like is the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. I really like this way of presenting the news, and it's a great way to stay informed while navigating an increasingly polarized and consolidated news environment. If this sounds interesting to you, then you should probably take advantage of their 40% off promotion for the Ground News Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access to all of these powerful features. Go to ground.news/notjustbikes or follow the link in the description to subscribe for only $5 a month and help an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent.
All right, before we continue this, I want to show you this real quick. Okay, so is it? No. Display, videos. Oh, here I am. So video will go here. Okay. So I have no game at the moment, but here's my display. So this is the city of Colorado Springs, right? So this being the city of Colorado Springs, this is my idea for the trains, right? This would be train line number 1 going south to north. This is the northernmost point of Colorado Springs to the southernmost point of Colorado Springs. This is line number 2. The reason it's coming out here is because this would connect it to some farmland, so this way farmers could use the trains to get onto the stuff to come over here. Now this here is City Hall. This here is, so this is downtown City Hall, Colorado Springs. This is like the furthest point west, which would then take you to like Manitou Springs, you know, little smaller town, I guess, connected. But you could go to the airport, go downtown, go all the way north, go all the way south. So that's line number 1. That's line number 2. Line number 3 is right here, actually. Line number 4 is here, and I'm not sure if it should come across and then come down, or should come across and then go up. So that's where I'm still concerned with. Seems like it might be better to go from here to here. Yeah, so we'll do that instead. Where's the edit button? I remember doing this before. Edita, there it goes. So I need to go, nope, yep, okay, yeah. So go ahead and change its color to a lighter blue. And so this one will go from here to there, to there, to there, to there. Right, so this is now deleted, which means this is also deleted. So these two would just be connected by one going across here, but that would probably be the last one connected. Now the reason these two are connected is because, you know, this can go from here to there, which can go from here to here, and then from here to here, or here to here to here to here, right? Free for Colorado residents. So just so we're aware, here's line number 1, here's line number 2, Here's line number 3. Line number 4 is this one, right? 4 is this one. 5 is this one. 6 is this one. And this is line number 7, 8, and 9. This would connect the majority. Now there is this section over here. Let me go ahead and change color one more time. There's this section over here, which would not be connected. This is the Cimarron Hills area, which is technically not a part of Colorado Springs. And then, of course, you'd have a couple of little pockets like here. Now, this is really not connected because there's like this little area over here. It goes like that. But this over here is not Colorado Springs. Just like this area over here is not Colorado Springs. There's like this little corridor right here. And over here is not Colorado Springs, although it is still putting it within a pretty good distance, you know. And again, this is, well, actually, hold on, let me undo that one. Change this color, and I will turn you into a darker blue. The reason for the darker blue is because while this is Colorado Springs, right, as is over here, here actually is Colorado Springs. The inside the blue is Colorado Springs. And you know, these areas here, this area here, this area here, right? All of these areas, which are pretty much outside of the 1.5 mile radius, those would be filled in with buses. Admittingly, over here would be a lot more car traffic. Now, the idea as well is, let's go ahead and hit cancel here and hit OK. So as a quick example, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Okay, closing you. And you, and let's go ahead and reopen you, and then reopen you. Okay, here we go. Bam. So using this as the example, right? So from here to here is 1.5 miles. Here to here, 1.5. So from here to here is 3. Now let's look at downtown. This is City Hall. So the first, this is, City Hall is like in the center of this one. I just kind of drew the lines pretty quick so you could see how they're being connected, right? But City Hall, they would mean the first half mile, right? So from here to about here-ish, this circle would then be medium density. Then from, say, here to here would be slightly less dense. And then from here to here would be the less dense still. Now, these are overlapping areas, so this section would kind of be, it would work out, right? So like over here could definitely have a lot of single family residences. Here would be more like the duplex, triplex, threeplex, fourplex, and then, you know, like apartments and stuff, apartment buildings or condo buildings throughout here. It would be pretty solid. Now, because this is also downtown right here, there would be another train that goes from here, right? And so now I need to go ahead and go back into the edit real quick. Where'd the edit button go on me? On this side, editor, there's the editor. Okay, go with you. Let's go ahead and change you to this color. All right. So this next one goes, because this is I-25 that's going to be following, right? So it's going to go blam, and then blam, right? That's going to be the train that takes you down to Pueblo, up to Larkspur, then subsequently up to Denver. So you could land, and again, this would be cost-wise as far as what you would be looking for. So this would make potentially the Colorado Springs airport a better decision for you if you are an American. So you could fly in, hop on one train, which would go from here, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6 to downtown Denver and back. Or you could land here and then hop on another train that would take you from, now there's this other train, so I'm going to go with purple, right? And this train would go from here this way, and that would take you up into the mountains for the ski resorts. So this is more so how it would look, right? So this would be a station, but that's where it also fits into place with this, right? So while the train going north south is like this, where it has the center platform, you can go across one to the other. So if you like need go to Colorado Springs, you're like, oh shit, I need to go back. You can hop off the train, hop on the train, going south, and then go south again, right? You're going north, yeah, right. While the other side, that one is more like this. So the train would come, land here, and then you'd hop on it and go this way. Once it gets to, wherever it gets to the closest ski resort from there, you can then come back down, and then we're good. That's how it would be. So let's go ahead and save this. All right. Now, let's go ahead and do this one, and then come back to this one. Gonna go ahead and close that. Capsule hotels. Because remember, everything is interconnected. The capsule hotels are what we would use for the for the church, right? For the massive cathedral, Christian cathedral that we would build. Now the capsule hotel is where monks and nuns could stay. We would also have some other type of design for like families that are in need of help, but that would be more so like public housing, where you could be at for a specific given time. Now, it wouldn't really cover food outside of, like, say, 2 meals a day. But again, that's where all the small farms come into play. Now, those capsule hotels would also be ran by the church, and because that is the case, they could also charge X amount, because that would just be more so for the services that would be provided there, which could also give more jobs as far as the service industry goes to people. Likewise, with all of the underground shopping would be more of the service jobs. Now, of course, there would still be plenty of trade jobs that we would need to have filled. And trades, like I said, are not only the ones we know of carpentry, electrician, plumbing, HVAC, but they also include tailoring and leatherworking, glass blowing, stoneworking. Yeah, there you go. Blam. And tailoring would include, like, say, making a bunch of linen, which really we'd be moving a lot of linen and wool, but we wouldn't want to mix linen and wool together. So, if anything, I'd say more. And honestly, I prefer alpaca wool. So we can go with that. So here after this, I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break. Yeah. So I can make myself some breakfast, but then I'll be back. I prefer the steamer versus the iron. Because I did burn myself with the iron, but a steamer, you could still do the same thing where, you kind of stretch, you use the steam to, like, act as a thing, and, it'd be pretty good. And again, with your financial support, I can assist in making this happen in the state of Colorado. So while this is good and all, right, the main thing that I'm concerned with is the capsule hotel, or the capsules, the pods, capsule part of it, right? So this would be like a good place for the nuns and everyone to hang out after the fact, with showers, laundry, of course, and places to sleep. But there would be like one big old like cafeteria thing for the church. Of course, it is going to be on the trust system, but that's why we should be able to trust the nuns and monks. Crack the egg atop the egg. Now, raw egg is fine if the chicken is, like, proper. Add some soy sauce. Tempura bits. This is sesame oil. Mmm. Salt. I'm assuming salt. Maybe even some flakes. Ooh, miso paste that you could then just add hot water to. I definitely want to avoid as much plastic as possible. Give people like their own little basket though, so this way they can take their own, you know, stuff. The showers would be separate from like this area, so this way we could have cameras over there. Because again, it is a trust-based system, but you know, better to be CYA. Cover your ass. Ooh. I would design it to where, like, instead of it just being the regular little pull down, it is like a soundproof pull down thing. And of course, the walls would be soundproof from one to the other as well. Because, you know, people snore. And each person would be responsible for their, you know, stuff. So I would say that these would become lockable. Now, it would be, of course, your responsibility that if you lose it, well, you need to report it to us ASAP. It'll disable it, and then we'll get you a new one. We'd absolutely have a pipe organ and like giant things. And, you know, of course, this would be the area for the monks. They would be free for, you know, the monks and the nuns. And they would, of course, be made of wool. Alpaca wool at that. And for like alarms, they would be morning alarms, or you could also set your own alarm that would vibrate beneath you. And ventilation would have, you know, different types of, you know, things. A little dial lockbox, right? That's where you could put things like phones. I'd say like flip phones would be the way to go. If they're made soundproof, so that way you could be inside your room and, you know, I would say not completely soundproof, but enough to like turn my sawing of logs type snoring into a very dull, very quiet type little rumble, right? Would be good. Lots of linens. I wouldn't want any plastics. Well, no, because you don't want to mix linen and wool, so it would be wool, yeah, wool bedding, alpaca wool, or sheep's wool as like the infill to the mat, and then alpaca wool on the outside of it, and then you know alpaca wool that you're wearing against your body. So we need a ton of wool. And of course, you know, the monks and the nuns would be responsible for cleaning the inside, outside, keeping it clean, you know? Cotton. So we'd need lots of wool and cotton. Is it really almost over? Damn, I didn't even feel like it's been that long. What would be like 3 layers? Well, 4 layers, right? Should be the entryway, which has all like the stuff, the showers, the bathrooms, the the hangout area, even like kitchens themselves, right? Maybe it should be okay. Here's the way it would be, right? So it'd be the downstairs and then the sides. You'd go upstairs. So it'd be a shared space down here. Second floor would have the bathrooms and showers. Then third, well, first, second, so third, fourth, and fifth floors. So 5 floors total. Each one of those would then be residential. Well, I mean, capsules, right? And each floor, technically each, like, dorm area could probably fit maybe 60 capsules. And each one would have 7. Yeah. uh, Sugoi. It would be like rotation because everyone would need to know how to cook. I would say no to the alcohol though. At least not. Yeah, limit 3 cups and then like you have to put your thing and then get some. But I would say beer is fine. Beer and wine are fine. But spirits, no, that is a concoction of Satan himself. Now that's the other part where you know we would have monks and nuns that would work uh, the fields. So the church would have its own like now the church being separate, right? It would have like the special thing behind it. The church, of course, would have the church grounds plus 50-acre farm. Now that farm, of course, would still be all the novel farming practices. What? Kalamoko. Hmm. But this way, you know, they could have the wheat berries to make flour, the cows to make milk and cheese, and ice cream and yogurt. Uh, and you know the geothermal greenhouses to make all of the citrus fruits and stuff, right? As well as because it's the same thing I would have would be uh, because they'd also have the aquaponic system, but they'd also have the soldier ant fly farm to make additional feed for both the fish, which, you know, they could eat fish, and the chickens, which would be for both meat chickens and egg chickens, and then the greenhouse to make the fodder, the alfalfa, for both their own consumption and the cows. And I would say it'd be a mix of pellets and fresh stuff. But like chopped up. Isn't that tea and rice? Time to check out. Now, of course, this would be like you shower before you go to bed. But they could work all that stuff, right? So they would be like church tailors. Because all the trades, you know, they would also work with the church. Like if you're a monk or a nun with the church, you also get free trades training.
So I was in New York City recently.
So that's going to be it for me for the moment. I'll be back later. It is currently 6:39 a.m. Colorado Mountain Time. I'll see you guys after I eat some